Peace and love, world. Peace and love. You're now rocking to the sounds and vibrations of your boy DonKilam, also known as Malik Kilam. And as always, prosperity is your divine birthright. I'm just out here walking in these tribal lands, private property, private life. I did an Instagram earlier, pretty cool location I found. It didn't save though. That's been happening on my Instagram lately. So y'all gonna have to learn how to catch the lives. But I was dropping a lot of game, a lot of knowledge. I see if I can't remember what I was stating, because it was a lot of game. But you know I'm not a licensed attorney, tax expert. I do this for educational and informational purposes only. If you find this information of value, you already know to leave a donation via Cash App TheDonKilam, TheDonKilam, TheDonKilam. We also accept Bitcoin. Peace and love, peace and love. Everybody on the live, let me know where you tuned in from. Rep your territory. Let me know where you're from. Be proud. So I know who's following me. What you're studying right now too. Let me know what you're studying. Does DonKilam make sense? You know I got haters. We got Minnesota in the building. We got Minnesota in the building. I might just sit down somewhere, man. Find me a tree that said bye. Get in tune. We got Houston in the building, Wisconsin in the building. So he's studying bonds right now. That's important. A bondsman can't even be liable for a bond because they're operating from the business. So understand the pass through trust. Make sure you hit like right now. Hit like right now. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed. Share this with at least 3 people you think's gonna find this information valuable. We're gonna go over the private life. We got Oakland, California in the building, studying trust law. All right. We got Queen City in the building, so he's studying bonds as well, and it's pretty easy. Life is easy. But you're looking for a sophisticated fucking answer, you know what I'm saying? Look for the simplicity. KISS. Keep it simple, stupid. That's the KISS rule. That's the KISS rule. Peace and love. Let us know your city, man. Make sure y'all hit like right now. Subscribe. Share. The KISS rule. So, thanks, can you show me the way? Wide checking in, bro. Studying on how to utilize my LLC with the 998 number and correcting my status. Chicago in the building. We got Virginia in the building. I'm about to head out to Virginia. I'm about to be in the VA September 2nd. I'm about to be in Richmond September 2nd. I got a rap show. I'm performing. Richmond. I'm talking about Man Back Music's in the building. A lot of known people, man. Shout out to the team, man, setting that up. September 3rd, September 2nd, 3rd, and the 4th. I'll do something in the private on the 4th for anybody who comes and shows up for the music event. Now, like I said, I'm not a licensed attorney, tax expert. I'm going to bring certain things to you, and this was the deal I gave. I didn't get to save it, though, so I'm bringing it to you. Yes, Trustee training is going to be end of September in Atlanta, Georgia. It'll be the last Saturday and the last Sunday. Put it like the last Saturday and the last Sunday of September. Be in Atlanta, all right? Yes, we're gonna be at the Dogwood Dale, Richmond, Virginia, September 3rd, from 4 to 8 p.m. And it is free to the public. Now let's get into the lecture, man. What y'all think I'm gonna talk about? Let me see a few guesses, man. Because if you follow along in the Instagram, I'm talking about the same stuff I talked about probably a couple hours ago. We got Atlanta in the building. I'm going to be in Atlanta for a couple days this week. I'll probably be in Atlanta tomorrow. Go to Richmond and come back. I'll be in Atlanta. But the end of September, I'm going to be in Atlanta. South Carolina, Lancaster, South Carolina, peace and love. Make sure y'all hit like. Everybody that's tuned in, hit like. I can get started on the lecture. I'm going to drop y'all some game right now. Make sure y'all can hear me good. Y'all hear me good? Sound check good? Y'all got to hit like now. Hit like. I want to see the likes increasing now. He said, talking about being free and getting unplugged. He said the 12 disciples. The 12 disciples are just different aspects of your mind, all right? 12 disciples are just different aspects of your mind. So look, $97. If you don't have the 508c1a book, if you don't have the Trust in Yourself book, if you don't have the Laying the Path Volume 2, this is Private Member Association. If you don't have these books, I'm going to make sure you get all 3 of these books right now for $97. Put all 3 in the memo box in your email address and Cash App $97 to TheDonKilam. TheDonKilam. So I'm about to break this down for you. So first of all, you are going to have to know somebody that knows somebody, okay? Put it like that. Because private wealth is hoarded. Private wealth is in groups. There's private wealth groups. There's private wealth meetings that they have that's only for certain groups, okay? If you're not part of these sororities, these groups, then you're not part of the club. So the KKK, I'm going to break this down to you right now. The KKK is a private membership, and they have private membership cards. This is why you have to have a Choctaw card. You have to be part of the group. You have to be part of the fraternity, just like any attorney. They have bar cards. These are private card memberships. These belong to a PMA, a private member association. What is the Freemasons on the public record? It is a private member association on the public record. You have the difference between public and then you got private, all right? And so it might be the KKK in the private, but in the public it's going to look like an organization as a private nonprofit organization such as the CDC or the Bill and Gates Melinda Foundation. I'm not saying these are KKK. I'm just saying this is how it operates. It looks like the police force, but it's really just a brotherhood. They got memberships in the public, they got memberships in the private. And this is what you got to understand, Brian Williams. So yes, does this make sense? Most of the KKK membership cards are blue, okay? And we have sit-downs with the KKK, yes. We have sit-downs with their members. We have sit-downs with the Department of Transportation, just like we with the KKK. Certain lodges of the Masons. Just like they got temples with the Moors, they got temples with the Masons. It's the same thing. They got Prince Hall Masons. The women, they have Eastern Stars. All right? And they're still fighting for equality because a lot of their private members associations still don't get the recognition as the men's would. The men has more power. All right? And I'm not going to get too deep into this. Make sure y'all hitting like now and sharing. You find this information valuable. Leave a donation. The Don Kilam. Click the description box below. So you got to understand, this is why the prices is going up, because y'all are still getting confused. And no, I show you with the Trust in Yourself, how to place everything and manage your name trust. But when you start to create these private organizations and begin to create a cash flow and have assets, we're no longer capturing just contracts, okay? We got real life assets out here. So you gotta learn how to operate correctly. So Don Kilam has reached, he's over the $20 million mark, okay? That's the net worth, that's the portfolio, that's what it's looking like. So with that being said, Don Kilam is not gonna make a Don Kilam trust. If they know that Jeffrey is the creator and the control of the Don Kilam, Jeffrey is not going to want to put his name on anything that has to do with Don Kilam. Because if Jeffrey gets sued, then it exposes all his assets. So the next step after the cash flow is asset protection. And I'm telling you, a lot of y'all are not ready for this. If you can't turn 1,000 into 10 or 10 into 100,000, You're not ready for this. And when it comes to the banks, I'm utilizing the banks. Anything up to $100,000 to $200,000 because I'm covered by the insurance, which are private contracts. That's what makes your bank agreements private. That's what makes everything private. When you create those security agreements, when you have these agreements with the bank, and you're accepting their FDIC insurance, this is what's making the contracts private. Insurance is a private contract that government cannot go around, all right? It's outside the government, just like a trust would or a holding company, all right? Now, say I got 10 LLCs. I'm going to want holding companies to hold these, okay? I'm going to want to have these deal with holding companies because holding companies are just investors. They own nothing. They control everything. They control the beneficial interests. Everything is all about the interest at the end of the day. They securitize these notes. That's why I teach securitization. In order to liquidate the estate, you're going to need to learn securitization. And what is a security? A security is going to make money. That's why I say UCC1 is just a freaking filing. Y'all think this is going to save your motherfucking life. Has it saved you yet? Okay? We got the Midwest in the building. I want y'all to know what's going on. I'm talking about, I got contacts, all right? We sit here, we study people like Warren Buffett. We study people like Donald Trump. We study people like Oprah Winfrey, Jay-Z. See, these athletes are just rich. They're not handed down wealth. Wealth and rich is two different things. You be rich now and broke tomorrow, okay? When DonKilam came in the game, he was just hood rich. You know what I'm saying? Now we learning wealth, baby. Wealth. How do you hand down these keys for generations to come? How can my generations hear my echo? How can they still hear my voice? How can I still be relevant 100, 200 years from now? And I'm telling you, we're not doing that with the trust in our name, all right? We're not doing that with a trust in our name. It's good to learn that, see what's going on, but we're not doing that with a trust in our name. When we show up as a corporate game, it's a corporate world. Holding companies and record labels are showing up on the behalf of DonKilam anytime there's an issue. And y'all can look at these court cases with rappers. The record company shows up because it's the record. Every court is a record company. Y'all gotta quit volunteering so much goddamn information to the system and to DonKilam. The information that you volunteer onto the forms of creating you. That's what the form of you in the system. Once I look up a form 4029, learn it. Find someone who's implemented. I'm telling you, the Amish, the Jewish, and these tribes out here, the Choctaw, the Seminoles, Osage, Cherokees, they're dealing with the form 4029. All right? And you gotta know a real more. You gotta know a real more. I'm not talking about all these temples, man, because all these temples ain't established correctly. Your Grand Shiki is showing you how to, your fringe groups, your Grand Shikis, they're showing you, hey, fill this trust out with your name on it. As soon as you claim that's your name, then that's showing liability. Because when you learn trust law, the first thing you do is learn how to own, nothing, control everything, learn how to operate as a trustee. If you're a beneficiary, there's going to be a tax obligation for the beneficiary. This is why the wealth don't hand shit down to the kids, they hand it down to the nonprofit organizations. That's what the book's going to show you, the 508c1a book. Laying the path, all right? How to create that ministry trust and operate with a nonprofit and get those grants. Laying the path 2 is going to show you how to create a private member association. The Clintons have one, yes, in the name. But I'm telling you, Bill Clinton is just a trustee. The kids ain't beneficiaries. There's ways you hand this shit down. Same way with Oprah. There's a reason why they're not paying taxes. Warren Buffett said, hey, my workers pay more taxes than me. And it's due to holding companies and then this private member association. Now, the private member association only accepts donations from private members, not the public. All right, the regular nonprofit, the 501c1a, you create that ministry trust with the nonprofit, then you're soliciting from the public. Okay, that's okay. But when you're dealing, you make that one of your private members. All right, private member associations, private members, it's all a family. You can't control and benefit from a trust. Then that's going to be an alter ego when it comes to public law. And when you're claiming this name, talking about, well, the government set me up a trust, I authenticated the birth certificate, and you're going to have somebody put more of their symbols on their documents. Is that your symbol on the Social Security card? It says it there. It's not yours. Is that your symbol on the birth certificate? It says it there. It's not yours. Well, that's a trust. Okay. Your name's a trust. Do you think, and it's a public trust, anything dealing with the government is going to be a public documents. So now you're dealing with public law. I deal in the private. I deal with the private entity. And this is why you have to invest in your private membership. Invest in your private training. Invest in making moves and getting in and trying to move and groove and get with these private individuals and these private entities that's really doing it, not in the public. Y'all sitting here, there's people in here don't have no land and you call them chiefs. Ain't taking care of not licking none of their motherfucking tribes and you sitting here calling them chiefs. Hit a motherfucking thumbs up right motherfucking now, because that's the real right there. Y'all sitting here following people in the public. They're showing you their meetings in the public. They're showing your meetings. Their meetings in the public, and you want to say this is the private life. They're sitting here, they're stating to you public policies. This is the Constitution. This is the Uniform Commercial Code. Yeah, and how much money has that got y'all? Why y'all still not rich? Y'all still not wealthy. They sitting here teaching y'all credit, ain't did a lick of nothing, ain't did shit in their life. Ain't doing nothing, ain't busting no moves, ain't really living no private life, ain't no private travel. When the last time they hopped out of a private jet? Your boy Don Kilam stays hopping out of a private jet. When the last time they hopped out of private tribal lands? All right? Making sure people get their tribal land back or turning land tribal. I sit down, I talk with the Amish. I sit down, I talk with these different tribes. Choctaw number 1, Cherokee number 2, all right? And then we got the Seminoles, all right? Not the ones in Florida. We talking about the ones in the OK, all right? I live this life, and I keep proving it to you and showing y'all what it is. And then y'all still want to come here and volunteer information that I give no fucks about. Well, and are you sure you're not a scam? Because my grandma, this is what y'all need to hear. My grandma, she had 3 boys and 2 girls, and all 5 of those did the process. All of them except my grandma, now she passed. First boy did the process, he failed. He got 2 kids and a wife, now they're living with me. Second son did the same thing, he got 2 kids, single father, now they're living with me. My other brother, he was going to do the process, he decided not to, but he's still living with me. 2 sisters live with each other, but they tried the process, they failed. But their kids are now living with me. Their kids had a cat. She had 9 kittens. Now the cat and 9 kittens living with me. I don't give 2 fucks. Are you sure you're not a scam? They tried all these. They tried Asadak L, Yusuf Bebe. They tried the Grand Shiki from up the way. We don't know what to do, Don. Listen, first and foremost, make sure you hit like, subscribe, share. I see all y'all watching. Like, subscribe, share, click the description box. If you find this information valuable, drop a motherfucking donation. The Cash App is THEDONKILAM. The Don Kilam. THEDONKILAM. Make sure you put the little $ in front of all of that. Let me know what city you tuned in from, state, whatever. Where you tuned in from, what you're studying on right now. September, everything going private. But I'm trying to teach y'all the game. Get with people that's really doing this shit. Y'all sitting here, y'all really trying to find private information in the public. It's in the public. How is it private? The wealth secrets stay amongst certain groups, all right, of power. And you gotta understand this. You gotta learn how to infiltrate and get in, all right? Infiltrate and get in. And I'm telling you, find you a nice little Jewish community. Find you a nice little Amish community. And you're just gonna have to go to like one of their grocery stores, one of their banks or something, and start talking. See what you know. Because if you know the right shit, they're gonna say, come on. And all I started first was just started with the cash flows. And then I started creating a private trust. And they were like, this is when you know your trust is good. We're gonna have our legal department look at it. See, attorneys can't even show you the information that I have for you because unless they're doing private practice. Now, there is some private practice attorneys. All right? So I'm telling you, anytime you claim, hey, that's my name, you don't want your name on shit. Don't they say you can sign your soul to a record label? Don't they say this? This is why it's important to understand the importance of a fucking record label. Every court is a record label. Every court is a bank. Every court is a holding company. Every court does business to business management. Every court does trust administration. Every court is here for your benefit. If you don't handle it correctly, it's going to the courts. So this is why you must understand the record, understand how to establish. She said, he giving us game. Understand how to establish your estate properly. When you plan your estate properly, it bypasses probate. Y'all sitting here going to private people in the private, will you take a 1099A? If I'm working in the private, what the fuck I'm gonna take a 1099A for? I'll take gold and silver if you ain't got no FRNs. But since you ain't got no gold or silver, you can give me the equivalent in FRNs. No, I don't accept cash. I accept Cash App. Well, why you take money? I don't. I take Cash App. And it goes to a phone. And then they can translate it to me in a form I feel fit. You dig what I'm saying? Well, how can I get a coaching call with you? You're not going to get a coaching call with me. You're going to holler at Verizon Wireless. You dig what I'm saying? Well, you cuss me out. How I cuss you out? You letting the phone control your emotions? See, when you start to understand these things and truly know how to operate in the private, I don't give a fuck it's on WhatsApp, Telegram, it's still being transmitted in the public. Ain't no way around it unless you got certain technology that you created yourself or you know somebody. You can't wait till the last minute thinking you're gonna get out of shit. You know, that's what I did, and it was a little bit harder. But now life is easier. Now life is easier because I'm following the forms correctly now. You do it now. Don't wait until last minute. You can't think straight if you're stressed out. Cash flow is important though. Learning how to volunteer the correct information. Why would we utilize, you're talking about you're getting out the system. Why are you still utilizing your birth certificate then? Why are you still utilizing your social security number then? Why are you still utilizing that name in the public then if you haven't transferred them over to anything different? My representative is a holding company or a record label. And that's $1 million worth of game right there for you. $1 million worth of game. Don't you agree? Let me know if this makes sense to you. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God. When you was first born, it was the ultrasound. Ultrasound. We got Oklahoma in the house. Ultrasound. So you capture that sound that they said was you. The heartbeat they said was you. It's a record label. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God. They own your essence. They own your image. They own your likeness. They own your DNA. They patent you. They trademark you. You gotta understand this. And then you gotta learn how to maneuver differently. So this is what the trustee training is about, man. You have to get this private knowledge in. You have to set with people that's implementing. I've been doing this for 10 years damn near. 10 years damn near. And not on top of that, I'm learning how to get true, full faith and credit. I'm learning how to get the credit for real. Learning how to get the grants. Learning how to get the cash flow. This is what I do. And go get the credits that's due to you. Look at what they did state. I'll show you how to create the which correct tax forms to file. Y'all sitting there and just keep going after 1099 OIDs, but then file now look at 1099 INT at all. Y'all talking about y'all know securities, but then do shit up with a 1099B. You follow me? I'm talking about y'all doing mortgages, but then do shit with a 1061. That's the REMIC, the real estate mortgage investment conduit, because you're an investor. They're turning these notes into securities or securitizing these notes, and you gave them permission with the security interest. And it's bigger than a UCC1. That's a public filing form. You got to know how to operate in the private, and this is why they're winning. I don't care if you're filing UCC1s or not. You're going to jail. You're getting in trouble because they're still winning because you didn't rescind the signatures and create your new security interest agreements. Your hold harmless agreements, your indemnity bonds. You didn't appoint the right successors and the right trustees, the right beneficiaries. You're sitting here creating this trust, and you're going on as an alter ego. And I'm telling you, when you claim that name and they looking at it as an alter ego, that means ownership and liability. You don't know trust law. You don't know contract law. You're sitting there going off what you told with fucking codes and statutes, and you didn't do any fucking private investigation, private research, or private. You didn't update your information correctly in the private with the right entities. You waited till shit hit the fan. And that's just what it is. This is TheDonKilam. We got land in the building. This is private game on fire. TheDonKilam, peace, God. I appreciate y'all, man. Make sure y'all hit like, subscribe, share, drop a donation. $97, you'll get all three of my little trust books I got. I got the nonprofit, that's Laying the Path 1, Laying the Path 2, Private Member Association, and then Trusting Yourself, all right? Then when you learn how to maneuver correctly, you're not gonna utilize your name no more. Close that shit down. Close that shit down. Anything that's attached to TheDonKilam or Jeffrey, you think they're not gonna try to come take? Just want to learn how to operate. So I got public businesses and then I got private businesses. And I can't disclose everything in a private because I've already got a 20-something, $23.8 million net worth in the public. So we can't expose too much more. You follow me? And I just want y'all to know, that's just basically debt. Debt equals net worth. So say you got a house worth $8 million, now you got an $8 million net worth. A lot of people don't understand that because that property is yours. That's your asset. Now, they got an $8 million net worth, whoever the contract is with. All right? So, say I was the mortgage company, gave you the mortgage for $8 million. You got the house, you're still worth $8 million, but I got the contract, so now I'm worth $8 million. You see how that works? You got the asset, though. I'm just trying to drop game, man. So once you start creating assets, I'm telling you, Donald Trump ain't got none of his assets in his name. He's just a trustee. He might not even be a trustee. Donald Trump does not have any assets in his name. It's all in the business. We manage the businesses. Warren Buffett, one of the richest men in the world over here in the United States, he has no assets in his name. But yet it says Berkshire Holding Company. He's in control. Berkshire Holding Company, a holding company. So anytime you see paperwork or contract, that's equity. That's real estate. That's why I say study real estate first. If you're controlling a contract, that's still equity. Because what is a mortgage? Mortgage is just a contract. It's not the actual house itself. A mortgage is the actual contract. So contracts can make you wealthy as well. And even if you create your own businesses, and I can show you how to do this correctly. Create your own businesses, create a network, create the contracts between your businesses, create the contract between your straw man self, or even another entity that you might create, another business that you create. And now it takes no time within a year for it to catch up in the system. You're a fucking multi-millionaire. And now you can leverage this information. Okay? You can leverage this motherfucking information that's being submitted to these different organizations. You feel me? These different entities, these different corporations, because all it is information being submitted back and forth. All it is voluntarily information. All the information that's been volunteered by all these corporations is what creates the form and system of you in the system. This is how they're looking at you. Hey, his credit score, here's an 800 credit score, due to the information being submitted to certain entities. All right? That's all it is, personal and business. So you gotta learn how to get part of the public clubs, learn how to get part of the private clubs. But I say start learning in the public first. And then once you start getting the cash flow, you learn how to protect your assets, then you're coming into the private, and then you'll meet the right people. Because you don't even know what you're protecting right now. You're sitting here trying to protect your name. That's not your name. You're trying to protect these documents. These documents ain't your name. These documents ain't yours. With that amount, man, click the description box below. Remember, prosperity is your divine birthright. Much peace and love.
Lord have mercy. The Lord is my shepherd. He know what I want.
There's no nobility in poverty. I have been a rich man and I have been a poor man, and I choose rich every fucking time. Because at least as a rich man, when I have to face my problems, I show up in the back of a limo wearing a $2,000 suit and a $40,000 gold fucking watch.
You didn't put in on this, man.
Better get a receipt, my brother.
Fresh from the ether, I'ma start my cream gleam. They swear I'm illuminated cause I woke up in a cheese.
Diamonds flashing lights like Vegas. Only fuck with baby cause her head gave me greatest. 7 days a week and 7 nights I stayed faded. Hit the gang up just to tell them that we made it.
That's right, nigga, we made it. That's right, nigga, we made it. Roll your boat, a mason shooting beams. I'm balling life's a sport, rated X, I'm too extreme. Dreams come true, all I ever did was dream. This that real winky right, go talks on jet streams. When they ask when I'm smoking, tell them self-esteem. It only costs time, never money that's free. Money over bitches written in the legacy. Every time I speak in tongues, oh God, then she leaves. Get your bitch out the kitchen cause she staying in heat. Pop like it, drop it like a North County freak. She said my search was over, always getting what you see.
Now rocking to the sounds of vibration of your boy, Don Kilam, also known as Malik Kilam. Prosperous views out here. You living that private life. I tried to make I did a live earlier. It didn't save though. Y'all's processes are failing. Y'all out here trying to implement stuff that you have no idea what you're doing. And then you want to call people scams or say the stuff's fake. Say it doesn't work. See, I take my students, I like the ones that I hold dear to my heart, okay? And even some of them, these new agers, you hear me? These youngsters, they're just wild. You gotta learn how to contain that anger, all right? That's important. They're doing their job. What's your job? You feel me? What's your job? Y'all see the life I'm living, man. This ain't no green screen. None of that. Let me know what city you tuned in from. You watching live on the replay. I gotta learn history first. That's important. This is the life we live in right here. All day, every day. I keep showing y'all, look, this is the private estates, this is the private land. Private tribal land. Got Memphis in the building. We stay on. Study the Amish. That's what I try to tell you. 4 and 40, 29. If you learn how to implement the religious aspects correctly, you can go get a real job and be a real slave if you want to. They're not going to take no Medicare, no Social Security out. A lot of people's waiting till last minute. Everybody wants to wait last minute. You've been operating in the system. You've been operating as in the public with public forums. But you won't wait until you go to jail or something happens then say, hey, I'm a private citizen. I'm an American national. That's not how it works. They're going off the contracts they have. When you start acting like a defendant and start acting defensive, there's peace treaties in play. There's certain things you have to do to correct your status. We got Dallas, Texas in the building. We got Austin, Texas in the building. There's certain, you gotta learn how to update your status first. You can't wait until you get in trouble, okay? I mean, that's a perfect place to do it if you understand it correctly, but that's not where it starts, okay? The Amish is not in the system. They make their own certificates of nativity. On the reservations, they have their own certificates of nativity. They don't utilize their birth certificates. They're not utilizing Social Security cards, Social Security number. They're not volunteering this information in the system. So you got to understand this, all right? That's what I'm saying, like one of my students, okay? We got Shreveport, Louisiana in the building. They said, he said, Chief, I'm gonna have to take them in because they're yelling codes and statutes at me. To me, that automatically, I'm trained to think this is a sovereign citizen. You follow me? We got Kilam, Texas in the building. So you gotta understand, like, you yelling UCC codes, you yelling these codes at police officers, they're automatically gonna think you're a sovereign citizen. It's peaceful compliance. There's ways to go around this. This is why it's important to take trustee training. I'm about to be coming to cities and having sit downs with people for cheap, and I'm gonna show you how to actually interact with the police, all right? It's peaceful compliance. Kindness will get you a long way. It's not that everybody knew this, all right? Even, I don't care what if it's do not detain or whatever it's in the system, as soon as you start acting belligerent, they can take you in. They're going to label you as like black or defendant. They're protecting themselves. It's a clan. So the brotherhood, the secret brotherhood, because they have membership cards to be part of that clan too, so they understand the membership cards. You got to understand it's just the language. It's the language, you feel me? Ku Klux Klan got membership cards. That's how they know who's a part of that secret brotherhood. You understand? They got rank. You know, the Amish, the Jewish people, they sit down with these individuals. They sit down with these secret organizations. They sit down with the Department of Defense, Department of Transportation, and even on the private side, all right? You got to understand, Bill Gates, Melinda and Bill Gates Foundation, the CDC, where you're getting all the COVID advice from. These are non-profit organizations, private non-profit organizations. PMAs, private membership associations. This is how the wealth thrive. So that means the wealth controls the government that you think is the government, the corporate government, because there's no republic. Private member associations is controlling your hospitals. That's who donates. That's where the funding comes from. You look at the Mason Brotherhood. These are PMAs, private membership associations. This is why you have to be invited. This is why you have to be accepted. These are private membership associations. This is how they get outside the aspects of law and contract law, okay? Because they're private contracts, private agreements, dealing with your trust, dealing with your spirituality, or whatever it may be. And you gotta understand this, because if you knew the true rules of how to act like royalty and you had the private training, you're not gonna get this in the public. You're operating off public definitions. You're operating off what you see on TV. Because this is what's programming you. You haven't been reprogrammed with private training. You haven't been around with private individuals and seeing how they operate, because birds of a feather flock together. Show me your friends, I'm going to show you your future. You're sitting here trying to coach people on this private life, and you don't live it. And that's what most of these gurus out here, they don't live it. They haven't stepped foot on no reservation. They're not sitting here having meetings with the Cherokee Nation, the Choctaw Nation, the Amish. They're not learning this stuff. And I'm able to bring this to you because I'm learning it. I'm sitting with them because they're making money off us. They're making mockeries on TV about the Amish life. DonKilam, come in. We want to talk to you. I grew up in Missouri. I have ties. I know people that's got out the Amish, and I know people that reach out to me and ain't really supposed to talk to me. Just that private life. How do they travel? They don't carry IDs. They don't carry photo identification and can still leave the country. These are known facts, and I'm telling you, one of the main forms to get out the system is the form 4029, the 4029. But you have to be able to have to be able to sit down with these organizations so they can recognize your paperwork. They can recognize your status. They can recognize your tribe. You don't have no spokesperson. You don't have nobody out here. You don't have no ambassadors, no counselors that's really sitting here meeting with these organizations and the people that's really in charge of what you believe you live in as a government, which is really just a corporate system. Peace and love, peace and love. If you find this information valuable, drop a donation. Prices are going up. I'm about to do one little last something, probably in like Atlanta. I'm going to do a 2-day training. It's going to be $100. It'll be at the end of September. Day 1, we'll go over how to get out of loans, how to get out of court situations, how to deal with the police. Day 2, we'll just focus on trust and how to build your business and get a cash flow. The world is yours. Prosperity is your divine birthright. You find this information valuable, you know what to do. Drop a donation. We're going to private members only. We're not going to be assisting the public in September. After this next meeting, we're no longer assisting the public. This is not for everybody. This information is not for everybody. Learn how to liquidate the estate. I just did a class on that. Start going through the posts. Start looking at the description boxes. Start looking at the YouTube. Y'all got to start reading. Read the description boxes. I can't even assist you if you can't read. Because that's the type of life we're set up on. You have to read. You have to read. Click the description box below. You want to learn more. Text membership to 480-573-4879. Again, that's membership to 480-573-4879. It's your boy Don Kilam. I'm tapped in. I'm tuned in. We on to the next one. I got movies on the way. I got 2 movies on the way. I got an album on the way. 2023, the world is ours. We out here. We're in the entertainment realm. We sitting here, private member association. Where I'm doing the Shark Tank shit. I'm on my Shark Tank shit. 2023. We investing in the right businesses, the right business brands, the right ideas. It's all about the cash flow. You feel me? Already got my own little network together. You feel me? I got my own little Wall Street together. That's what we working on. My family's all about cash flows. Cash flows. You feel me? Everybody's not ready for this private life. Most people start believing the people who's not even living this life. How much land do they have? You feel me? How much land do they have? How are they making the people prosperous? Start asking the people around you. Who they made prosperous? Whose business they create? How many loans they get? How many grants they get? What's the cash flow? You feel me? That's what I'm doing. That's what I do. When it comes to the private life, you know or you don't. You got to put forth study. You're going to have to put forth applied knowledge and work. You're going to have to sit here and be able to get in to one of these private groups, one of these private wealth groups. Because private wealth is quiet. They keep the secrets to themselves. It's not going to be made in the public. You feel me? And that's just what it is. It's not going to be made in the public. These private wealth groups, they're all private. You feel me? But I'm headed to Atlanta now. But at the end of September, Atlanta, I'm gonna have a 2-day seminar, $100. It's gonna be open to 50 people. And come learn some game. Day 1, we're gonna talk about how to get out loans, how to get out of any debt, basically. Mortgages. I'm gonna show you how to get out all of that and liquidate the estate. Day 2, we're gonna show you status correction, trust, grants, how to generate a cash flow. Peace and love. We got DJ Montana in the building. How to generate a cash flow. And even if you got like 5 friends and y'all can move money around, that looks like a private member association. You got 5 members, 5 clients. Do that for 3 months, 90 days. You can go get a loan on that. Just moving money around. It can be the same money. Make it look like it's a business. Then I'm out, man. Click the description box. Stay tuned. Peace and love.
Your bitch out the kitchen cause she staying in heat. Pop like a like a North County freak. She said my search was over, always getting what you seek. Now you see me, now you don't. In the Matrix playing hide and seek.
Diamonds flashing lights like Vegas. Only fuck with baby cause her head gave me greatest. 7 days a week and 7 nights I stay faded. Hit the gang up just to tell them that we made it.
That's right, that's we made it.
Lord have mercy. The Lord is my shepherd. He know what I want.
There's no nobility in poverty. I have been a rich man and I have been a poor man, and I choose rich every fucking time. Because at least as a rich man, when I have to face my problems, I show up in the back of a limo wearing a $2,000 suit and a $40,000 gold fucking watch.
You didn't put in on this, man.
Better get a receipt, my brother.
This that fresh from the ether, I'ma start my cream gleam. They swear I'm illuminated cause I woke up in a G's.
Diamonds flashing lights like Vegas. Only fuck with baby cause her head gave me greatest. 7 days a week and 7 nights I stay faded. Hit the gang up just to tell them that we made it.
That's right, that's we made it. That's right, that's we made it.
Gang up just to tell them that we made it.
That's right, that's we made it. Roll your boat, a mason shooting beams. I'm balling life's a sport, rated X, I'm too extreme. Dreams come true, all I ever did was dream. This that real winky right, go talk some shit.
We're live.
Right, man. We just came from the ill side, though, man. But right now, you see behind me, this is public housing, right? So y'all know, man, this is where I grew up at. It's the first spot I came to in the Missouri side and lived. It's 9 Shiny Trail, like I'll never forget. I mean, I grew up, I remember the phone number, 221-8929. It was 314, then they switched to 573, the area code. I never forget that shit. I tried to tell everybody, man, I was gonna make it. Like I believed in that shit. Like, this is my life. Coming here, I haven't been here since 2017. I mean, I stay focused on my goals, stay focused on my dreams. But like, we made it, man. We made it. It just like, I come back, I see it. I'm like, I don't even miss it. I don't even miss this shit because they're doing the same shit, doing the same thing. You gotta get up. You gotta believe in yourself, get in motion. Believe in yourself, though. You can't make nobody else believe if you don't believe in yourself. Like, as simple as that, man. But it just feels crazy. But it's Shiny Trail. Shiny is like the natives. You gotta understand. They say this is built on Indian burial grounds. Like,
Preach.
shit.
That's
Yeah,
wild.
it's
When you
crazy.
said that, I was like,
Now
huh?
the government owns it. It's HUD. You know what I mean? And that's grant money. I teach you about grants. So I learned about all this. So truthfully, you can create your own housing if you wanted to too. Like anybody can do this and get paid off it. But that stuff we don't think outside the boxes. We rather just take handouts instead of hand-ups. Do the hand-ups and create prosperity. Hey, peace. How you doing? Great. Yeah, I remember how you doing. But just create your prosperities. You feel me? But that's it, man. We can cut it. Peace. Peace and love. It's your boy DonKilam, Choctaw Nation, baby. I'm in Quincy, Illinois. This is my birthplace, Quincy, Illinois. This is where DonKilam was born and bred. This is the first place I started invoking my nationality as well. Like as a free man, when I came in as a free man, got out the feds, Quincy, Illinois. It was the first place I came back here, started invoking my freedoms. And they let me out. I was able to get out. They would try to get me to pay bonds and stuff, but they would eventually let me out. I would never, ever have to stay in jail overnight or anything like that. And that's when I started truly believing was out here in Quincy, Illinois. Shout out to the Midwest. We repping for Illinois. We got the Chi-Town. They call Quincy, they used to call Quincy Little Chicago because the crime rate is famous for Abraham Lincoln. He had a debate with like Stephen Douglas, stuff like that. It's not too major. Population a little over 40,000. Small town shit. But it was the city life to the people in Hannibal, Missouri, home of Mark Twain. You feel me? This is where they come. If they ain't going to St. Louis, they come here to kick it. This is the Mississippi River. This is In the Moore Science Temple of America, when I learned my study, this is considered the Nile River right here. This is considered the Nile River, the Mississippi River. And this is the bridge. So when there used to be slavery in the public, that's the Missouri side. When they get to the Illinois side, they'd be free. So everybody would do their best at nighttime. Like even in Hannibal's on the Illinois border. So they would, Missouri-Illinois border. So at nighttime, as soon as they reached the Illinois side, which is like right in the middle, they was free. You was considered free. And they used to hide out slaves here. There's a lot of history. This is where I'm from, the great state of Illinois. Shout out to Quincy, shout out to the Midwest, shout out to Hannibal. You know, shout out to St. Louis. St. Louis started accepting me too, you know. But at first, you have to be somebody first. They don't fuck with you, they don't accept you. But that's just life, man. I was checking in, Choctaw Nation, baby. Much peace and love. And remember, prosperity is your divine birthright. Peace. Peace and love, world. Peace and love. You're now rocking to the sounds and vibrations of your boy, DonKilam. Also known as Malik Kilam. As always, prosperity is your divine birthright. What we're looking at right now, everybody calls it the Mississippi River, but with my school of thought with the Moors, this is really the Nile River. This is really the Nile River. I came back to pay homage, you know. This is the born and bred here. Just raised the flesh. Quincy, Illinois. That's what y'all call it. Famous for a debate with Lincoln and Stephen Douglas. Abraham Lincoln was here a lot, they say. I don't know, I wasn't there. I just know I was here. Blessing Hospital, look it up. Now I'm back paying homage. This is one of the first places that really did uphold my nationality. One of the first places I stood on my square. They let me go. Same day, matter of hours, they let me go. Didn't pay no bond, nothing. A lot of people don't know that. High speed, the police, all that, and they let me go. They upheld my nationality. No one was hurt. No one was injured. They was in the wrong. They acknowledged it. Made me a true believer. But I knew I had to get out of here. I knew how to get out of here. It's a trap. It's another trap. Like a lot of these small towns, man. Corporations has taken over. Police forces have taken over. Pretty controlled. I like to feel free. You come down here, you can get lost for a second. Stare at the old Nile River. They call it the Mississippi, like I said. And you understand, Illinois, where we're at. I'm rocking Chicago. They call Quincy Little Chicago. They used to because of the crime rate. But I'm rocking Chicago, Chi-Town. That's Mecca. That's Mecca. Good old catfish in here. I don't really eat nothing out the Mississippi though. But I just want y'all to see me here, man. I'm back home. I pay homage all the time. I'm just in and out. I'm a celebrity here. I'm a celebrity in Hannibal, Missouri. I'm a celebrity in these places. So I try to just be in and out, low key. I stick out. I stand out. They know who I am. Everybody knows everybody. But just take a moment of silence. Do some reflection. Be grateful. You always give honors to your mother and father. Quincy, Illinois, man, just checking in. It's your boy DonKilam. Click the description box and learn more. Learn this private life, learn this private game. Learn how you can operate as well as a power piece in commerce. That's what it's all about. Life's a game. You can learn how to become a power piece and level the fuck up. The great state of Illinois. That's what I'm saying. Missouri is right here on the other side. The other side is Missouri. And Hannibal's set up just like this. So when they believed slavery was legal, The slaves on Missouri, when they get to the middle, right where Illinois is, they were free. They would wait till nighttime. They used to just cross the river. There was no bridge. These are stories handed down. Even like the south side of Hannibal, there's a bunch of cubby holes and places where you could hide slaves so they could get free by the river at nighttime. When sunset, nighttime, they would do their best to get across the river so they can be free in Illinois. Illinois was the free state. So I'm on the Illinois side looking over at the Missouri side. And that's it, man. This is the life right here. Point, Illinois. It's your boy DonKilam. Much peace and love.
Looked at it. I'm telling you, I've been doing this for almost 31 years now, so I haven't seen something like that. But what I'm kind of understanding, what I'm reading, is when we run people, whatever, we call a hit. And so let's say if you had a warrant, and it showed me, because you've arrested or whatever, it's just going to give me information, and it said don't arrest, based on what it was. Yeah, it popped up said do not detain. Please look at it. Please look at it.
We live in a real trouble life. We just don't talk about this shit. Diplomatic status. Put the flag, the law of the flag, right on the car. Right on the ship. We got it right on the cargo ship. This is our real life right here. Living on tribal land, you feel me? Peace and love, peace and love. I got it right behind me. We on tribal land, tribal jurisdiction, tribal security. That's how we rock, that's how we rolling. She was like, where'd you get your ID? They're asking me questions to get out these tax exemptions. They hollering at your boy. They don't know about the WA bench, I'm sitting here dropping the knowledge for the tribe, teaching them, if you're on the reserves, how to truly reserve your rights. Teaching them about the truth about Tulsa and Black Wall Street and what really went down. Who is the real Choctaw Nation? You know what I'm saying? That's what you people got to know, man. You look up the Trail of Tears, you know all about this, but you don't know about Black Wall Street. That's our people, man. Trail of Tears, the Cherokees was niggas, man. But a lot of people don't understand that. Let's go, man. Smoke with that good gas on the tribal land. We're in the business district. We teaching them straight laws. Teach them straight game, straight sauce. Got Amazing in the building with me. Amazing was even schooling the tribal security.
Gotta invoke that jurisdiction.
He was rocking with you though.
Yeah, they rocking with us.
Asking me questions about my father. I'm gonna break it down because I know I'm already ready for these questions because I've already been studying and planning. I know who I am. I'm not worried about that. Yeah. That's why they hire your boy to come to the city. Private reservations. Y'all talking about Federal Reserve banks, nigga. We on the reserves.
On the reserve. That's what
we on the reserves. Learn how to. Did it work?
It worked.
Was they rocking with me?
Everywhere we go.
Diplomatic status.
They want one.
They hollering to boy. Where did you get this? Oh my gosh. I'm giving y'all game right now. Y'all can't clone me. I'm the realest, nigga.
For real. Hey, ain't no clones around here. We don't do that shit. Hey, y'all know we getting drone footage as well. This is no fly zone area. They saying I can unlock it, but they won't let me unlock it. So it's all good. We still getting the drone footage, man. Y'all know how we do it out here, and we still gonna see it.
All the airspace. I've been learning a lot about airspace. The airspace is restricted.
Yep.
So they really don't. Even on reservations, they don't own the airspace. Another $1 million worth of game right here.
Right.
Even though we on reservations, they do not own the airspace. Yeah, the reservations don't own the airspace. They're not hip to this. They out here worried about this money they're raking in. They have a lot of leases. See, in Oklahoma, the government doesn't own anything. They have leases with the tribes. They don't own anything that's over here in Oklahoma. They have leases with the tribes. Even the roadways, they have to pay. Now, this is yours. You have to learn how to tap in and get what's due to you. A lot of white folks came in and they reclaimed their status as white Americans and white Indians through the Indian Removal Act. So you got to understand what's going on and understand your rights and understand what happened, the bills that's been lifted. Because if you don't have the knowledge, man, that's on you. Wi-Fi is free. Wi-Fi is free in 2022. Choctaw Nation, baby. Your boy DonKilam. Learn how to get that federal security clearance. When I say security clearance, I mean securities. I'm gonna show you how you can even rock the Form 4029, man. I'm just gonna put it out there. The Form 4029, 4029. Learn how to implement the right religious procedures and the right paperwork with that, and you don't even have to use a fucking photo or a passport to go to Mexico or Canada. You know what I'm saying? You gotta know your rights, your jurisdictions, what's going on, law of the flag, all of that. Learn how to pledge your vehicles and your belongings to the nation. So now it's under the nation's jurisdiction, so you're no longer taxed. Implement your true tax exemption and your true lawful rights. With that, I'm out. Much peace and love. And remember, prosperity is your divine birthright. Peace.
Lord have mercy. The Lord is my shepherd. He know what I want.
No nobility in poverty. I have been a rich man and I have been a poor man, and I choose rich every fucking time. Because at least as a rich man, when I have to face my problems, I show up in the back of a limo wearing a $2,000 suit and a $40,000 gold fucking watch.
You didn't put in on this, man.
Better get a receipt, my brother.
You're liable. All right? Liability. Sole property is liability. Limited liability companies often have multiple owners who share ownership and liability. S corps and C corps are similar to public companies with shareholders. However, these types of companies can remain private and do not need to submit quarterly and annual financial reports. Peace and love, peace and love. You're now rocking to the sounds and vibrations of your boy, DonKilam. Also known as Malik Kilam. As always, prosperity is your divine birthright. We're not licensed attorneys or tax experts. Do this for educational and informational purposes only. So the name of this new project is called Federal Security Clearance. Trustee training, general securities, and stocks. So we're just uncovering the next level. Okay? The next level of what's going on. Reveal, it's like unlifting another veil. Alright? Every day, your intellectual property, also known as your name, is being used to create many securities, such as stocks, mutual funds, options, municipal securities, and variable contracts. This book will lay out exactly what is being done with your name in the public after your notes have been securitized. Notes being loans, car notes, mortgages, and much more, known as asset-backed securities, or ABSs, or mortgage-backed securities, MBSs. Learn to operate as a United States Corp, we the people shareholder, to learn about all the types of securities and products except commodities and futures. Learn how your name is already doing business with investment risks, taxation, equity, and debt instruments, package securities, options, and Social Security Trust Administration retirement plans. The purpose of this book is to establish a level of competency for authorized representatives in dealing within securities industry. Contrary to a public company, a private company doesn't have to provide financial information to investors and shareholders. In addition, due to the often smaller size of private companies, they typically issue fewer shares of stock that can make the shares less liquid and difficult to sell. So that's what we're going over today. So let's break down what is a private company. Yeah, it was. I made sure I was recording. All right. And I appreciate everybody that's on the replay. What is a private company? A private company is a firm held under private ownership. Private companies may issue stock and have shareholders, but the shares do not trade on public exchanges and are not issued during an initial public offering or IPO. As a result, private firms do not need to meet the Securities and Exchange Commission, the SEC, strict filing requirements for public companies. In general, the shares of these businesses are less liquid and their valuations are more difficult to determine. I bring all this stuff up because this is what you need to learn for true redemption. This is what you need to learn to get these securities. Everybody talking about they're going to go to the Treasury, they're going to do this, they're going to cash out, they're going to go. This is how you go liquid. You got to learn this game first. Okay, the government doesn't owe you anything. You got to learn the game because you've been operating as the named trust all along. I'm telling you, it's not always great to go under. When you start receiving assets, you're not going to want to have your name in a trust because that makes you liable. You got to understand when you're the grantor, trustee, and beneficiary, this looks like an alter ego, and they're not going to play no games with you when they're coming for your estate. Understand that. So I'm just leveling up with some people that's following along. I'm bringing this information. There's not a lot of people that's going to bring this information to the public. DonKilam is bringing this information to the public. There's not a lot of people that understand this and that will bring it to the public. This is private information. But I'm bringing you the public information that we can share. A private company is a firm that is privately owned. A private company may issue stock and have shareholders, but the shares do not trade on public exchanges and are not issued through an IPO. The high cost of an IPO was one reason companies choose to stay private. How private companies work. Private companies are sometimes referred to as privately held companies. There are four main types of private companies: sole proprietorship, limited liability corporations, which are LLCs, S corporations or S corps, and C corporations or C corps, all which have different rules for shareholders, members, and taxation. All companies in the U.S. start as privately held companies. Private companies range in size and scope, encompassing the millions of individually owned businesses in the U.S. and dozens of unicorn startups worldwide. Even though U.S. firms such as Cargill and Koch Industries, which is upward of $100 billion in annual revenue, fall under the private company umbrella. 100 billion private companies. Let's look at unicorn, okay? This term unicorn refers to a privately held startup company with a value of over $1 billion. So you're a unicorn if you're private and over $1 billion. It's commonly used in the venture capital industry. The term was first popularized by venture capitalist Alien Lee. Unicorns are very rare and require innovation because of their sheer size. So if you want to learn more about that, this unicorn is over $1 billion. It's a privately held company. Now, remaining a private company, however, can make raising money more difficult, which is why many large private firms eventually choose to go public during the IPO. Which private companies do have access to bank loans and certain types of equity funding, public companies can often sell shares or raise money through bond offerings with more ease. Type of private companies. Now, hear this out. Sole proprietorship. Understand what a sole proprietorship is. You're reliable for the business. A sole proprietorship, also referred to as a sole trader proprietorship, is an unincorporated business that has just one owner who pays personal income tax on profits earned from the business. You're already operating as a sole prop with your name. You're liable. All right? It's liability. Sole prop means liability. Limited liability companies often have multiple owners who share ownership and liability. S corps and C corps are similar to public companies with shareholders. However, these types of companies can remain private and do not need to submit quarterly and annual financial reports. So this is just the public information in private companies, all right? And I want to break that down because what is next? How to sell your private company stock. This is what's going on. This is what you got to understand. This is what's going on in everyday life. A private company is a private held commercial entity While it may issue shares of stock, these shares are not offered to the general public and aren't listed on a public stock exchange. Private company stock includes shares issued by the company to employees or investors. For example, startups often use equity to compensate employees during their early stages when cash flow is limited. Public companies also use equity compensation programs. These programs are designed to motivate employees by tying a portion of their pay to the company's earnings. Contrary to a public company, a private company doesn't have to provide financial information to investors or shareholders. Private company doesn't have to provide financial information to investors or shareholders. In addition, due to the often smaller size of private companies, they often typically issue fewer shares of stock that can make the shares less liquid and difficult to sell. Private company stock is a type of stock offered exclusively by a private company to its employees and investors. How private company stock works. Selling stock in a private company is not as simple as selling stock in a public company. Public company employees and investors can sell company shares through a broker. To sell private company stock because it represents a stake in a company that is not listed on any exchange, the shareholder must find a willing buyer. So this is that private life. In addition, to sell a private stock must be approved by the company that issued the shares. And this is the same thing from the private trust. So this is what you got to start understanding first, okay? And then learn how to sell a private company stock, okay? This is the stuff we go over. I'm letting you know it's common knowledge. All right? Now, the ebook, 330 pages, Trustee Training, General Securities and Stocks, Federal Security Clearance. This is going over federal securities. Switch the screen. We got to go widescreen with it. Federal securities means any direct general obligation of the United States of America, including obligations issued or held in a book entry form on the book of the Department of Treasury of the United States, for which the full faith and credit of the United States of America are pledged. Obligations of any agency, department, or instrumentality of the United States of America. The timely payment of principal and interest on which are directly or indirectly secured or guaranteed by the full faith and credit of the United States of America. This is what your labor is being pledged to as a federal security at the end of the day. So in this book, we're going to go about, the first chapter is about equity securities. Because you're considered equity. You came from the land. You converted to property. Equity. Because equity is such an important capital market security, the fundamentals that you learn in this unit, this chapter right here, the groundwork for your success in future units. It will cover common stock, preferred stock, and related equity securities. The investment world is divided between owners, stock or equity, and lenders, bonds or debt. So go over that again. The investment world is divided between owners, stock or equity, and lenders, bonds or debt. So you're either an owner or a lender. Bonds or debt, you're a lender. Owner, stock or equity. Owning equity in a company is perhaps the most visible and accessible means by which wealth is created. Individual investors become owners of a publicly traded company by buying stock in that company. In so doing, they can participate in the company's growth over time. The simplest term, a security is an investment that represents either an ownership stake or a debt stake in a company. An investor becomes part owner in a company by buying shares of the company's stock. A debt security is usually acquired by buying the company's bonds. A debt investment is a loan to a company in exchange for interest, income, and promise to repay the loan at a future maturity date. It does not confer ownership. So anytime you see these security agreements, in these agreements, you're becoming, we're going to go back up here. You're becoming a lender. Or you're owning part of the stock. That's why you want your return on the investments. So when you understand this, you start breaking this down, because this is what this book is going on. I just broke this down in a few pages already. All right? And then you're just going to get in deep in depth with it, because it's all about the bookkeeping. Understand the balance sheet. Understand what assets and liabilities are. Understand what's going on behind the scenes, what you're investing in, okay? Two ways to express the same equation. Asset equals liabilities plus net worth. Or assets minus liabilities equals net worth, okay? Different types of stocks. We've got common stock. We've got authorized stock. We've got issued stock. We've got outstanding stock. We've got the treasury stock. Then we got the values of the stock, all right? Then there's voting rights of the stock. And then the board of directors. This is what's going on at your schools. This is the breakdown of your share, being a shareholder, being a trustee. You got to understand what's going on, all right? You got to understand the rights, understand what's going on in the public realm, understand what's going on in the private realm, all right? Understand what's going on with yours. This breaks down the CUSIPs, all right? If you understand, some people come in this game, they learn about CUSIPs. That's what they go. This is going to break down how to tap into the CUSIPs as well. It breaks down the whole CUSIP information. It breaks down the dividends. So when you start understanding this, you'll pretty much know what's due to you. Are people out here filling out these 1099 forms and they're not know what's going on? 1099 INT. They're talking about 1099 INTs. Look at the INT. They're talking about interest. When you understand the stock, you can't be a stockholder, hold a stock certificate. Right here, a stock certificate indicates the shares of a corporation a person owns. What is a birth certificate? You got to understand the transfer of securities, all right? In addition, each certificate is printed with the securities CUSIP number. CUSIP numbers, a committee on uniform securities identification procedures. A CUSIP number is a universal security identification number. Each issue of common stock, preferred stock, corporate bond, municipal bonds has its own CUSIP number that helps identify and track the certificate if it's lost or stolen. The CUSIP number is also in trade confirmations and correspond regarding specific securities. Look at the back of your Social Security card. That number in red, that's a CUSIP number. You got CUSIP numbers. The number in red on your birth certificate, CUSIP number. We've got transfer agents. The doctor's a transfer agent. He's transferring labor. He transferred the mother's labor. I'm just showing you, man. We just on page 30 right now. I don't want to show you everything. We're going to break down what a true warrant is, okay? A warrant is a certificate granting its owner the right to purchase securities from the issuer at a specified price, normally higher than the current market value, as of the date of issue of the warrant. Unlike a right, okay? Unlike a right, a warrant is usually a long-term instrument giving the investors the choice of buying shares at a later date at the exercise price. Understand what a warrant is. Breaks down what a warrant is, okay? So you can be fully equipped. Understand what mortgages are, equity in mortgages, mortgage-backed securities. All right? These are investments. Learn what forms are filed in 1066. Debt securities. Corporations, municipalities, and the U.S. government are issuers of debt securities. Each issuer has unique features, but overall they share many characteristics. The U.S. government is a corporation. Listen, corporations, municipalities, and U.S. government are issuers of debt securities. Each issuer has unique features, but overall they may share characteristics. Now we can understand what a bond is. More about bonds and corporate bonds and how they accrue interest and how they mature. Learn what a bond certificate is. You're gonna learn. When you learn this, you can start being more equipped and knowledgeable and run your corporation better, your private business better. All right. So we're only on going on page 50. Shows you how to do the funds, how to get the refunds on the bonds. But you got to read through it. You got to understand what this is. I'm going to have a class on this for my private members. So get in with it. Learn what bonds is, unsecured bonds, guaranteed bonds, income bonds, trust. There's more about trust. So now we're going into trust, the Trust Indenture Act, the trustee, the exemptions, protected covenants, and this is all private business. And if you want to go public, all right? And then learn how to convert those securities into money. Because y'all out here paying stuff, but what was the return on your investment? The ROI. What's the return on your investment? If money's coming out, then somebody got paid off that. All right? I'm talking about with these gurus out here, whatever it is. You got to learn how to get returns on your investment. If it costs money, you should be getting a return. Instead, y'all out here trying to sling this information. You don't know what's going on. Build your business right. If you got a cash flow, you should be building your empire. If you got credits coming in, coming out, you should be building an empire. Issuance of government securities. This is what you want to read, man. So you can break down the true government. This is the bookkeeping of the government. This is the stuff you need to know. They said they got 87,000 so many so-called tax agents coming around. Da da da. You need to read this book so you know what's going on, and you'll know more than them. All right. This is pure banking at its finest. This is if you was to go be a broker, this is the information you want to need. Listen, how to track your debt securities and corporate bonds. There's 10 chapters. Municipal securities. And municipal securities is, you got the MSRB, that's the rules. Municipal securities. You got municipalities. Municipal bonds or securities issued either by a state or local government. This is what your information is getting converted to from the public trust. From notes to securities. This is why every court has a clerk. They're accountants. Doing bookkeeping, the balance sheet. Learn what the GOs are, general obligations. Because when you sign up for this, they're attaching you. You and your labor are one and the same when you're signing up for this. And you become the security. You become obligated for this. So this is why you must learn it. And I'm just giving y'all a quick preview of what's going on. We're not going to go through this. You want to book a one-on-one with your boy, DonKilam, get this book. It's only $97. You can go on Amazon and get the hardback from $97. I made this very affordable because I want you guys to understand what's going on. I'm trying to make it make sense for you. Options. All right? Now we're getting into investing. When you learn how to establish your securities and bonds correctly, you know how to renegotiate those and get those back. Then we can start creating an income for these. Learn that you're the customer. You got private membership, make other entities your private customer. This is all bookkeeping and accounting at its finest. This is stuff they're not going to teach you in school. This is what they don't want you to know. They don't want it to click for you. How to issue your own securities. And there's the regulations in the public. And this is all about securitization. This is the true UCC1. Y'all talk about public filings. UCC1 is just a financing statement. It's not a true security. You're bringing your assets to the public, and now you're being exposed. Learn how to trade your securities. And we're still going. We're still going. There's more. There's more. Investment companies, all right? How to become an investment company, or how to get in contact with investment companies, how to interact with investment companies. And we're still going. Y'all gotta get y'all's company, your company portfolios together. This is what we're here to do. We're here to teach you that. We're here to show you what a hedge fund is. We're here to show you what a mutual fund is. We're here to go over trustee training. This is true trustee training at its finest. How to track funds. All right, more, and then there's more regulations. And that pretty much concludes the book because you got to know the rules. This is the SEC, Securities and Exchange Commission. So the SEC was created by the Securities Exchange Act of 1934. It is the primary regulatory body over the securities industry. SROs acting under authority approved by the SEC regulate the conduct of business. These include the FINRA, the MSRB, the CBOE, and other U.S. exchanges. The type and location of security transactions determine which SRO has jurisdiction. That's what I'm telling you, y'all. Listen to all these gurus. I'm showing you how to get remedy. These are the people you go to. They brought you out the public, use a private company, and they brought you to the public. It's a private company brought you to the public. There's rules to this shit. Learn who to report this to the right people so you can start shutting this down or getting paid correctly. And that's what it's all about. And that's what DonKilam's here to do. So get that book. You'll have options to, once you make a donation and receive this ebook. You have an option of having a one-on-one with me. I'll give you the different the different choices that you can have. You can have a one-on-one with me, phone call, or I can come to your city. 1-day training, 3-day training. We have 3 different options for anybody who purchases this ebook. I have those 3 options for you, just for you, and we'll go over this and show you how to truly liquidate your estate correctly. Federal Security Clearance 2023 Trustee Training. Now, if you want the hardback book, the ebook, it is on Amazon. Same price. I made it affordable. But the ebook's where you want to go so you can get that training with me. All that does come to me. The donation helps me travel and do a lot of different things. But you'll have the option of doing a phone call and me coming to you. And the first 25 people that purchase this ebook, I will schedule a quick 20-minute consultation for free. For the first 25 people who get this ebook, I'll schedule a quick 20-minute consultation for you for free, and we'll get that done sometime in September. But liquidate the estate, learn how to create your company. I'm telling you, these pass-through entities, these LLCs, you need them. Learn about holding companies. You need them. This is how we operate. We use LLCs directly. We do have some C Corps. We don't use them as much because the tax liabilities. We make sure we go around for tax avoidances. All right, we don't tax evade tax avoidances, and what's going to be our best options. And we use holding companies in the charging order protection states. All right, and then on the private side, we do have private trust. We have public trust and we have private trust, because once you get an EIN, it is public trust. It is subject to certain public rules. All right, so you got to make sure you're doing partnerships with private trust, charging order protection holding companies, and then making sure your operating companies are established correctly. With the operating agreements, the charging order agreements, this is what lays down the foundation. People just set them up and they think it's that. You got to have your operating agreements in place, your standard procedures. You got to have an operating manual for the trustees when you're doing trust, unless you're exposing the trust minutes for the trustees. All right? These are the things that you need. It's important to go to trustee training. Get with a circle, a high net worth value circle that's really learning this thing, because private wealth is held privately. This private knowledge is hoarded. And I'm bringing it to the public just for you for a short time being, just breaking it down so I can wake enough people up. Because isn't it better to be rich with your friends? But we're after wealth. There's a difference between wealth and being rich. But it feels much better when you're rich with your friends. But it feels much better when you're leaving down wealth for your future generations to come. Click the description box. This book is $97. Cash App TheDonKilam, TheDonKilam. Again, it's TheDonKilam. Put hashtag FSC, Federal Security Clearance, hashtag FSC in the memo box, and your email address for the quickest response. If you need these directions sent to you, click the description box or text FSC to 480-573-4879. Again, text FSC to 480-573-4879. Much peace and love. And remember, prosperity is your birthright. You got this. Knowledge is power, but applied knowledge is what activates the power. Peace and love.
They fund a new hospital, whatever. They making say they need funding to make they be having stepping stones and a little landscape for a local charity or something. It might be the project, some HUD housing or something. There's always something you can donate towards. Now you do it from your family trust, your family estate, and now your family name is on there. And you put your name as a trustee, your kid's name as a trustee. And now you're part of the government. Now you're part of that secret clique, that private society that you thought was closed off. I'm talking about, it don't take shit to be a fucking one of your on city council. Couple donations. And that's how the shit's rolling now, man. That's how it rocks now. And y'all sitting here thinking stuff is hard and difficult. These people out to get you. No, it's private information. You gotta put forth study. You gotta learn how to be a trustee. Listen, Warren Buffett said his kids ain't getting nothing. Bill Gates said their kids ain't getting nothing because they don't wanna operate the state and the trust how it's supposed to operate by the grantor. They don't know how to be lawful trustees. They're not gonna run it properly. Yes, the Chamber of Commerce. That's where I get, listen, your local Chamber of Commerce, once you get tapped in with them as a local business owner, just put that your name's a business so if they look you up, you're legit, all right? Because even though they don't talk about it, everything you say is being recorded in that motherfucker, all right? So boom, now you turn out to be legit. They're going to give you the grant place. You can go to your capital, Secretary of State, call them up, meet with them. Listen, they are here for the public. You can call them and set up a meeting because they're here for you. That's what they have to do. And that's what a lot of people don't know. And then you can get all the local grant plays. Like, where's the funding coming from local businesses? Where do I qualify for? What type of funding do I qualify for my business? Personal, they got personal grants and business grants. See, people that gave up their power because they don't know they have it. That's what a lot of people don't understand. This is your power. If you call up your mayor, he got to meet with you. Call up your local Senate, senator, congressman, whatever. City council, they all got to meet with you. And boom, tell them to hand you the grant information down. Go hang out at the Chamber of Commerce. Go hang out with them, flick up with them, take a picture. You get pulled over, show the police, hey, this is my cousin or some shit. I know him. You know? I know him too. You dig what I'm saying? I'm trying to just show y'all simple tricks and traps of how I came up in this game. Because everybody be thinking this stuff is secret information. No, it's not secret information. It's made to the public, but your ass ain't going down there. What you think the city hall for? That's for you. That's your building. That's your shit. Local sheriff's office, that's your shit. A lot of people don't know. That's who you got to get in tune with is your sheriff. Because once you learn this paperwork, and I'm gonna put another book out and show y'all how to enforce your liens and how to file them correctly. No, enough's enough. I'm gonna show y'all how to do that. Because once you file this paperwork correctly, they have to enforce it. I'm talking about cars, put a lien on the whip. Now, I'm in Colorado. We live from Denver right now. Now look, here's what I'm telling you. Y'all sitting here doing this shit from your name. Stop that shit. Or from the trust. A trust can't operate in the public. Talking about it's a private trust, but you're trying to sue a nigga in the public with it. The trust contracts. The trust contracts. The trust outsources business always. Who buys my clothes? The trust buys my clothes. But it outsources the money. It sets up a charitable trust. It sets up a charitable business. All right? This is why it's called pass-through. We could get back to the mortgage. All right? We can get back to the mortgage. We're not talking about inmates today. If you need help with that, become a member. You need help with a situation like that, become a member, and we'll gladly help you and assist you with that. Now, With the mortgage collects the investment that you think is a payment. You're really investing. All right? You're becoming an investor. So when you think it's a payment, it's a bill, but it's really investment, this is going through a pass-through entity and it's going through a trust. All right? Same thing with school. They donate to the trust. The trust gives it to the public entity, which is the public school. You follow me? The board members are part of the trust. Now, I make my name an LLC. This is the operating company. I don't want to get too deep with y'all today. The LLC is the operating company. Then you want to have a holding company in one of the 5 charging order protection states. A holding company. And the holding company is the beneficial owner of your operating company, because it's owned not to control everything. Y'all sitting here acting as owners, and owners, anytime there's an ownership, there's a tax liability. Own not to control everything. I manage this business. I'm the authorized rep for this business. I'm a member of this business. I'm a shareholder of this business. I hope that makes sense. Y'all say rather want to be owners. Fuck ownership. So, the operating company, that's the living name. The name that, because anytime you say that name, you're held liable. Your name's already a sole proprietorship. All right? Sole proprietorship makes you liable for all the business debts. If the business gets in trouble, if Walgreens sells crack cocaine, who's going to jail? Who's liable? It's about liability and obligation. You don't want any liability. You don't want any obligation. They can't interfere with private contracts. So we're always contracting. I'm contracting with the operating company. The operating company is owned the beneficial ownership belongs to the holding company. The holding company beneficial ownership belongs to the private trust. All right? And that's the same thing. You can take the 508c1a, that's the private trust, and then the 503 nonprofit. That beneficial ownership belongs to the ministry trust. And then you just contract with LLCs. Everything else is contracting. They can't interfere with contracts. Okay? And this is what you got to understand. And you got to be able to, you got to live it so you can explain it. If you live it, then you can explain it. Go live it first. Go play the different positions first. Go be a manager of an LLC. Go be a member of an LLC. Go be a trustee of an LLC or of a trust. Go be a member of something. You follow me? Go be a shareholder. Learn how to play those roles first. Learn the job duties first. The best way to learn is to do the shit. Y'all sitting here asking questions here and there and da da da. If you ain't hanging around people doing this shit, then you need to go act out these things that you think you're supposed to be doing. That's the best way to learn. If you ain't hurt nobody, you do what you want. It's that simple. And then when you learn these different positions, that's when you go back to the private side and you tap into whatever it is you're trying to tap into. You feel me? Motherfuckers try to get people out of jail. What about you? He got to get himself out. He got himself there. He got to learn this shit. Because now you're taking on more liability, more obligations. Because if you're claiming them as your private member, you're held liable for their actions from here on out. And if you're following certain paperwork, you're falling under a different jurisdiction. So you got to be careful. See, even though there's greater goods on the other side, there's greater rewards and there's greater consequences as well. And that's what people fail to realize. With any great reward, there's going to be more greater consequences. You have to move differently. When you start dealing with international and the higher international courts and the higher courts, because this is what's called higher courts, you got to move differently. You have to move correctly. Because they got different places for you that's not for the public, that you don't know about. Because now you're in the private. You're not going to, if the Amish fuck up, you're not going to see them in your local jail. You're not going to see them in your local prison. If the Jewish people fuck up, you're not going to see them. Listen, I'm going to say this again. Because we already know what happened before. I'm going to say this one more time. If the Jewish people fuck up, you're not going to see them in your local jails. You're not going to see them in your local prisons. Shoe program for all you bitches. That special housing unit. They got something special for you. They got special guns. Do you know how a microwave heats up your food? From sound energy. Microwave. That's how they will heat up your insides, from microwaves. But y'all don't hear me though. And we're not going to touch into that. We're not going to touch into that. I've been bringing this stuff to y'all for a long time. All this credit is yours. It's all credits. Learn how to tap into the credits. Quit focusing on the greenbacks. Focus on the experiences and then learn how to tap into the credits and the interest. All right? It's about the interest. Learn private contracts, then you can learn insurance and insurance policies. These are private contracts outside of the United States government. Let that sink in. That's $1 million worth of mother game right there. I'm telling you how Oprah operates. I'm telling you how Trump operates. I'm talking about the biggest of the biggest of the biggest. Gates, Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett makes it be known. He operates from a holding company. And just above that is the family trust. He'll tell you his workers have to pay more taxes than him. And why is he not in jail? It's not about tax evasion. It's called tax avoidance. But this is the private language that I'm talking about. There's a difference between tax evasion and tax avoidance. And when you're talking about investing terms, when you're talking about the trust, operating from the trust, in the private, we practice trust or tax avoidance. You won't hear nobody say, I don't pay taxes. You'll never once hear somebody say that. Those are words that can get you popped. We have tax exemptions. We have credits. And there's a credit for almost anything out there. If you have a business, you're born in America, you have a foreign entity, you know how to create this make it correctly, there's no reason why you shouldn't have an abundance of credits that's already given to you. Because it's your birthright. I don't think you hear me out. That's the reason why you tap in. That's the reason you become a private member with DonKilam. You tap into the private family. I'm out here nationwide. We out here globally, but everybody over here, I can get you tapped in. I don't care what state you're in. Go to donkilam.com. I'm telling you, I'm pulling up to Dallas next. Dallas, Texas this weekend. Then we're going to be in Detroit. I'm going to be in Atlanta again. If you're in St. Louis, tap in with me. We can set something up. Be donation ready. Detroit, I'm showing up for free for my people. Somebody already paid for it. I'm up there. Be some private knowledge to the people, group setting. But hey, you want to tap in on a private one-on-one, drop a donation. So Dallas, I'm coming to your city. St. Louis, I'll be in the area. Atlanta, I'll be in the area. Chicago, wherever you at, I'll tap in with you. Richmond, DC, I'm in the area. So tap in. Don't say you ain't been one. I told you. Don't be hitting me up saying, hey, did you leave? Listen, I'm letting you know right now, I'm coming to your city. Much peace and love. Man, prosperity is your birthright.
Gang up just to tell them that we made it.
That's right, nigga, we made it. That's right, nigga, we made it.
Gang up just to tell them that we made it.
That's right, know that if I send the
things, but at this point, I try not to think about it because we surely can't stop it.
Yeah, I believe in it though, but you know that's what you get when you believe. You get what you believe.
Yeah. Yeah. And I believe that it doesn't have any control over me.
No doubt.
So,
You can hear me well though? You can hear me well?
I can hear you well.
All right.
Okay, so I'm good. And the first song that I'm going to play is going to be this. This is our first podcast for Infininaire Syndicate and Infininaire Spotlight. So I'm going to do my thing with it in the beginning, and then we're going to do an introduction to you and who you are. You know, you'll know when to come in, and then we're going to be playing your song, your music at the end of this of the show.
That sounds good.
Okay. All right, and then people, and I mean, things have been moving fast, but yeah, we're going to talk. We got about 1 more minute.
I just go with the flow.
Good, we do too.
Okay.
Flow like water.
That's what they say. Consciousness is like water.
Okay, we going live. Here we go.
This is not a code. This is not a game.
My bad. Here you go.
This is not a code. This is not a game.
Peace and love, world. I'm on the podcast right now.
They done let the Moabs in the dough.
Okay.
They done let the Moabs in the dough.
Okay.
They done let the Moabs in the dough.
Let's go.
They done let the Moabs in the dough. Islam is Allah.
Let's go.
Spirit. They done let the Moabs in the dough. They done let the Moabs in the dough. Turbans in the feds, green star, red shirt. We was in every nation before Europeans was on earth. Queen Khalifa ruled in California, and that's law. Anunnaki giants had our faces standing tall. Simulation like the Sims, the sheep ass of the black. But no
Fresh start.
told us that we was
Shout out
never
to Kilam Music Group.
Pilgrimage to Mecca, took a trip up to Chicago. Indian means indigenous, come get this knowledge. All y'all live in hell, Negro colored African. All know, all is well, spread my wings and fly. Slavery is fabricated, they were slaves before us. Slaves derived from Slavics, and that wasn't us, I'm focused. On the hidden history, they hid after we flooded. Free a piece of flesh, if nigga don't think I don't know it. A woman ain't no bitch, cause she's an empress, multipitous. And we got nationality, nigga, come get like us. They done let the Moabs in the dough. They don't let the Moabs
Peace
in
and
the
love
dough.
to all the Moabs.
They don't let the Moabs in the dough.
We live from a
Moabs
podcast.
in the dough. Islam is Allah. Spirit. They don't let the Moabs in the dough. They don't let the Moabs in the dough. King Zakir, Morris American land, Morris American sheep. Morris American eyes, indigenous people you see. Yeah, we draw the 7 we got. Infinite spiritual beings. Alhamdulillah for Allah. See, Allah that got the Najee. Yeah, popping over to Ali. Yeah, who put me in tune? See, 20. Nigga, we don't show them colors. The crowds, we never be black. We got a religionality, nigga. Be on the low when you draw with me. Indigenous pussy, I know who I be. Who got them knowing they non-believers? Blowing on the draw. I be the leader. See, I'm in person of peace. Even you one of the most, we don't perpetuate peace. Holy Quran, Holy Quran, right over left in the street. This be the answer for all of the members. Larry, who can see my lead? Yes. They don't let the Moabs in the dough. They don't let the Moabs in the dough. What's up, man? They don't let the Moabs in the dough. Peace to the guy. They don't let the Moabs in the dough. Yeah. Islam. I'm praising Allah. Allah. Right, you're right. Spirit. They don't let the Moabs in the dough. They don't let the Moabs in the dough. Offer you a couch, shoot a shot. It's your own brother. What you want? Go and get the toys for George Floyd. These cases ain't grown. Got the mindset of little boys. Could it like the mafia. They made your own city, boy. It takes you rather die for a block. You don't even own it. Steady cleaning up the streets. You driving with a dirty on 12 on your case. You could have had a free name. One from your forefathers and dropped your old slave name. I see some things that the programs in the dough.
You got bars.
Real ones gonna pick at the programs in the dough. Jay Brand, they don't let the programs in the dough. Hey, they don't let the programs in the dough.
Peace and love.
Islam.
Peace to the guys.
Spirit. They don't let the programs
Fresco for president.
They don't let the programs in the dough.
Islam. Brother got bars. Brother got bars, man.
Yes. We were introduced to this by our minister Mo Life, who actually brought us on this whole path of private member association, faith-based organization structure, something that we've been searching for over 12 years.
Oh,
and
wow.
look at how the divine works. Ladies and gentlemen, look at how the divine works, right? So last year, and this is the celebration, this is the first one, and look at what's happening. Last year, I ran into Mr. DonKilam, right? And he was talking about like some freedom, and he was on some like real like language that I understood but I didn't understand it completely. I just knew that the way I was seeing him, I was like, what in the hell is he doing? What is he doing? And so it was what I needed to have at that time, because matter of fact, this was also the time that our Minister Mo introduced us to our Minister Partlow. Yes. And so I had the information. We had the information last year, and it's just the things that were happening in the world. We have a son who, we don't even like to say that he has autism. He was diagnosed with that, but we had him back. A lot of different things were happening to kind of like make us pay attention to our rights and to what we needed to do, in this long search. And we've been trusting for a long time. And so just recently, it's now a week and a few days, right? We went ahead and listened to some information that our Minister Mo sent, and our Minister, matter of fact, he invited us to a service by our Minister Partlow. And so we went to that service, and when we heard the information, you know how truth hits you when you're like, this is it, I feel it, I know it, Ache, amen, I mean, it is what it is, that's abracadabra, let's go, let's get it, this is it. That's what happened to us, right? And so then I come upstairs, right from downstairs, just feeding off of all of this mana, all of this Ache, all of this great information, and I go upstairs to my husband, and he's listening to DonKilam. And I'm hearing your voice, and I'm like, what? I know that voice. I'm like, I remember. And then I saw DonKilam. Look, DonKilam is unforgettable just saying that name, okay? So I was like, okay, let me look. And then I started searching, and I saw your pretty little face, and I was like, I can't even know it's the same person from last year. And, this is how Divine speaks to us and says, this is what it is, connect with him. And so we wanted to be able to give our private members here at the layer, at Master Vibration 13 layer, the opportunity to connect and recognize another being that's doing this private work on a level that is just super unique, because you're creating this, DonKilam. This is the lane that you're creating is the lane that you're creating. And I haven't even done the proper introductions yet. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have, we're like live in motion. This is happening as we speak. And so much has been able to be put in place for this to happen. So I chair to the ancestors. I chair to all of the divine guidance that we get every single moment of the day to lead us to the right decisions and making the right choices. So without any further ado, please welcome Mr. TheDonKilam.
I appreciate that. But when I first came in, I did see a lane. Like, this is a lane that I can create. Because all I have to do is talk about my life. Get paid to talk about your life. So I seen how she introduced me. I'm not sure what everybody talks about or even what the platform is. So you can go ahead and jump in anytime, cut me off, do any of that. But I start every introduction, peace and love. You're now rocking to the sounds and vibrations of your boy, DonKilam, also known as Malik Kilam. And as always, remember, prosperity is your divine birthright. I do this for informational, education, and entertainment purposes only. The struggle is truly what awoken me. And that's with anybody, truly. I believe we're all conscious beings. We just don't have clarity. We're not here to accept. Most of us is not ready to accept accountability. When I was presented with and no offense to anybody out here, these are just my opinions and beliefs. And if my opinions and beliefs offend you, I'm gonna go ahead and pray for you, because nobody's opinions and beliefs should truly offend you. If somebody presents a different way of view of life, all right, and we're all entitled to that. But I like the song that they played because I did the final piece of the puzzle that I needed. When it was given to me, I didn't have clarity though. It took some years. But I was like, oh, I know what they're saying. But it was the Moors. Shout out to the Moors. Shout out to Noble Drew Ali. Shout out to Marcus Garvey. Shout out to Malcolm X. Shout out to Elijah Muhammad. Shout out to Louis Farrakhan. All right. These are leaders that help awaken me. All right. My mom always, as you could say, if you look me up, you'll see my complexion. I'm very fair-skinned, light-skinned, whatever you want to call it. But I always knew I wasn't black. So when they're like, you're not black, you're not colored folk, you're not Negro, you're not Ethiopian, I'm like, shit, duh. I know I'm not. So what am I? Oh, they said they lost me. I got to call back. I sure didn't hear nothing. I'm here, though. Because I didn't hear that. Let me call back. My bad. He said, nigga, you white, you good. Though white means purity. Purity means God. And God's supreme ruler of the air. And white people wish they had this nigga hair. But got me fucked up.
We were just talking about Mercury in retrograde, right?
Can you hear me? now?
I can hear you now.
It got silent. I didn't know what was going on.
Oh, man. We're going to blame that one on Mercury in retrograde.
All right.
Yes, indeed.
All right.
So I made it clear to everyone that you guys are to leave your questions. When we open the lines for questioning, that is when you will utilize the number that you received in your email. And only at that time, we're going to make sure that this line remains, clear for Minister Don in high definition. So the last thing that we heard was when you said, when you came into the call, and perhaps you were going to refer to the Moorish, because I didn't even say it.
So what is the subject matter? I'm just going with the flow. That's what we doing.
No, we're getting to know you. But I wanted to share. So this song that I played that you just heard, this was like our second time playing this song, because it was a song that one of our ministers, let us hear, and it just made so much sense to what's going on now and this freedom call that's happening right now. So this call and this subject and what this is about freedom. And you are connected to our proclamation of freedom, because you are working under the same structures, but you have a different, you're you.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, but if you're not you won't recognize it.
Right.
If you're not researching and knowing what the truth is, you're not going to know I'm a truth. You might call me a scam.
Absolutely. But see, and that's why you're in a private membership association where all of the people here, they know that we don't play like that. We don't get down like that.
I know,
you know what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
So you are among over 800 people plus, because we've allowed our members to invite their families to this call. And here at Master Vibration 13 Later, we don't judge based on the way that a person delivers their truth. You know what I'm saying? So, and that happens. And we want to bring that forward because people have an idea, you know, that because I'm a minister, I'm going to start talking a certain way that is outside of myself, outside of me. And what we are learning, what we are knowing is that we are all ministers of what we do. Yes. And when you are Infinionaire, you recognize who you are. You recognize that you are not only an Infinionaire and that you are everything. You are the I am. You are a direct extension of that source. So we see everything for what it is. Because when I look at you, DonKilam, I see me. You understand what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying? The people in this collective of 800 plus people, we understand what's up. And we're not going to judge you by the way that you speak and the way that you share your expression of who you are. Because I know that what you are speaking is the truth. You are standing under the First Amendment of the Constitution, and you have every right to share your truth the way that you do, Minister DonKilam.
That's powerful.
I wanted to know about you. Like, how did you come into this information? What's your background? Like, what happened in your life that brought you to this point?
Right. So I can get that. I'll try to keep everything short because you know I like to talk. But it was really the struggle. But I need you to, like, what most people don't understand is there's always something holding your attention while you can't see the light. Like there's always something you need to switch your focus from whatever is keeping you from getting that gold. So the whole time I'm in and out of prison. All right. Now, if I knew what I knew right now, I would have never been in prison. But I'm going to prison for I damaged a car that was mine. But not understanding, I believe that the higher power talks to us in signs and symbols and events like this. If it don't make you feel good, you need to switch it up. But it's my first kid's mother. Like every time, there's always something going on. Like we beefing, fighting, you know. It's $56 worth of damage to a car, which was mine. I'm paying for all of this. And I get 7 years is what they were trying to give me like 21 years, Class C felony. I'm not understanding why this is happening. This is when my political status was first changed to black. Not knowing at the point in time what's going on. I'm 17. So I'm still a baby. She's pregnant with my kid. I'm fighting this case in and out of jail. Bonded out, go back with her. They're like, you're hanging out with the victim. My mom was there. She wrote a statement. They're like, you're trying to home plan with one of the witnesses. So boom, I couldn't win for losing. My kid's mom pregnant. She come to visit me. Boom, tampering with a witness. What is going on? So I'm in and out of prison my whole life. When I decided to quit messing with her, my life got better. Now, I ended up catching a Fed case when I left her alone. And this was for counterfeit money. All these things are important. But I've always studied the law, so I'm in and out of prison from 17 up all the way up to 24, 7 years, in and out of prison. State prison, Missouri. I catch a federal case, now I'm on my way to the feds and graduated. In between this time, I'm in and out. I'm going to college, I'm trying to make my mama proud, make my family proud, all of that. And then I'm studying law, but I come across the Moors. Like I didn't really have no choice where I was at in feds. You go in cars. And when you look at me, and this wasn't I'm in and out of jail, you're either white or you're black. And the white people was not going to accept you if you look anything like them. If you're not them, you're one of them. That's just how it is. It's racist. So white people would never accept me in jail, and my white family never accepted me out on the streets. The only people that ever been there for me is my melanated, most definitely the women. Not always the brothers, but the women will always take me in. That's just what it's always since a baby. That's why when they say the closest thing to God is a melanated woman, you can't tell me no different because a nigga ain't never did shit for me. But so I'm with the Moors now. I try to find everything which way in the Bible, but I'm looking at the Moors as gang time because they're like, You have to be with us because all these people are snitches. So you're in our car. Your paperwork's good. You'll be good to walk the yard, all of that. Boom. Now, when it came back, they also let me study Wicca, though, because they're like, all roads lead back to us. So you can study, you can hang out with them, too. But I was a Moor on the yard. But they fall under the 5, if you know about gang time. They rock with they rock with the 5s, okay? But shout out to all of them. I learned from growth and development. I learned from community resistance and progression. I learned from all of these great groups that were established to protect our communities. Shout out to King Larry Hoover. Shout out to Jeff Fort. Shout out to Tukey Williams. Shout out to Omar Porte. All right? I do my research. Now, shout out to the Black Panthers for creating WIC, because I wouldn't even study law if it wasn't for Afeni Shakur. But I'm studying this stuff, and I'm like, you're not white, you're not black, you're not Ethiopian? Then what the fuck am I then? Why you ain't telling me what I am? So I just was like, man, I got out. They trying to send me back, but I studied. I was learning counterfeit money. I went for counterfeit money. I learned that only Congress can provide punishment for counterfeit money. I learned that a court is not a real court unless Congress says, hey, that's a court. Here's a delegation order. Take him to jail. These aren't real warrants. You go to jail when you say you're black. You go to jail when you get an ID. You're contracting with this 28 USC 3002 subsection 15A. United States means federal corporation. You're contracting with a corporation. This is why they have court clerks. Clerks handle money. You are the government. The government can't do nothing until you volunteer information. I learned that you was perfect, and then they defined you on a piece of paper. You was just fine, and you got defined. The first thing that brings you in this realm is an ultrasound. That's why it's important to own a record label. This is why record labels control people's souls, and people sell their soul for a record company, and they can just kill their family, okay? It sounds crazy. But I ended up getting myself out the feds when they tried to send me back. I did a psyche eval, but this is when I came across brother Taj Tariq Bey's information on RV Bey Publications. Now I'm like, all this shit is spot on, but there's some things I disagree with. So the first one was natural person. I knew if I used that person word, which means persona, and I would never even know anything about words if it wasn't for Malcolm X saying, read this book called The Loom of Language. Malcolm X didn't go to no court to change his name. Dude was still flying around the world. He died of more. El Malik, you look it up, man. You know, you have to look at El Malik Al Shabazz Bey or something like that. He was born Malcolm Little. People don't even know that. You just know Malcolm X. You study Bob Marley, Peter Tosh. Them niggas was gangsters. You only know their legacy, peace, and love. And when I say NIGGA, that's never ignorant getting goes accomplished. But ain't nobody gonna get shot if they ain't doing nothing. If they don't have an oppressor, that's all I'm gonna say. So he was a freedom fighter. But the law, I started getting treated when I stopped being scared. They ended up letting me go when I proved I wasn't crazy. And the judge was like proud of me. Like, I can't explain. This is a federal judge smiling, like, job well done, homie. You free to go home. Go home to your, he said, go home to your sons, is what he told me.
Wow.
You know what I mean? They wouldn't let me talk to the, so that's when I learned the difference between magistrate judge and then real judges. Once you get past the magistrate judge, because the magistrate judge is the one that has to proclaim you as a dead entity. You come into court, they say all rise because they just gave life to the living, they magic. I let them know out the gate, I'm not from England. I don't speak English. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed. I say, yes, indeed.
Here's why they put me on a psychiatric eval. They were like, what's your name? I told them, you can't spell that in English, baby. But now I do them differently. So, you know, my mom calls me son, my children call me father. You know, you think of Donald Trump, you think of Michael Jordan. Them is businesses, them ain't names, same with you. They call it cap it all, capital. If you was in third grade and you spelled your name in all capitalized letters, that's wrong. You got uppercase then lowercase. If I say I'm black, black is the adjective. My phone is black. So phone is the noun, black is the adjective. So this is why they say you don't know who you are. You down here talking about you got Indian in your blood. You ain't never been to India a day in your life. Is Mexico in North America? So how come they're not American? Because if you go down south and say you're American, they're going, are North American or South American? All these invisible lines are to split us up. I don't care what state you in, it is not square. Those are invisible lines. And this is why they don't want unity, because they don't want you thinking. Conversation is the nation. The nation is whatever the people agree and speak about. Because just like you said, abracadabra, I create what I speak. I've always studied magic. And I've always been in the Wicca. And I've always known that it was our people that they called witches. Natural healers, shamans. I don't care where you go. The last living shaman, his name was, dude that wrote about him was Don Juan Constello. He was in Mexico. They was killing off all the shamans in Mexico. And where I'm at right now in Nevada, Mexico, what'd your ancestors call it? They don't want you creating your own languages. They don't want your, they want you, I want to be a president when I grow up. A president runs a corporation. Our ancestors ran kingdoms. Our ancestors ran nations. Our ancestors ran different planets. You couldn't be a niggas if you couldn't travel to another planet. This is just how it was broken down to me. Niggas used to run Ethiopia. Ethiopia means divided. That's why they switched all the names. And I'm talking about, it's just 100, it's not even that long ago. We was just running shit.
Right.
I'm talking about the 1800s. Like, they ended up getting Hawaii. I went over to Hawaii, hung out with royalty, and I didn't know. They taught me something new. They taught me a whole form of status correction. This is what the queen gave her people. They didn't need no army. They already had peace treaties with the United States. These people made a fake-ass corporation and was able to contract with the United States Army and take over Hawaii and make her surrender. They held the queen hostage in the castle until she signed over the rights to the kingdom. This is all facts. Look into it. So anytime you say you're a citizen, these are just my beliefs. Like I said, I'm not a licensed attorney or tax expert. Anytime you say you're a U.S. citizen, citizen means subject or property. Anytime you say you're black in their system, because if you make your own definitions, what you say goes. If you say black means beautiful, that's what it means. But you got to put it on the record. If not, they're going off Daniel Webster or whoever the fuck you got programmed with. But they follow something called Black's Law Dictionary, and it seems that your people's in tune. So this is a form of black magic. This stuff has been going around for millions of years. So I just want y'all to know, a honky could never come up with this shit. It was a nigga. Tovin Bay. You know what I'm saying? Tovin Bay. We still listen to Beethoven, Tovin Bay. That's the nigga. White people can't, they don't have enough melanin. Melanin is brain cells. If your skin is dark or darker, or I don't care if you're a red bone, baby. You are a guardian of this galaxy. That's your job. That's how we knew you was an angel. Because of your complexion. I mean, that's just how it's given to me. Because it should be common sense right now. We're in an organic age. Organic. Everything's organic right now. So the darker you are, the more sunlight you have in you. You go outside, you get darker. If the sun don't like you, you're not organic. The sun burnt you, you're not organic. There's some shit in you that's not organic because the sun makes you grow. The real light makes you grow. The real light programs that tree to grow. It programs your food, the real food to grow. The same way with the moon. The moon is a light source and how it's given to me. And there's no book I learned this from. I just go outside and ask questions. And I don't have to ask Google. I go ask God. I go ask a tree. Y'all read off books. What they print on? They print don't paper come from trees? I'm just gonna go talk to the tree. I'm on my Buddha shit.
That's what's up. That's what it is. You know, I wanted to address the point, going back to the Moors, because that was our experience as well. that's how we started, you know, in the journey. We were living in San Bernardino at the time. Oh, wow. And we had to defend our property, what we thought was our father's property, you know. And so we were looking for ways to defend that because when our father got ill, he was a six-figure nigga, right? But they were saying the association. So as soon as the government or the city took hold of that information because the retirement homes, they work in unit. I mean, they're all part of the same club. So when somebody has a situation like my husband's father, then they alert the people, and they know that regular people don't have the, you know, they don't have the information. They don't have the knowledge, right? And so after we were there for a while taking care of everything for him, you know, we had to leave everything that we were doing to care for him. What they did when they found out what the situation was, they froze the assets, everything. Like, everything was frozen. And then they were telling us that we had to leave the home. And so that's when we started searching. And the first place that we were guided to go was the morgue. And so that was really, it was powerful study. And it was powerful lessons. And there was, just like you, I studied the information that was offered with Trustee and at Everyday Publications. And there were some things that I found that were like, okay, so if I use, like what you said, persona, then I'm now putting myself, just because of this word, into the jurisdiction of their government system.
Yeah, so I stay away from natural person. I like the word living soul. But just to get away from all of that, that's why you make that name a business, a LLC, and you just say you work or represent the name.
Mm-hmm. And so I know that now.
Right.
And I reached out to the Canaan Moors. I have Moorish family all over the world.
Oh, shout out to the Canaan Moors. They in Canada, right?
Yeah, they're in Canada.
Yes.
And so I just wanted to say that because I recognize who I am, I feel that everyone, the so-called dirty Moors, the Moors, everyone is the Moor, like they said in that song. And I do not know personally these King Darius, King Kier, J. Brandon Bay. This is a private organization, so I took the liberty to share this with everyone in my community because I felt like that, but I did not get their verbal permission. That's on YouTube, so it's public, so I should be able to share it with my private community. But I'm saying all of that to say that people think that when we have an association with somebody, that means that we're doing what they're doing, or that, you know, it's like, I love all the Moors and know that we are a sick society who have been programmed and have been infiltrated with lies, and our people have taken the truth and they used it to hustle. They used it to try to make money. And so in this time, in this era of 2022, that is being separated. So you know who it is. You know what it is just by the feel of it. And the feeling is always going to tell you what it is. And so, you know, the biggest thing for me has always been in my entire life, judge, least not be judged. You understand what I'm saying? Like, it's like, I cannot judge you based on something that somebody else may tell me about you. I cannot do that. It is against my law and what I believe in to do that. I have to have my own experience with you because I know that in connecting with you, I am connecting with all of you, your darkness and your light. And I'm not afraid of the darkness. I'm not afraid of nobody's darkness.
I'm not afraid. I learned to accept my darkness, especially when you know there's there's other people doing stuff worse than you, and it's just my thought is you harm none, you can do what you want. If you ain't hurting people, you can do what you want. You ain't damaging property, just like the law. You can do what you want. So if I don't hurt you, I don't damage your property, there's not a real crime committed. Now you gotta have the yin and the yang. The reason why I listen, I love who I am, but I had to learn quit being soft, especially with our people. And I'm gonna say that again, with our people, you can't be soft. If I put a suit on, though, they get soft, though, because of my complexion. That's a damn shame. But you can't have the light without the dark. I learned how to embrace it. Now, you got the good wolf, you got the bad wolf. They always fighting. You got to feed whoever you feed the most. Mm-hmm. But I'm comfortable with my shadows now. but I like being able to express certain parts of myself in the public. I love it because I can't shine without shade. Yeah, but a man, I'm just gonna be honest with you though. When a man comes to me begging, especially if he got offspring, I don't like that. You know, that's a big. A man that's begging, especially if he has offspring, because that kid is gonna follow his example. Like we don't teach our nation to beg. We teach our nation to create and manifest. You follow me?
That's the truth.
Another pet peeve of mine is allowing someone who don't look like you to tell your history or your side of the story. Listen, they're not. It's embedded in their DNA for them to not allow you to become better than them. You know, I'm not gonna say you because they know who you are, but the man, the so-called black man, the whole system is set up to destroy him. So to me, that's Jesus. He is us, justice, because J was the last letter added to the English alphabet. Now, I do believe in the Messiah. I believe in a lot of different stuff, but we ain't gonna go there today. But I believe it has to be the woman. The woman is here to create solutions to humanity's problems. That man's going to believe whatever his mother tells him.
Okay. Yeah. That is the truth. As Minister Partlow would say, what is it that he always says? That recognize that truth. I did. And thank you so much for sharing that, Don, because, see, that's the truth. And it is the truth, and those that get it and feel it will know it, and those that don't, it's just not their time. And it's all good. It's okay. It is okay. It is okay for everyone to live the way that we are meant to live. What is happening now is that people are being called to their independence, to their own freedom. Yes. And one of the things that was shown to me was, this is how it was shown. First they showed me Harriet Tubman. And then they tell me Harriet Tubman was supposed to free people, but she ended up putting them under another corporation. And maybe she knew it, maybe she didn't know it. But I believe that Al Sharpton's and Jesse Jackson's existed in all areas of life. It's an energy, it's a vibration. So I'm not going to, I don't trust the government system at all, not at all whatsoever, not a lick at all.
See, I do trust it. I do trust it. I trust it's going to do what it's going to do because there's no religious book, there's no history book that says they gave a fuck about you or your savior. They killed your Messiah, all of that. Humpty Dumpty sat on the wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. All the king's horses, all the king's men couldn't put Humpty Dumpty back together again. That's the black community they talking about. But the government is you. Government means to control men is of the mind. So you are the government, but you just filling out the wrong forms and volunteering the wrong information.
Yes. And I do want to say thank you to Tashriq Bey. Thank you to Arvi Bey. Thank you to Raz Mariah. Thank you to Taino and Toriano. Thank you to all of the people that have been part of our journey. And, you know, what we've been feeling is that this 508, this TMA is freedom. It is freedom for all of us, not just you and me. You know, and we wanted to bring into this platform examples of other people that are following the same truthful structure in their way, the way they express it. And so I wanted people to get to know you because, DonKilam, regardless of what has gone on ever in all of your lives, that's not going to keep me from loving you. So
I know that's right. Yeah, when I learned to love myself, but you got to understand, once you become one with the light, you're going to attract pests. You know, so that's why I'm like, why is it so harder on the black community? Oh, duh. This the tribes they talking about. You know, that's how I looked at it. Because there's one tribe in history that got the nappy hair and the big lips and stuff. And why we can't talk about it? Why we in school and they don't want to teach us that we were pharaohs? Because look, excuse my language, I can be me. I got permission to be me.
Absolutely. 100%.
Listen, because you know, Tupac said the blacker the berry, the sweeter juice. When you hit that $1 million pussy, that's when the Pharaoh rose. That's why I said that's when the Pharaoh rose. So you gotta understand, it's always gonna be a woman. So you need to know that, man. It's a woman that's creating solution to humanity's problems because they create the problem and they want you to come to them for the solution. You going to the doctor, they're paid to fucking make sure they find something wrong with you or how that doctor gonna make money. It's called private practice for a reason.
Yeah.
Pharmaceuticals, maker of poisons. It's all now. See, Dr. Sebi had been working with celebrities, so a lot of people knew this stuff was just supposed to be hidden.
Yes. Yes. Can I tell you? I have to say I changed to Tupac Shakur because he is somebody that I did know personally. And,
oh wow.
And I was signed to Priority Records.
Oh wow.
In what year was it?
Oh wow.
I think it was 86 because I was 16 years old.
Wow.
And when I signed to Priority Records, that's when I started getting my lessons in that world. That they took my sisters and I wrote 100% of our album in Spanish and in English, and they took 100% of our publishing because the managers that we had told us that that's just what you do, that's what you're supposed to do. So we waived all our rights. It didn't matter that I was a minor because my mother was the one who signed the contract for me, so all my rights were given away. But we were on Priority Records, which is a rap label, and we were a pop group. Well, we were an R&B group, but they tried to make us pop, which is why it didn't work out.
You understand a lot of what I'm saying. So Don stands for Decide No Now, because Now Creates Tomorrow, or Dreams Obey Narrators. I wrote the script. Now, 10 years ago, because I'm not going to sit here and act like I don't even have a full album out. And it's dropping in September on my birthday, September 16th in St. Louis, September 17th in Atlanta. And shout out to I'ma Killer Music Group, Fresco Crane. He wrote songs for Mariah Carey. He was signed to So Def, a lot of great things. Management's BMF, J-Bo. And so that's deep. That's powerful. But I had people offering me deals. You know what I mean? 10 years ago, I would have took it. You know what I mean? But I don't know how your deal was set up, but that's how I started studying and understanding contract law, because in and out of jail, I always wanted to do music. But when I seen that, Muslims opened doors for me. And just let's start there. Muslims and then so-called people who say they're hoes. I pay hoes for information. Who you know? You know what I'm saying? Get me in the door. But I'm getting in these doors, Studio 13, Universal Records. I'm getting in doors. I'm talking about Roddy Ricch, I Am 30 Rock. I'm watching them make famous people shit. But that's when I learned the people that weren't gangsters and they start talking about getting shot at and shooting people, that started happening to them in real life. In the beginning was the word was God, and the word was with God. So they acting like they're a gangster. Now they gangsters for real. I even had a motherfucker die. Like, so that really blew my mind. Now I'm been DonKilam since day one on my stuff. Only thing that's changed is my mouth. I got a little smarter because hey, don't waste my time. I ain't got time. I done blew up. Like I can't just keep talking to anybody. I heard you say about people if you get paid off truth, I salute it, but just make sure you being truthful. Like, don't, because if you out here trying to slang truth and you doing some shady shit, it's going to come out.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it's going to come out. Hey, so just be comfortable with who you are, boy. That's all I'm going to say. But I don't want to do this no more. Just know that. I don't. But if everybody had your energy, you had, like, your group, because I don't know. I just thought it was my job to help the hood because literally this is where I learned everything. I learned everything. I didn't know that I would never believe a black man is king if I didn't live in the hood. This man makes money no matter what. What the fuck? I'm talking about 13-year-old cutting grass. Boy made $2,000 cutting grass. I'm like, wow. Same 13-year-old led me to some Jamaicans that was teaching me sovereignty. Like, man, we don't register our cars. Just a lot of different things, man. So I learned from the struggle. They can get through anything. So when COVID hit, and I'm like, man, rich people ain't gonna know how to act right now if they ain't getting and that's when our people came up too.
Yeah.
They just didn't invest the money correctly.
Yeah. And this is what I was going to say. Everything is right on time, DonKilam, because there's a lot of people that need this information, that need this freedom, and they need to understand that it's been, like Wizard of Oz. They've had it all along. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, it's already there.
Right. And here's another thing that's really important. See, that whole structure of people following groups, although we have, I'm calling this is a private member association. Some people may call it a group. But It is about being able to be your own group and create your own group by what you believe and who you are. So you could be a Moor and you can create your own laws in what that is, and no government has the right to tell you that you can't do that. And if you're standing in your truth, let your truth be an example of who you are.
That's facts. That's facts. And that's really how I learned how to live off the business first. I'm already knowing, cause soon as I started learning this, and cause they make a mockery out of truth. And I'll be like, the Muslims used to say on the old movies, that's my slave name, my brother. You know how they make a mockery out of that?
Yeah.
I said, I'd be damned if they weren't telling the truth. What the fuck?
Do you know who they used to do that?
What was that?
Do you know who they used to do that in the industry?
They usually.
I don't even want to waste your time so that you can hear what's in my mind. The Wayans family, living.
No doubt, that's why they got that. That's what they got paid. But at least they still putting the truth out a lot. So when I really started waking up, so what popped out at me at first was, of course, consciousness in any type of music, because that's what it is. Hip hop is higher, infinite power, healing our people. We've always used music to unlock our souls and spirits, even when we did have. Even when there was slavery, I just want you to know, ain't no white motherfucker really use our people for slavery. It was us using us. Shit. But they was using songs and used to free us in the native tongue. Motherfuckers came through. Usually when they take over a nation, they strip you away from your native tongue. So first we strip away your language, because that would strip away your consciousness with your higher power. If you was born Japanese, you said you speak Spanish, right?
Sí, yo hablo español.
So there's Spanish. I got a homie from El Salvador right now who speaks Spanish for me. But I asked him, I said, can you invoke the same feelings back home in English as you would in Spanish? He's like, no, brother. Because I asked Japanese people that. They're like, I don't like to think in English because it can't invoke certain feelings back home. And so the first thing they do is strip you away from your language. You don't even speak English no more because it's not thou shalt not. What their language does... go ahead.
I was just going to say my voice is stronger in my native tongue. And when I do my prayers, I say them in Spanish because I recognize what it is and I recognize the power of that. And we teach the people here in our nation that their culture, their community, who they are is the most important thing because that's their first connection to the ancestral realm, and they can connect with information that's going to help them in the physical world through that connection that comes from the root of who you are.
You're very rare. But yeah, it's just like the first form of media is the word. The beginning was the word. Like that's really what made me so powerful. When I had 300 subscribers and I was still making great money, and it was due to referrals. And I started off just doing it for a little bit of nothing, but it's the experience, it's the people, and you get more confidence with filling out your spells. Spelling is just spell casting. Same way, if the Japanese person's over here, they give him a bill for $100,000 and it's written in English and all he knows is Japanese, that bill is not going to take his energy like it would us.
Right.
And like I said, the language changes over time to distort the frequency, but the first thing they do is make sure your language punishes the truth. Because when you begin to lie, you get multiple personality disorders. You start acting out a character. This is where people start going crazy. So the kid spills the milk, boom. The parent comes in, did you spill the milk? And the kid says yes, and the kid gets in trouble. The next time the kid spills the milk and they ask, the kid going to try to clean it up, lie, do whatever. You follow me?
Yeah.
And that's the same way with and then if you didn't, so once they get you on the language, then they feed you a religion. And it's going to always make you inferior. It's never going to truly empower you. It's going to make you keep coming to them. And then go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're fine.
You talked about children, and I want you to talk on how important it is for people to have private education associations when this government tries to come and tell you that you can't homeschool your kid unless you have a shot or a bat.
Yeah, so it is. So if you didn't take the language, then they behead your leader. So just remember that. You come up with a language, maybe you should just keep it in between you and your circle. Now, I'm going through certain things like this right now because one of my offsprings, their mother is a teacher, so she believes in the system. And I've helped school teachers, all of that. But most of them, I try to help them get an income. They can come out that life. But sometimes we need a mentor to tell them the truth too. Somebody that is in the system. But the first thing I would do, you got to understand, a parent is a pair who rents. They'll never call you the mother or father. Political status and labels are important. Mr. is a slave title. Mrs. is a slave title. Remember, kings, queens, empresses, emperors, things like that. Those are people who own kingdoms. A corporation can never own land, just property. They convert you to property. That's what they do. That's what the system's based upon. But there's always cheat codes because you're the one who created this shit. Now, parent is a pair who rents. I would at least, bare minimum, make my name an LLC. You can do an S Corp, that's fine. You can do a C Corp, whatever makes sense to you in the business world. But LLC seems to be the easiest for me to explain. And it's limited liability company. This is just a form of a public trust that will be recognized inside the so-called state that you live in. Because any of these entities don't have licenses or LLCs with the state. If you sign up for a benefit such as food stamps, Medicaid, you're pledging your children. You're pledging yourself. You're pledging your children as property. Now, once you got your name, first, middle, last name, make it a business. Like I said, I would do LLC. Anytime they ask, are you Jane Doe? I represent Jane Doe. And if they ask me, I'm gonna say that bitch owe me some money. I'm looking for her too. Where's she at? You know what I mean? Because I am who I say I am. You're not the same flesh you was when you was born. So you can't say you're the same name. You change over time. Every 7 years, you got different cells on your whole body.
That's right.
You got to quit getting attached and thinking we're this name because this is where the voodoo is coming. If me and you are playing with dolls, and I say this doll goes to jail and his name is Ken, and Ken really goes to jail, that's like voodoo. So when you get a piece of paper with some ink and curved lines, dots on it, and you make a man or a woman believe that they're supposed to go to jail and they're black or whatever it is, that is voodoo. That's a form of voodoo.
Yes, it is.
But people don't look at it like that.
They don't. And it has all been a program that has been perpetuated by the media since forever, since way before we were here in this physical space. You know what I'm saying? Our physical person's flesh suit here now. So this has been going on way long. One of the things that we teach our organization of people is that your birth certificate is a bond, and that bond, if you authenticate it, and you do the proper procedure to authenticate it, and then you say, okay, y'all agreeing, right, that this bond is real, this is the real deal, this is, y'all stamped it with your shit and everything, right? All right, so we agree. And then we take that bond and we contribute that bond to our faith-based organization. And so now that bond is a safe document and it belongs to the church. And there is nothing that they could do about it, nothing they could say about it. They can't keep selling that number in the stock market like they do. But if they do, they need to run me my money.
No doubt. Or then once you got it in the private, then your church can create your own. It's called a certificate of nativity. You just put that in your family Bible. That's why I understand that trust estate planning, because if you have your estate planned correctly, it bypasses probate, which means court. That's why they call it probation. Ation means action. You're bringing probate to action. And you become the property, the surety. Now, I don't even bring the birth certificate in. If they ask them to look for a defendant or something, that's when I give them the birth certificate. This is what you're looking for, because it's a contract. Mm-hmm. When you buy a house, you ain't buy no house, you buy a fucking contract called a mortgage.
Very good information. And let me just let our listeners know that You can find this information at DonKilam.com, and Don Kilam has University of Don Kilam. So the information that he has learned, he is offering it to others as well. And this is what makes him a minister. See, he's been a minister before he was ever ordained, if he's even ordained, and I'm not, asking him his private information, but what I'm saying is that everyone has a right to that.
Yes. And most of the stuff is just free. It's just all about learning and becoming whatever it is you're seeking. Just allowing it to come to you like water. There's a reason why you seek it. Imagination is imagination. But let's get back to the children part. So children mean property of a corporation. So if you don't make your kids a business as well, the easiest way would be, it's called a doing business as name or a fictitious name. And this would be owned by the LLC name, the parent corporation, or the parents. So, and then when you start getting into holding companies, then you don't have to report to the IRS. You can remain anonymous and all that in the charging order states, but that's a whole nother election. But making sure that your name's a business and your child's name's a business, because they get you to come through publications. And if you own the name, they can't publicize your name without your permission. You can sue them. Make your name copywritten. There's a reason why you don't know your old names, because all these names over here, they like to claim them. Excuse me. So like
Go ahead.
Did you grow up knowing who Moses was?
Did I grow up knowing who Moses was?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm Puerto Rican.
What's his last name?
Moses. I don't know if that is Moses.
Yeah, I'm talking about Moses in the Bible.
Moses in the Bible? I don't know.
What doctorate and degree did he have? Because he went to the best school. He grew up in Egypt.
I don't have any of that information.
All right. Who does? So this is why it's important. We can't get caught up on stuff like that.
Right. Right.
You follow me? That's all. Now, I want to bring something up. Because our ancestors spoke to metaphors and parables. I say Jesus means he is us. Jesus means justice. Jesus is the sun. What wakes you up every day. Now, the reason why it was given to me, the reason why they hid Jesus in Egypt is because white folks was looking for him. That's enough said. He had to blend in with his people. You follow me?
I follow you.
I'm just trying to show y'all, people don't understand who the lost sheep is. They got to look in the mirror and start waking up. This is their land already. You just got to claim it. Now, did you get them to back up off what they was trying to do with your family stuff?
Oh, no. That was in the beginning of our whole situation. We lost everything.
Wow.
We were in there walking into their jurisdiction, telling them that we're not in their jurisdiction, but everything that we were submitting was putting us back in their jurisdiction. So they weren't really listening to us.
Did you learn about land trusts after that and patents?
Yes, definitely.
All right, because that's important. And then you can even claim your own nation through using the internet. I've set up businesses saying my address is an email address. I noticed that Facebook from the beginning was their own nation. I didn't understand it with MySpace, but I understood it more with Facebook, And then everybody should know now, when they create the Metroverse, the World Wide Web is its own jurisdiction. Everything that
that's important. Sorry, go ahead.
I don't know, just like where California, that is a made up jurisdiction. That only reason why we believe that is because, first of all, that's what they programmed us with, but it's written in a book somewhere. Our ancestors called it something different. So when I learned that, that's why I became an author. I'm giving y'all $1 million with the game right now. So I created the Kingdom of Kilam. And if they're searching for it, it's in one of Don Kilam's books. As simple as that. And that's how I can prove it. Because that's how they prove the United States exists. It's right here in the book. It's in your Google Maps. Look at Google Maps. Look at Oklahoma. They ain't Oklahoma. They gave all that back to the natives.
Wow.
Google Map it. Choctaw got their section back. Cherokees, all of that. Arizona.
And that's what they're...
And that's why what?
That's what they're afraid of. That's what the government is afraid of, is the rise of our people, because it's happening regardless of what it looks like or what the illusion is saying. We know what's up. We know what's happening.
They want you to think they're all light-skinned, so you can call them Indians from India.
Mm-hmm.
The real Indians are not. Real Indians are from India. The aboriginals, I like to say the originals, because if I said you're abnormal, that means you're not normal. AB means no in their jurisdiction. So you are the original. And my shirt is black right now. The originals were some dark motherfuckers. They weren't just all light-skinned Indians. All this stuff was reconstructed. Some of my ancestors that they don't want you to know are still alive. They just be hiding them underground.
Yeah.
You can live up to 1,000 years. That's why they coming for your melanin.
Mm-hmm.
Easy, but it's the stuff we eat, the stuff we believe. They just closing down hemispheres of our mind.
I've told this story before, son, and I'm going to say it and tell it again because you're here. But we work, and we are a private company, so I'm comfortable in sharing that we worked with someone. The work that we do is Oregon scalar technology work, right? So we worked with this gentleman. He's a doctor, and he worked for the FBI, what is it? Area 51, Black Ops, that's what it was. And so he was making Oregon, right? And he had his version of Oregon. And once he connected to ours, he connected to us, and he said that he needed to have our work. And I was like, well, you already do this work. He was the white man, by the way, an Anglo man. And I said, you already do this work, doctor, so why do you need it from us? He said, because I don't have what you have. He said that melanin is necessary for this work. It makes it more powerful.
A computer can't even work without melanin.
Yeah. So I just wanted to add that for confirmation to what you're sharing.
Like, I'm a computer programmer. I'm a computer tech. Listen, I've done a lot of stuff. I even went to nursing school, man. Paralegal studies. I've done a lot. But as far as being a computer programmer, computer tech, computer networking, a computer cannot operate without melanin. They need melanin to create computer chips. And
they need melanin to make that metaverse work, too.
Hell yeah. You got to think about it. Listen, check me out. I'm going to break down how melanin was given to me in the hip-hop community. You need 6.5 ounces. It might be 7.5. Could be wrong. It's one of those. You can't get to the ethers. What is the ethers? This is the creative realm, the thought realm. This is why hip-hop influences the world. They changed it to rap, the frequency. They blame it on Britney Spears, though. I don't know who it was, though. But you bring it down, and when you bring it down, they can't make sense of it. They had to create something called art. It's art to them, okay? And then they can sell it. You know what I mean? The whole game is to strip you from who you are and sell your culture. Sell your God essence.
Mm-hmm.
Extort
Absolutely.
your soul. Because if they got your labor, that's all a slave is. They want your labor. They need your attention. They need your focus. Everything been free, and now people's knowing, so they give you free Wi-Fi so they can keep you in tune with what's going on with them.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you see,
I know.
All right, go ahead.
I know that I was interrupting you, so I just wanted to make sure that we got the whole gist of what you were speaking on in terms of the children and the court system. I believe we did, but just in case I might.
Oh yeah, hit me with some questions if you need to. But because it's a little process, but the reason why I help a lot of people with child support, okay? Now, this is my opinion and belief. Now, I believe the only child support there is, the mother has to figure out how to keep them together. Because a man comes from a woman, he only going to listen to a woman. And we should never bring any outside source into our private affairs.
Never.
And that's just another form of dividing our family. That's why they call them divisional courts. They complete the circuits. Now, what they use to give you food stamps and Medicaid and all that comes from a grant called TANF, TANF. So if you're receiving grant money from the government, why the fuck would you make him pay it back? He can't even get a job and go get a house now. Trust me, that was me. I learned how to be an independent contractor early. I'm not paying no child support. You know, I used to sell weed, so I need my money. You know what I mean? I got to go re-up. I done got a front. My man ain't going, he is not going to understand me trying to show him a check stub talking about, hey man, child support finally hit me. That man going to come search me out. No, man, so I had to figure it out. So, and when I started digging deeper, because my first battle with child support, I didn't get what I wanted. They didn't take me off, but they did make it $1 a month. So that's a win to me.
Yeah.
You know?
No, that was good. It's interesting because I have a suggestion for women who have, because here's what happens too. A lot of women do get trapped into that situation and they feel so desperate and mad and angry because we all know that first we got to work on the person, the individual, the mind, the chakra system, the self, right? But for those women that are in a situation where that has happened and maybe they got back together and, you know, now they're mad because now the county got them already. And even if you're not with that person, you can always take, if child support is giving you money through the, you know, you're getting a check and you're getting government assistance. First of all, I don't think that you could get both, but you just give that money back to, you know, to the other parent. You know, but that also has to, you have to have a solid relationship with one another and know that at the end of the day, it's not, you can't let the system put you against your people.
These are spells. So you got to know, man, this is, if you're allowing them to print your essence in these publications, this is taking part of your soul, man. But like, just on my opinion, like, first of all, you shouldn't be trying to create the future, because when you're creating human life, you're altering the future now. So, when you get with somebody, y'all should have goals. How long you been married?
32 years.
I mean, y'all must have common goals. Y'all must continue to progress, because that's rare too these days.
Let me just say that our marriage is, we never went to the government. Our marriage is in trust, and it's right. Common law, and we have our own private contracts about our marriage. There's nobody. And that's part of the reason why we have survived 32 years, because people get into these contracts that are actual spells to keep you in their bondage, and it creates drama and trouble in the relationships. We'll talk about that another time, but I digress. Go ahead, Don.
I said, no doubt, that's a beautiful thing too. But like, if me and my wife we're doing something in the private, we don't need nobody else to tell us, hey, this is what it is, because they're creating, that's another bond. Speaking of bonds, a marriage license is a bond. You know, a license is they're getting insurance on it. I mean, it's just that simple. You know, we used to get married in the church. Now the church is selling you to the state. A husband is a husband. When they say you're a husband, the way they put it is that he's a farmer, and then you're his gardening tool. That's where they're getting that whole stuff from. You know?
So please educate me or teach me on this. So you said husband, because I call my husband.
Yeah, you would be my consort. You would be his consort. Some people would say. Now me, I would just call you empress, and that's the emperor. Now if I was around him, I wouldn't even look at you. It sounds crazy though. I respect my people that real this. But
yeah, and that's respect, and it's important because people need to know that, because they think that just because the name that I carry on is Sex Energy Goddess 13. That's what SEG 13 stands for. So through my life and through my ministry, I have dealt with a lot of that energy and it has to be that way, because I healed myself from sexual trauma. I healed myself from all of those things with the help of Allah, Most High.
Where's that podcast at? I got a lot of people that need to hear that one.
Oh, I used to look. My husband and I used to minister because my husband is a professional. Well, he's a professional. He's just not a licensed pugilist, the boxer. And so we had a broadcast. I was in the broadcasting industry as well. So when I left that world, we created our own thing. And through that broadcast, one of the things that was really important to me was helping women. I help women.
Me too.
And so one of the things that we would do is when we discovered video media before, there was a company called Hello World. And so we were with that company. So before there was video and everybody could see themselves, we were using a company called Hello World, and we were schooling strippers to not be at the strip club and be able to create your own situation. This is before Pornhub. This is before all that situation happened. We were empowering women to be their own pimps. You know what I'm saying?
Man, it's like they won't listen. Hey, there's very few that's ready though. But I was trying to teach them just, hey, your name's a business. Quit going to jail, ho. You know?
Yeah. If we don't have the mind, that's what we discovered during the process, is that everybody didn't have our vision, and those women were captivated by their pimps or by their, for
there's no such thing. You either a pimp or a trick. You're either a producer or a consumer. You're an alpha or a beta. And I really teach stuff like this. I've even had pimps come to me and try to pay me to shut me up, because I'm getting to some women. But at the end of the day, a lot of people don't know the oldest professions, because you spiritual, is taxes, tax people, and then prostitutes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you can't be giving up your soul like that. If not, because you're a healer. They're a form of a healer.
That's right.
All right, so they need to learn Reiki. They need to learn something. And if they can't learn anything, I'm going to show you how to get his soul. You get his power if he ain't using it. If he's sliding in you and he's not using his talents for good, guess what? You can get those mentally when y'all, because sex is for creating the future.
That is the truth.
It's the yin and the yang, the positive and negative. And they don't know how to use it right. You can level the up. But they're not ready for it. Not everybody ready for that, though.
$dollars for a trust, and they gave us a big ass, and it's a nice trust. The trust is like solid. It's a foreign trust, and I won't get into the details of that, but I will say that in order for it to function in the proper way, you would also need a separate business trust and a separate non-profit. And you would have to organize it in the proper way in order for it to really function the way that it's supposed to. That's that kind of vehicle. But when we learned about 508c1a and PMAs, we were like, this is the way to go, because it's faith-based, period. It's what we believe, right? And everything created, we have the power to do. The PMA is like an LLC. So we have the power and the authority to do that because we say that. We are our own government. That's what it is up here in the Infinite Syndicate, in the Infinite Church, in the Infinite Ministry. We say that. And so it is. And so once you know that information, what Master Vibration 13 provides is for people to learn a person that attracts wealth infinitely because they live in their passion. You have to be able to know who you are. You gotta know how to run your vehicle. And your first vehicle is this self, this meat suit. You gotta know what it consists of, the meat suit and the inner body of that. Your energy centers. You gotta know what they are. You have to to have a ritual for yourself that is going to keep you in balance. That's what it is. And that's why I don't, I shock people a lot, and the people in my community already know that, because sometimes I add a motherfucker so the ignorant niggas hear me.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
So that's how it has to be, and this is how this expression is felt, because it'll give a person chills, and they need that. So they don't need the truth to be, put to them, oh, well, and so one day the Father, Lord Jesus, came to the earth, and like, that's done. Like, that's yesterday. That's the powers that were. We are the power now, and we are here to be in our position and stand in it so that we can not be bothered through the chaos that is being projected among the masses. We are not the masses, and we know that. And so I know that we've taken a lot of your time.
No, you fine. You fine.
Okay.
You sat here talking like me. I'm trying. Your husband is the truth. He a reflection of you, baby. He a reflection of you. Y'all a reflection of each other.
You kept saying that the goddess is the solution, and I was smiling because this goddess got her solution. And let me also say this, because a lot of women get it twisted. Because, they see that I'm in the front, and they always are hearing me speak. And my king, he doesn't say a whole lot except for when he has to say it. The energy that I am, that I bring, sometimes people think that I'm just like super duper aggressive. We don't have many sides to the personalities that we are. And for my king, I am his servant. I cook for him. I clean for him. He wants me to wipe his ass. I will wipe it.
I know that's right.
His toes. I'm going to do that all the time, every day. When he wants it and when he don't want it, because I love him that much. And I know that he would do the same for me. So it's important for us to start projecting relationships among people that love each other. It doesn't have to be our way. This is just what we did. This is what we are in contract to love each other unconditionally. So we did that. So what does that mean to us is different than what it might mean to DonKilam. DonKilam might need another situation going on. Right. I was just talking to my daughter today, and I was telling her just about how women, they have, women that have children from other men are always looked at like something really bad, right? And I have to put an example of Miss Erykah Badu. I said to Erykah Badu, because Erykah Badu is not playing. Erykah Badu has a seed from the DOC. Erykah Badu has a seed from Andre 3000. Erykah Badu has a seed from J Electronica. And Erykah Badu has, there's another one.
DonKilam. Shout out to Dallas, Texas.
Yes, all right. We'll see if she's down for that.
I love her.
Example of the power of the goddess and the power of the sacred goddess, the sex energy goddess that knows what she came here to create. So she's not concerned about anybody's thoughts about, oh, she got different baby daddies or whatever. I'm sure she's heard it all. But see, this is a woman who knows who she is. And this is another one of those goddesses that I always stand behind her and her work, because she has been in the thrones and in those places of what they call like the Illuminati. But she knows who she is. And there's some people that in that system and cannot be penetrated. And she is one, I will say that. And so,
and whoever she helped create, like Common and Big Boy.
Absolutely.
Shit.
Absolutely saying that. Thank you for saying that.
Their whole swag changed. Their whole life changed. She shifted their paradigms. Just like if the wrong person slid inside you, you would drive them crazy because you're so powerful. You know, the right one you would drive crazy and still elevate, because you're not gonna stay stagnant. You can't stay stagnant. So either it's gonna get toxic, or you're gonna hit the yin, or you're gonna hit the yang. Which one she gonna make me hit?
Thank you for that. Yes. And look, our Minister Erykah was one of my first ministers. It goes on and on.
Okay.
And on and on. Yes, it was her and Minister Jill Scott and all of these. Look, there's so many of them that I want to go and reach out and say there is a solution. I have worked with writers that have worked with really big people, and they haven't been able to get out of their contract. And now they're do it because of this information. They just didn't have the knowledge, and you had some people that were charging them thousands and thousands of dollars that they didn't have available to them so that they can get out of their contracts, and it made it, but it was their path to learn. Like, I never feel sorry for anybody for anything, because we all create a reality and we live our challenges for our own benefit. So,
I don't help. I no longer help people get out of blood contracts or anything like that, because you don't want the wrong entities to come after you. Now, understand, once you do start learning certain things and updating statuses and learning who you are, you're going to have parallel entities that you know nothing about after you. Like, the first one in the hip-hop community is called BOSS, Bureau of Secret Service. And it's free to anybody if you get the Freedom of Information Act. But if you're in jail, you sign a plea agreement, which plea means to beg. You can only get a bargain at a grocery store or something. So, knowing these things, they will start compiling a report and having secret entities on you. The FBI was created from Marcus Garvey. Like, a lot of people don't know that. Like, they said there will not be a black messiah in the United States. We will off that black ass. Period. But they couldn't touch him. They had to create a case and send him back to his country.
Yeah.
That's all they could do.
We interviewed Latrell Osborne, which was the first black man in the FBI, and he schooled us about COINTELPRO and what was going on with the black people. You powerful, girl. I did.
You know some people, girl. You know some people. I didn't know how powerful I was until I'm sitting down with these people. They're like, I'm at E7 and I didn't even have this information. So I'm like, damn, God, what is God? Because I get wisdom from the Most High. So I'm like, damn, like, ain't no security clearance level if you just asking God for the right wisdom. I'm talking about, I sit down with a lot of people and they're just amazed by the things I know. But I get a lot of like military, police, and special forces because they're taught just a little bit, okay? They're taught how to use their name, how to use their social in another country if they're ever a prisoner of war. So they can get credit, they can go to pawn shops, which stores to go to, which stores to tell, hey, this is how you look up my birth certificate. Every federal prison, state prison, if people call you, they'll be like, you now have a call from an offender, add money to their trust account. You take them to, if you got to go see a doctor outside the prison, that's getting charged to the Social Security number. That's the account number.
That's how they're getting their money.
Yeah, well, credit. Ain't no money, it's just credits in this system. They used to sell Jesus out for gold. Now they just give you credits and paper. It's worthless.
So, there's a lot of people that work at Walmart, and people that work at Walmart, they get insured by Walmart. Can you explain why it is that Walmart is able to put insurance for their employees?
I didn't even know that, but I know they run Walmart like it's kind of like Sam's Club, like, because they're kind of, Sam's Club is like a PMA, private membership association. So, I know the Waltons sold most of everything on Walmart. I'm not sure, but they obviously, if they're insuring you, that means you're their property.
Yes. Okay. And so with that, I will, because I do want to introduce you to our Minister Partlow. He's the one who ordained us, and he's been doing this for 57 years. And he was a former Marine, and he did what he had to do in his own private business to be able to get out of the confines of the government. So he's a great example of how this works on those levels as well. There's also a minister by the name of Dave Edwards. Those of you that are here in our community, in our private community, you have seen the video of Dave Edwards being interviewed by Mama Lucian. I'm talking about these 508s and the PMAs. And this is really important to know because this started happening in 2021. That's when we started seeing, that's when I saw, like I've seen your stuff since 2020, Don, but I started seeing more of, when I look at all of the information that I've been researching, it's been flowing after 2021, and it came up with I was looking at a lot of the Anglo people that were doing it because you have a lot of chiropractors and small business people that are trying to get out of under, the government and their system.
You the one sending chiropractors my way, girl? I've been getting a lot of those. Then my back started hurting. That's funny.
That's so funny.
But for real, they're practicing Reiki and all types of stuff, so it's tight. That real like licensed chiropractors are spiritual. Like it's that's mind blowing to me.
Well, you know what's interesting is that in the system, though, they want to misconstrue it because if it's a licensed chiropractor, he's not giving you nothing about no spirituality. I know that.
Well, I know this one I'm working with is he works for like Olympics and sports teams and stuff like that. But he be dropping spiritual knowledge on them too.
See, and this is why this raise of energy is coming from people, because I'm going to give you an example. We have somebody in our organization who's a yoga instructor, and so she has people in her network that one of the instructors started saying Om at the end of the session, and the people that own the shop, they were saying, nah, you can't do that. You can't say Om. We don't, You can't do none of the spirituality stuff. And so she was like, well, I ain't doing it. So now we're needing for these private people that are doing God's work to be protected.
Have you done yoga?
Yes, sir.
Can we do yoga without spirituality? I mean, it's called stretching.
That's what I'm saying. And they want to do it because they want to change the name of what yoga is and turn it into, put it into their organization.
I'm not
right?
with that. I'm not okay with that. I know people that woke up strictly from yoga. They would not understand me if they never went to yoga.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's important. It's part of your healing. It's our natural way to heal because we have the power and authority to heal ourselves. And nature all around us confirms that.
Yes.
Before it gets too late, I want to open up the lines
all right,
because I know
go.
you guys are waiting for questions. So I'm going to open up the lines. Those of you that have the number that came into your email are the ones that are able to call. And once the person calls, wait until they get off the line before the next person calls in so that we don't have a jumble of a whole bunch of people trying to call in at one time. So those of you that have the number, I will not repeat the number on this podcast. It is a private number, and you have to be a part of this organization to have that number. Okay, we have a first caller calling in from the 510 area code. You are on the welcome. Hello? Mari? Turn down the mic on your computer so that we don't Okay. 510 area code. Okay. You are on the line. Welcome. Thank you. Hi. This is
Yeah, we get this all good.
Pero tienes que apagarle el volumen a la computadora o al teléfono, ¿ok? ¿Ahora está bien? Ahora está bien, sí. All right. Okay. Hi, greetings, Zaina. ¿Cómo está, Mari? How's everybody? I had two questions. One was regarding what you guys were touching on as far as licensing, because as I had mentioned with you before, I'm kind of feeling some kind of way about getting licensed as an acupuncturist because of, just feeling like my skills are going to be just as great with or without it. And I know what I know. And what I do, the spirituality flows through that too. So wondering that. And my second question is the 508 something that I'd be able to skip the licensing process. My second question is about being indigenous and knowing our indigenous lineage. For example, Homa and being Chitamacha from here in Louisiana. If that would change anything going to a 508, or if there's a different route that I would need to take. So I'm going to let DonKilam answer the ones he would like to, and I'll pick up wherever you would like if there's other ones that you're not able to, DonKilam.
All right, just recap the question you want me to answer.
Okay, so first question is it necessary for me to still get licensed and do the 508? Because I personally have been feeling some kind of way about going through the licensing process to become a licensed acupuncturist.
So if I'd be able to skip that and just go ahead and open up something without being licensed, because that's just taking a test. My skills and everything aren't going to be any different. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you for answering the question for me, because the feeling always wins. So if you feel like you don't need a license, don't get it. Because it's not necessarily if you're learning about private and learning about the private. But if you got something to prove to the community and you don't understand how to operate in the private, then get the license, if that makes sense. You know, you ever heard of Amish people? Because you said Louisiana. I know there'll be some Amish people that travel down there sometimes. Amish people don't do nothing. They don't do nothing with the government. That's why they don't go to jail.
Okay.
If they had a license, they asked to go to jail with that little horse and buggy on the road. You hear me?
Yeah. And then the second question is, like I know, some folks identify as Moors and whatnot. We identify different looks. So my question is, for someone who has, like for me, being Homa and Chitamacha, indigenous from here, would that change anything operating under 508, or is there a different route that we need to take? And I will also mention that I'm unenrolled, but that's a whole different.
Yeah, I mean, I'm unenrolled with a lot of things, because when you start learning the truth about nationality, you might make your own, but you can declare nationality at any given time. You can change your nationality at any given time. So just whatever makes sense to you. As long as you know you're not an adjective, you're not white or black. That's how they get jurisdiction. It's called color of law, colorable courts. Color just means a semblance of something that's real but not real. So whatever makes sense to you. So those nationalities, you can still utilize them. You don't have to be enrolled with anything. All you have to do is verbalize it. That's where the declaration comes from. Spoken declaration. Yeah, but you have to declare your independence. You have to. So I always like to say, when dealing with any courts or corporations, because corpse means dead body, action means action. So you bring the dead body to life. I always make sure that if I do claim a nationality, I'll put that I'm a living soul as well. But also say you put Homa. You said Homa, right?
Homa, Arwak, and Chitamacha.
I would put white in front of any of those, like a white Homa. White means purity, purity means God, God's supreme ruler of the land. So just white, and then
you said white?
Yeah, a lot of people don't understand white privilege. You don't become a slave. You don't become a slave utilizing white until you start utilizing that social. But when it comes to the nationality, you can put white in front of your nationality. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. When it comes to like state courts, because if they have to mark you down as anything, they're gonna put white first. But just
it's okay. That's the matrix, and it's like once you start getting used to the information, it's gonna start flowing differently. We're definitely going to continue on with the study of what being 508 and 501. 501, 508.
She's perfect. She's perfect. She's perfect if she operates under a 501, a 508. But if you're gonna deal in the public, because they can donate services for your time. But like, say you wanted to get a building or something, I would contract with an LLC, and say you want to rent out space or anything like that. You have them pay the LLC, then the LLC donates that money to your 508. So just like you have a PMA, you can have a LLC set up as just a private member. That's one private member.
Mm-hmm. And you're gonna learn. Look, we are learning all about this, and it's gonna be like really easy for you to understand, trust, and believe that. You had one other question.
And you got that,
no,
right?
I asked them both, and thanks for saying that. It's gonna take some time, so this is a lot to.
Yeah, it is, but just tell yourself you already know it.
Yes.
Act like you already know it. When you by yourself, be thanking yourself you received all the answers. Before you ask Google, go look in the mirror and ask yourself. And then when you're done asking questions, because you're gonna see how your higher power talks to you in signs, symbols, and events, you can quit asking questions and start telling yourself what it's gonna be. Because the best way to create the future is by Best way to predict the future is by creating it. Now creates tomorrow.
Don, have you get into my Master Vibration 13 study group? I think you have.
No, I don't think so. But like, cause I was live on part of this call. They want to know, how do they sign up to your group? What's the website? I need all of that. They ready for it.
Oh, perfect. Well, as far as they definitely have to. Well, when they come to MasterVibration13.com, they tell me how they find out about the layer, and if they have the right code, they can come in. And the right code is basically who referred you. And so we always know who's in here at all times. So so that's how we get down over here. And you are welcome, DonKilam, to come yourself and become a member of our community, and we can help each other in a lot of ways. So
no doubt, I would love to get behind you, because you like this, man. You're powerful, and there's nobody talking like you out here. Not no women, anyways.
Gracias very much, and I thank my husband too.
Oh man, hell yeah.
And I also want to say that we will be having more people like DonKilam. Minister Partlow is going to be joining us, and he's going to be taking it on another level as well, because what I wanted to present to people was the structure and what they are, what different people are doing with it, and we have different aspects of it. And the most important thing to remember is that everything is about the detail is so important. You know what I'm saying? And we got a lot of food today from DonKilam. I also want to encourage you all to support DonKilam's ministry, and you can always make a donation to his organization, and I'm sure he'll be happy to share his Cash App information with the community as well, so that you guys could contribute to what he's doing in the world. If anyone has any other questions, the line is open, and you are welcome to call in and ask.
And anybody that's listening to this, just make sure I know that you are joining me or whatever it is from this website as well, or you're part of her group, so I know. And she does have access to my private website. If she decides to give it to you, I'm okay with that. Just get it from her. Drop a donation for her.
Okay, thank you so much.
Oh, no doubt.
Appreciate that. And because we understand that everything is an exchange, DonKilam, we are going to have a space for your university here at Master Vibration 13 Layers. So
whatever you need as far as the ebooks, you got it. Just let me know. You come across something you need, I'll give it to you. Don't worry about it. I got you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That's how it's done, ladies and gentlemen. That's how we work. And you already know I've been showing you some of the energy work that we do. So you better believe that we're going to be contributing to that as well. So the lines are open. I think that everybody here in the Infinity Syndicate, they already know how we get down. It's like we don't like to waste nobody's time and have 4 or 5 hour calls. It is a Sunday. Right. I want people to go live. It's a lot of information to process, but know that you're in the right place, and this is the right time. And as DonKilam said himself, you have to know yourself. You got to trust yourself. Ask yourself these questions so that you can get the answer.
Action. It's your boy DonKilam. You already see what it is. You already know, boy. First one to hop out private jets in this motherfucking game. You know what I mean? Study, practice makes perfect. It's your boy. I'm on the live right now, man. Always working, man. Shout out to the people that showed up for me, man. Shout out to the people that's been rocking with me since day one. People rocking with me now. People rocking with me in the future, man. We taking over the game, but we looking out, man. I'm in the music game. Then we come to music management, man. We're taking over and the movie game, man. So you better get this knowledge while you can, man, because we're going straight to the public, doing the entertainment life. But much peace and love. Get that bag, man. Prosperity is your birthright. Action. What was you talking about, young? That's a king right here, man. You said some of your, I call it spirituality. Yeah, absolutely. When you look at religion, those are just different rituals. Ain't nothing wrong with it if it's leading you to enlightenment. Now, I believe we're all conscious beings, right? Absolutely. But we all don't have clarity. So life, see, in school they give you a bunch of lessons and you get the test. Yes. I believe in life you get the test and you receive the lesson. Absolutely. Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
You's breaking it down, boy. Break it down how you breaking that down.
So we're all consciousness beings. We have consciousness within us. So we have to train the consciousness. Consciousness is like a stream of water. You have to train it to where it goes. A lot of times with the circumstances and the situations that we're in, we train our consciousness to be going into a negative space. But instead, we have to battle our own demons per se, and then train our consciousness to ascend up or travel in a positive direction, so that when death comes, because death will come, death comes, our consciousness ascends up rather than going into a negative space. Pretty much that's what we were talking about.
So just like in life, man, I break down courage to people. That's coursing your rage. Like a lot of people want to get upset when the trials and tribulations come, but that's when you're supposed to be the happiest, because that's when you're being tested, your faith being tested. Your prize is right on the other side. The present's always in the present, so you gotta be thankful for the situations. I cannot love the light if I've never been in darkness. You know, and I'm a superstar, so when I first started getting the hate, you know, of course it bothered me. Then I'm like, fuck it, I can't shine without shade anyways. I'm hated by many, but I'm loved by the world.
Absolutely.
Because it's my world. What you see is what you get. So I said everything is God. Praise your source, whatever you call your source, at all times. Because source goes by many names. But it has no identity until we identify it. It can't be heard until we speak it. As simple as that, man.
Within everyone, within everything is God.
That's it.
That's it. If you choose it to be light or darkness, both is God. Within the world of duality.
That's it.
Light and darkness in the same world, yin and the yang. You choose what you want to be.
That's it.
You know, it doesn't make it bad or good if you're dark or light.
Right.
It's just what you want to be and where you want to flow and your energy and how you master that energy.
If me and you was playing chess, it doesn't matter who wins or loses. All the pieces going back in the same box, white and black. Anyways, man, we all gotta work together. So like, people be like, "What do you think about the government?" Hey, I love the government because without them, I wouldn't have a job. You feel me?
I feel it.
Yeah. You know what I mean? I just don't allow my income to be fixed. I believe we come from an infinite source. I believe we're here to be creation. I believe I don't need a piece of paper to identify me or tell me what to do or tell me that I've mastered this craft. It's the people that's gonna tell me what I've done and if I mastered the craft. I don't need to feel valuable with money. It's the people that make me feel valuable. You know, people will always be more valuable than money, because if you have influence over somebody and they'll do certain things for you, say like, this place I go, I don't ever have to buy weed. This place I go, I don't ever have to buy food. Why would I need money in those places? I provide a service or whatever it is I'm doing for those individuals.
Yeah.
So that's when I learned people are more valuable than money.
Yes, sir. 100%.
Yeah.
Lord have mercy. The Lord is my shepherd. He know what I want.
No nobility in poverty. I have been a rich man and I have been a poor man, and I choose rich every fucking time. Because at least as a rich man, when I have to face my problems, I show up in the back of a limo wearing a $2,000 suit and a $40,000 gold fucking watch.
You didn't put in on this, man.
Better get a receipt, my brother.
This shit is hard though. So you never seen this shit? A lot of people ain't. I know it's cut. We in the cut. We in the cut. All Virgos ain't loyal though. Some people think they're crazy.
I've never met nobody that ever said I was crazy.
Well, they be in their head too much. I can see a nigga going crazy over you though.
Because I'm a Virgo.
No.
I have that.
Because you bad.
It's nothing to do with my look.
Hey, your personality cool.
Exactly, my personality. It's plenty of times where I have just conversations with guys, and then they hit me up like years later. And you got 7 years. So I'm just like, look, I should have been my baby. Like, yeah, I should have been no baby. I'm grateful for my baby, but it should have been.
I'm here when you ready. No, for real though, but like on a different tip, like a relationship, people like you, like me, when I see people like you, I wouldn't want to fuck that up, nigga. Like, it's like what people think is love. Because that's not love. Sex ain't love. You know that.
Everybody knows that.
No, they don't. Niggas will fall in love when they have sex.
Well, because it's...
Grand class is later. Look, I'm just putting this on camera because we ain't gonna get the reason. But I've been rocking with you for like a minute. Like you just there. You text me, talk to me, block me, but you'll unblock me though. But no, for real. Cause like I think for the rest of the month, I'm gonna go to my members next month though. My private members. You're a private member. You just didn't know it. I had to kick old girl out the club. But no, hey, the singer Pink. What's your opinion on the singer Pink? They want to know.
What singer Pink?
I don't know. You don't know her?
Oh wait, the white lady?
Yeah, with the pink hair.
I don't know nothing about her.
But look.
She's box.
Oh, here you go, Lily Bands. Count that shit out. Shout out to the members. Shout out to the people. That's for the people. Yeah, check that shit.
Mine.
Just because. You the truth.
Is the camera on me?
Yeah, it's on you. It's on you. What I say we got to do some affirmations? I said, hey, you just got to show up. I'm going to get you on the live and we going to go do some affirmations. Don't even go to work today. Well, I'm about to go.
And I was like,
no, don't go to work.
Talking about don't go to
don't go to work. Don't go to work.
Mm-mm.
Because you told me yesterday you wasn't feeling good.
Yeah, I was. I haven't been feeling good for the past 2 days. I'm kind of doing better today. That's why I was going to try to go out.
Nah, rest up. Do good. We doing some affirmations. And then I'll send you home. Here's the clip. Because you a real nigga. You know, I appreciate you. Yeah, I got some, but it's mine. But I should have got you some. All right, peace and love to the people. Peace and love. I'm going to get you doing some affirmations, though, so they know it's real. All right? All right, so let's go. Check out the sneakers. Oh, shit. We about to do some affirmations, y'all. I believe in God because I started praying, and that's when she showed up in my life. And she don't ever know. Like, people don't, like I told you, health is wealth, too. Because if you fucked up mentally, you can't make no money, right? All right. I knew I was somebody important when I seen your ass naked. I'm like, God damn! Real shit. And then you started spitting game. And the game's supposed to be sold, not told. So that's what it is. You made an impression on me, for real.
Some of the stuff I think. Because I do always wear a small one.
You always what?
Always wear a small one.
Yeah, you do. And you give a, what I say, cheerful expression to every living creature you meet. And I done introduced you to some creatures. Peace and love. Okay. I appreciate you though. So, I hope you always remember me no matter what. I hope I made an impression. Just got pulled over supposedly for wrong traffic stop, or he made up some type of traffic infraction.
Well, yeah, were you up too far?
No, I ain't too sure.
Right.
Mr. McBride, here's your information back right here. the citation, okay?
Yes, sir.
For operating a motor vehicle on public road without a valid driver's license, okay?
Yes, sir.
So it's going to be at Las Vegas Justice Court, this date and time. Violations are listed, the vehicle is listed as well. My name's Trooper Wambacher right here at the bottom, okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, I do have a question. Can we sit down and have lunch sometime?
You want to have lunch?
Yes, sir.
So
we can talk about...
I don't really get enough time for lunch.
All right, man. It'd be on me.
You know what'd be really cool is if you start like a YouTube series and then...
I do YouTube, but I would like to talk to you.
Oh, no, man. I'm
Man,
sorry.
it'd be on me, man.
I appreciate the offer.
All right. Well, can I send you what I'm going to send? Because I reviewed this. I sent stuff to the judge.
Okay.
I am recording right now, too,
No,
by the way.
totally.
Yeah, man. So, I mean, I just want to show you what I do.
Okay.
You know what I mean? But I appreciate your service.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you so much.
Thank you. Have a better night.
I'm the one adding nothing to the digits. Google every lyric and you still don't get it. Nothing on the books when I came home from prison. Now it's quantum sleep, rest well when I've risen. Truth never changes, Anacasa in the living. Stand up, Gaba, Anacasa, how I'm sitting. Screaming eagle bottles, addicted to the sipping. Peach Ravina tiles in the bathroom while I'm pissing. It started with a dream that I knew to make living. If hustling was a sport, hashtag been winning. Born and bred hustling in my veins to go get it. Service marked the name, now the world is my kitchen. Duffel bag boy, 2 chains, I'm so different. All I know is nothing, adding O's to the digits.
Now I'm just saying, I'm the hottest nigga in the street.
And create income off these things. And also, if you join this class, go to malikkalam.com. If you join this class, I'm also going to give you, I'm going to go over some of my lenders, people that has been giving me startup funding. I'm going to give y'all 5 of them, all right, with contact information. But you better make sure you join this class. That class is, and I'll give you the other 5 next month when I have the actual class for startup businesses. But look, I'm giving away a lot of game, man. I got 10 lenders that I've actually got funding from personally. Startup business, but really pretty much not showing them anything except a few bank statements. So I'm gonna go over that as well, man. I'm giving away the game. I'm trying to tell you. That's what it is. Go to malikkalam.com. Now back to operating a 508c1a trust for state recognition. We got the trillionaire in the building that says, praise Yahweh. Peace and love. Peace and love to Yahweh. Whatever you call your source's name. Peace and love to your source. May you bring your source down with you. Your higher power. Your higher infinite power. May you bring it down with you right now to bring you clarity and understanding of what I'm going over. And understand so you can have clarity of how important this is. I'm not just using up my higher power's time to shit and giggle all fucking day. You hear me? We're here to build everlasting generational wealth. That's what we're here to do. So if you find this information of value, make sure you leave a donation via Cash App TheDonKilam, TheDonKilam, or go to donkilam.com/donate, donkilam.com/donate. We got Captain Norseman in the building. Peace and love. Cool MG in the building. If you desire this ebook along with the ministry trust templates and non-for-profit bylaws or your church's constitution, a template of it, leave a donation of $97 via Cash App. Via TheDonKilam, TheDonKilam, and put hashtag non-P, N-O-N-P, non-P in the memo box with your email address. We got TJ Nab in the building. Peace and love. Let me know where y'all tuning in from, man. Let me know what state y'all in, man. Territory. If you need guidance with establishing your trust, just contact Don Kilam. Email him at support@donkilam.com or booking@donkilam.com, or send a text to 480-573-4879. Again, that's 480-573-4879. The contents of this research documents the comments of the author are of no legal bearing, real or imagined. This information is provided as a guide into the formation of a non-bearing tax-free trust for informational purposes only. We got Texas in the building. Texas is always deep with Don Kilam. Let me spark this up. Right now is the time you hit like, subscribe, share. We got Orlo in the building. Like, subscribe, share with at least 2 to 3 people that you think is going to find this of value. Do it right now. Roll you up a blunt. Take some notes down, you know, get a pen so you can impress your subconscious, because I'm about to drop the game down for y'all, because y'all are still asking me. I want to make sure y'all gaining clarity. And sometimes it does. We got New Mexico in the building, peace and love. Sometimes it does pay, like pay to have somebody go over this with you. It's called a teacher for a reason, or a leader for a reason. We're guiding you for a reason. Sometimes you need that external validation. You can't always do it by yourself. You're not training with the right people or around the right vibes and energy that want to see you succeed and learn this stuff, because some people don't even believe it to be real. We got Victorville, California in the building, peace and love. And I'm telling you, all you got to do is look this up. I'm giving y'all the codes. So many believe filing for a 501c3 is the only protection against certain issues. One being protections of private assets. Remember, a 508c1a is actually a 501c3 with exemptions. The 508c1a gives exactly the same protections as a 501c3 under IRS code 26501 and 508. All right. Now, the First Amendment, the church, religion, organization. This is actually the oldest form of a trust and faith-based organizations, or FBO. During the early years of our country, as of the approval of the First Amendment, the basic rights of all faith-based organizations was set forth. Congress should make no law respecting an establishment of religion, or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech. The general context of operation for this form of organization is simple. But first, keep in mind that all trust is based on comprehension of words and being able to implement the law. Key words to take away when establishing this trust is that anyone can do it. Every household falls under this trust if expressed correctly. The words that are very similar are convention, treaty, and ministry. Understand these words. Convention, treaty, and ministry, and I'm going to go over them. So under 26 U.S.C. 508, special rules with respect to Section 501c3 organizations exemptions, mandatory exceptions shall not apply to churches, their integrated auxiliaries, and conventions or association of churches. So I'm showing y'all the codes right now. This is the codes. We're good. You don't have to file anything as a 508. And this goes with churches, their integrated auxiliaries, and conventions or associated of churches. I'm going to break this down. Frequency, bliss, peace, and love. So what is the convention? This is the one I want to show you. An agreement between countries covering particular matters, especially one less formal than a treaty. You got to understand different states are their own countries. Understand that. We got Pack Dog in the building, peace and love. Please understand that. If I'm in Nevada and California's right there, those are two different countries. Just because they teach you the United States is a country, United States is really not a country. All right? It's a corporation. You got to understand that. And all these other states are corporations too. But if you're a foreign entity to one another, that's like its own country. Now, and they can create their own treaties. So, what is a treaty? A formally concluded and ratified agreement between countries. A ministry, the work or vocation of a minister or a government department headed by a minister of a state. So you gotta understand, a ministry is a government department. That's the definition right there. Now, the 508c1a faith-based organization, FBO, is a religious, non-profit, tax-exempt organization. The 508c1a FBO is separate and distinct from a 501c3 charity and unincorporated faith-based organizations. An unincorporated faith-based organization, by definition, is a First Amendment church or organization. The 508c1a is recognized by the federal government, by all 50 states, and recognized internationally under the Hague Convention of the United Nations Charters. So this is recognized worldwide. Now, since its inception in 1954 with the Johnson Amendment, the 501c3 has been promoted and advertised by many as the only option to organizing a faith-based organization. This is incorrect. Federal law, IRS publications, and court cases all confirm and establish the rights and protections of the 508c1a faith-based organization. The 508c1a enjoys a mandatory exemption from all the restrictions of a 501c3. And it has included free speech restrictions. People don't understand that with the 501c3, you have freedom of speech restrictions. There's things you cannot say. You cannot speak against politics. I'm going to state that again. So we got Life with Mark, peace and love. So understand this. If you're getting grants and funding under the 501c3, and you did not implement this correctly with the 508, then your freedom of speech is being limited in the public. Because you cannot speak ill will against the politicians, all right? Now, with that being said, a 508c1a is a registered state entity, just as a 501c3 is a state and federal sanctioned entity. Keep this in mind as we proceed further in this. A 508c1a is a 501c3 with special exemptions, all right? A 508c1a faith-based organization is a not-for-profit in the same context as a 501c3. Excuse me. Smoking on that gas. Appreciate you, pack dog. Appreciate the love. So, the 508c1a is a non-for-profit in the same context as the 501c3. The general context of an operation for this form of organization is as follows. The 508c1a is registered at the state level only. It is exempt from all federal filing requirements of the 501c3, including tax returns for the church itself. This is United States Code 26508 and United States Code 266033. For y'all that like to cop my words and post them on Instagram, tag me in that shit. If y'all jacking my swag, y'all better tag me and shout me out, because you damn sure ain't leaving donations to everybody that's trying to get paid off my swag. But let me get back to the class. The 508c1a enjoys a mandatory exception from all the restrictions a 501c3 has, including free speech restrictions, IRS reporting requirements, rules, and regulations that the IRS may from time to time prescribe providing testimony under oath. I just got this together for y'all just about like an hour ago, man. I put this together for y'all. So look. So I'm gonna break this down because I might have went fast. I might not understand. Might even went over most of y'all's heads. There is we don't have to file tax returns for the 508, and that's under the codes 26508 and 266033. The 508c1a is registered with the state as a non-for-profit, and hence provides for limited liability. While not perfect and no law is, you do have some private asset protection under federal law 501c1a, and it's automatically tax exempt at the federal level. Automatically, there's nothing you have to do. You can give tax deductible receipts for donations. Would you register this correctly? You can give the receipts, tax deductible receipts for donations. Everything that you're doing is a donation or a gift. Freedom of speech, as indicated above or earlier, including but not limited to politics, initiatives, and candidates. You can talk about whatever, all right? Captain Norseman says, appreciate you, King. Appreciate you too, man. Much peace and love. Appreciate everybody that's tuning in on the YouTube as well. Now, you can ordain and license your own leaders. With proper filing with the state, it may receive a sales tax exemption, which I'm going to go over. But not all states will allow a 508 to be sales tax exempt. Contact your Department of Revenue for details. Contact your Department of Revenue for details. Providing the state certificates of organization and state exemptions of sales tax can be proof of exemption from property tax on the church-related structure. This is true for only a single property. The 508c1a operating as a church may or may not have paid employees or clergy. This is when you want to learn contracts. We got the real Jeremy Shorter in the building. Learn how to contract with one another. Independent contracting, all right? From the trust, all right? I go over this in the trustee training. The 508c1a is operating as a church, and so you will still get taxed if you're paying out employees on the payroll, all right? There's a way around that shit. They can volunteer their time and you can donate some money or however you want to do it, all right? It is best case to have clergy who has a job to secure their private income, all right? There is an exception to having clergy or persons in the capacity of paid employees. It is possible to have clergy or employees as private contractors. The benefit is they are not employees, and the only paperwork required of the church is to file a 1099 miscellaneous income statement. This will still require filing for an EIN. This is the recommended way to distribute compensation, all right? In the case where there is a need for a paid employee, the rules of employee tax and IRS publication 1828 must be met. In the instance of a paid clergy, the special rules for ministers must be met. And I'll go over that again, but we don't operate under that, all right? It is highly recommended that all who wish to form a 508c1a church and have paid staff or priests rather than private contractors, they need to read the 1828. But we private contract, all right? Hey, you want to be a trustee on the board? What's your spiritual beliefs? Y'all have a meeting of the minds. If it agrees, y'all the same beliefs, y'all can create y'all's own trust together, all right? It's highly recommended. You find somebody, you go over this, you do some trustee training, all right? Or if you don't understand, get you an attorney. How to form a 508c1a. I'm going over it right now. There are general guidelines of the process and may vary from state to state. Most of the information required, including forms, may be obtained from the Secretary of State in your state of residence. And I'm going to show you the ones in Missouri. I'm going to go over the ones in Missouri, all right? I love Missouri. Everything's cheap. You know, St. Louis. Verify the name of 3 members if you want to do this with members. Board of directors if you want to do it. How I do it in the trust, all right? So how I set up my ministry trust is with my actual ministry that I'm setting up the church and then the actual non-for-profit. Since they're 2 separate entities, I had them come together and create the ministry trust, and then boom, I'm the third party. See how that works? That might be too sophisticated for some people, but it's so simple. Some states may require more. You may or may not write an affidavit of intent to create your church. It can be signed by the board and 2 or more church members. This can then be notarized as a legal document. There is much controversy as to whether this is required, especially for a 508 church, all right? But so that's mostly for 501s. You have to write out your charter of operation and bylaws. Make sure to indicate if the board is clergy-led or board-led. Clergy-led or board-led. In clergy-led, the clergy uses the board only as advisors. This is not unusual for many smaller church groups. They assign one of the members as a secretary or treasurer. The clergy member who is on the board, along with the secretary or treasurer, must sign and co-sign the documents. Make sure to state that you are operating as a 508c1a. Do this all the time. Peace and love, peace and love. Always state that you are operating as a 508c1a. This is so important when you're doing your state documents. You always put that you're operating as a 501c1a. Obtain the statement of resignation of registered agent by a foreign or domestic for-profit, non-profit corporation from your state's attorney general's office or the state website. This person should be someone who will be with the church for an extended period, and the priest or a board member may be the best option. There may be a small fee to file this document. Make your own copies. and send the signed originals and statement of resignation of registered agent by a foreign or domestic for-profit, non-profit corporation, articles of incorporation of a non-profit corporation in your charter and bylaws to your state attorney general's office. Now understand this. If I'm at home and I have a wife and kids, I'm the leader of my home, so I'm the priest. You follow me? Especially if I'm implementing spirituality, and y'all can come up with agreements together when creating this family ministry trust. You follow me? If you desire, it's called estate planning. You need to have family planning, truthfully. If you desire to have sales tax exemptions, locate the sales tax exemption document with the Department of Revenue. It may or may not require you to send in 1 year financial projection of income. There may or may not be a filing fee on this document. Note, not all states will allow a 508 to be sales tax exempt. Contact your Department of Revenue for details. But all states have the 501. All right? So make a determination if you need an EIN from the federal government. Peace and love, peace and love. It is possible to file all this online. You will only need an EIN if you pay employees or clergy, if your bank requires it to open a business account, but if you open it up to non-profit, you get the EIN for the non-profit. Do not tell your bank you are a 508c1a. We got Herman Phillips in the building, peace and love. They do not understand, in many cases, what that is. Simply hand them the EIN number in your charter and bylaws. They do not and are not required to understand the IRS codes, all right? They only understand UCC codes. There are some that indicate that having the EIN gives more credibility to the formation and validity of your church. While this may seem appropriate, the idea of a 508c1a is to attempt to be removed from the federal government as much as possible. Appreciate you, Goose Gates. Peace of love, kid. Do not, unless specified by your Secretary of State, fill out a form for a fictitious name. This is usually reserved for a sole proprietor business. If in the event you choose to have paid clergy or paid employees, make sure to read the entire IRS publication 1828. Now, I'm pretty sure I put this in here. I don't know if I did or not. Now, you make your name a business, then it's different. You can do things differently. All right? You follow me? You can pay the business. You can give things to the business. If you made your name the business, you made your name a LLC. You can even turn your name into the nonprofit if that's what you choose. But check this out. The 508 will allow for sales tax exemption. Not all states will allow a 508 to be sales tax exempt. Contact your Department of Revenue for details. The 508 will allow for property tax exemption on the first property. If your church has a second property or possible supporters from collections of churches, filing a 501c3 is recommended. I think you should do a 501c3 regardless. If you got the trust established, it's all going to belong and be in partnership with the trust. The beneficial interest belongs to the trust. The 508 makes a legally clean path in cases of paid employees. The 508c1a establishes the church as a not-for-profit entity and protects the church itself from government reporting and taxation. Nonetheless, it does not protect against the requirements to report income paid to clergy or employees. All 50 states allow you to register as a 508c1a faith-based organization or church. Now here's how it works. I'm going to show you how to break this down. We got Chris G in the building. It says, peace to the Don. Peace and love, King. There is no such thing as a separate law to form a 508c1a. A 508c1a is actually a 501c3 registered with the state only. You go to the website and assume all online filings. You will go to the link to create a non-profit or not-for-profit. To you, it will appear you are filing for a 501c3. All right? So pass the joint. Here y'all go, man. Go ahead and hit that shit. I'm smoking good. I'm smoking good right now. We got the crumbles. Out here dropping game. Free 99. You feel me? Drop a donation when you find this information valuable. Because I know a lot of y'all out there, y'all revamping it and reselling it and reteaching it. Leave a donation. If you're getting paid off my voice, you're getting paid off my energy. Drop a donation or tag your boy. Show your boy some love. Because you know motherfuckers out here talking that shit. On the Articles of Incorporation, you will fill it out as if you were a 501c3 with your organization name. They will ask on the form what your primary purpose is. Simply enter, we are operating as a 508c1a. I'm going to say this again. On the Articles of Incorporation, you will fill it out as if you were a 501c3 with your organization name. They will ask on the form what your primary purpose is. Simply enter, we are operating as a 508c1a. Brian Jefferson in the building, peace and love. That's it. That's all you do. I'm giving away a game, man. Because listen, I done made a lot of money off this. I ain't gonna stunt, and that's why people trying to follow me, jump in my shoes, try to do what I do, but they can't do what I do. You follow me? Because I live this life. I really do this. I do this in my sleep. I eat, sleep, and shit this. I really do. I do this more than I see my own family. Real shit. You know, I gotta start recognizing that, man. Drop them donations. I don't care if it's $1. I don't care if it's $5. I don't care if it's $10. And shout your boy out. That's all I'm asking for. Shout your boy out. Hey, I learned this from DonKilam. It's that simple. Because I know they say all information is regurgitated. Somebody learned it from somewhere. But I put a lot of this stuff together, man. And I put a lot of my creativity in this. I don't just revamp shit. You feel me? It says, bro, speaking simplicity form, much appreciated. I appreciate that, man. I do my best. But when you're doing your non-profit, all you got to do is put, we're operating as a 508c1a. And you ain't got to file shit with the IRS after that. People not understanding that. You can get grants. You can get all types of shit. I'm trying to tell you, loans. You do not need to file any status to the federal government. And when we're talking about status, that's why I tell people, learn the business side first. Learn trust law. Learn corporations and LLCs. Because then you'll start learning different status positions. CEO is a status. President is a status. Treasurer is a status. When you start learning this and you learn how to operate as a businessman or a businesswoman, you can operate in the correct status for your name because you understand your name is a business, but you don't know the business side, so you don't know status. Kiva Style says, I appreciate it. Donated for the Donna info, even though I've had it for years. Peace and love. Peace and love. I appreciate you. And I appreciate everybody that's dropping donations right now. I'm getting them too, man. Much peace and love. I just ain't going through them. I'll shout y'all out another time. But yes, listen, status. That's it. Learn how to be a businessman or a businesswoman, then you all learn status correctly. You could come back to the private. Learn. So when you, it's kind of hard. It's kind of like the yin and yang. You got to balance it. You got to learn the private and you got to learn the public. What really started making it make sense for me was real estate. I started hanging around a lot of real estate agents, going to these real estate meetings and these real estate classes, and it started making a lot of sense. I started learning about equity. All right, when I started helping people beat foreclosures and mortgage and get rid of that mortgage note, a lot of these things start making sense when you're breaking it down. You're following a paper trail. You follow me? Everything is on paper. You gotta understand that. You gotta understand everything is a gate. It was land here. There was people living on it. They took it. Then they had to create a game. They had to create a game to sell it back to people. Chris G said, would buying the SPC process from you be the first thing to do? The first thing I would do is become a member. I would become a member. I'd either have me come to you, because that's going to be an unforgettable 3 days of your life, or I would become a member so you can have that phone call with me. we can schedule that phone call. And some of the members right now, if you're in the Dallas, Texas area, right now they got me there for a whole week. People just buying these $1,500 memberships, and I'm staying there a whole week. I'm gonna meet with them for a day. You follow me? I'm gonna meet with them for a day. I'm coming to Dallas, Texas. I'm gonna meet with you for a day. 1,500, meet with you for a day, and you're gonna get a phone call. We're gonna create a plan or a path. And most of the people I'm dealing with now is business owners, and it's so lovely. Because they understand. I can take them to the private side. They understand. It's so beautiful. They understand. You follow me? Now, you don't have to file anything with the federal government unless you got paid employees. All right? Now, with Missouri, this is what I'm going to show you. Missouri, the form 59B. 59B. This is a statement of change of registered agent in or registered office, all right? We got the 1746 right there. I skipped one. There's 452 right there. 452. I got it right there. It's 59 now. It's not 50. It's not 50. It's 59 in Missouri now. So there you go. I'm gonna make sure y'all get this in Missouri. Peace and love. Peace and love. We got Armani in the building. And then 1746. This is the Missouri sales or use tax exemption application. And every state has it. All right. Every state has these exact forms. You file these two with the Secretary of State. The articles of incorporation of a nonprofit corporation is $25 in Missouri. And then this statement of change of business office, this is going to be free. They're not going to charge you anything for that. And this is free as well in Missouri. So it's $25 just to get this filed in Missouri. That's nothing. That's nothing. Then but if you want to set up your name as an LLC, that's going to be $100. And I would suggest doing that. Yes, the trust pays you. The trust. I'm reading the comments. Let me pull it up. Let me pull it up. Because I know people going to be... She said, I've been thinking of getting one on with the Don. She says, you're thinking about getting the trust. Dollar signs I'm seeing, I'm going to get out this 9-to-5 race. Look, I'm going to teach y'all. There's so many ways. Listen, I advise getting that $1 million worth of game or getting $1 million worth of game coming to the $1 million worth of game 3-day seminar. 3 days is really not a lot with the information that I have and can give you. But a lot of people that I've touched are making a lot of money. They're making a lot of money and learning how to build credit. Truthfully, I can't make this up. I can't make this up. It's a beautiful thing. There's people doing better than me. I'm trying to tell you. They're living life to the fullest. Living life. One of my students just hit me up. Showed me his Porsche. You follow me? Chilling in a Porsche. I'm like, that's what's up. And I want you to know, man, there's so many. I'm going to do a simple Google search when you're understanding this. 501c3 grants. There's so many grants. Non-profit grants. That's where most of them go. You follow me? I'm gonna start doing classes on grants too. But look, I just did a simple 11 grants to apply for non-profit organizations. Everybody has money. This is how they get rid of it so they don't have to pay taxes. You follow me? But I'm telling you, this, you're, because a lot of people think they don't qualify for the EIDL. if you don't qualify for it, then you need to set up a non-profit because your non-profit qualifies for it. They do give funding to non-profit organizations for the EIDL. I'm going to have to look. Regarding participation of faith-based organizations. Regarding participation of faith-based organizations. Let's download the PDF. Boom. Frequently asked questions regarding participation of faith-based organizations in the Paycheck Protection Program and the EIDL. Are faith-based organizations, including House of Worship, eligible to receive SBA loans under the PPP EIDL? Yes, and we additionally clarified that faith-based organizations are eligible to receive SBA loans regardless of whether they provide secular social services. Sauce, I'm giving y'all game, man. It says once the mind can conceive and believe, the mind can achieve. You just gotta learn how to get this funding, man. There's so much money out here. Listen, man, I'll give y'all that too, man. If y'all want that, I'll send that to you. But it's right there. Just Google it like I did. Just go back and watch it. Now, before I get off here, let me go over some stuff. So, this is it right here. It's 71 pages. You are going to want to put this on file to prove that you are a true nonprofit ministry or however you want to do it. All right, this is the Articles of Incorporation. You do it for your name, your church name in your state, your convention name, or your convention or treaty, however you want to look at it and label it, and boom, that's it. It's got the bylaws. Then on the private side, you got the trust. The trust is 79 pages. So this is a lot of information you got to fill out and really go over and go through. But it's worth it. And nothing comes to you free and easy. You got to put forth some type of sacrifice. Something. It's going to take some time. But once you know it and get it down, it's over with. Now, the way I have the trust set up is you and the ministry. The actual foundation that you're creating with the actual state. Y'all going into business together. All right? Y'all creating this trust together. Y'all pledging y'all's assets together to this trust. So the trust is going to have the whole beneficial interest over your personal assets and also the church's assets. And that's pretty much how it's set up. You know, and then the beneficiaries, how we have it set up, is going to be your kids or whoever you decide and choose. It can also be another entity. If you create another entity off the court or another trust off the court, that can be the beneficiary. I'm giving away a lot of game right now for free $99. So if you find this information valuable, you already know what to do. Leave a donation. Cash App TheDonKilam, TheDonKilam. You know, don't nobody do it like your boy Don Kilam, also known as Malik Kilam. I'm giving away the game. I'm making it simple. Everybody else giving you all this wish-washy bullshit because they don't understand. They're not truly implementing these things. They're sitting out here truly paying bills, man. They're sitting here hustling and pay bills, yo. I'm teaching you the game, man. Listen, you are your biggest asset. Then your time is your biggest asset. You follow me? You can learn how to create a research development team where the trust pays people to bring you information that you're searching for. You follow me? Research development. Everybody, listen, all the greats had their own council or their research and development institutes. You follow me? This is how they label it so you can get paid. Y'all sitting here taking y'all's time trying to watch YouTube videos and read books. Listen, get the ebooks, pay somebody to read it. Say, hey, this is the spill I'm looking for, or whatever it is you're looking for in life, man. Pay them to go get it, man. I don't care if it's $10,000. Hey, boom, this is $10,000. This is the information I need. Come back with it. $20,000. Come back with it. There's certain things that you're looking for. You got to know, man. You got to be definite with the infinite on truly what you're looking for in life, man. But this shit is easy, man. When I started breaking it down, And I'm giving y'all the game right here, man. Here's the real game right here. So we got, what's special about mine is I got tax shelters in here, all right? It directs to everything, even education, all right? I'm trying to zoom in. Let me zoom in on this, man. Look, right here. This is the game right here. Tax exempt purposes. I'm giving you the game right here. And then we're going into grant recipients. We're talking about granting, all right? But the trust is organized and shall be administered, distributed, and operated exclusively for charitable and educational purposes within the meaning of the Internal Revenue Code 508C1A, benefits for faith-based organizations, churches, integrated auxiliaries, and association churches do not have to apply as a 501c3 in order to be tax exempt and offer tax deductibility for contributions. All organizations seeking tax exempt status must apply to the IRS except faith-based organizations. Faith-based organizations can be formed under Section 508c1A and enjoy mandatory exceptions from these requirements of the code. Says, yes, he is dripping sauce. I appreciate that. We got Moonchild 875 in the building. Says, thanks, brother. I'm listening. I'm telling you, all these other people. Listen, I'm telling you, look, most of your leaders is watching me anyways. Listen, they come to me. Most of them gurus, they've been watching me. They taking my sauce. Certain motherfuckers shout me out, and that's what's up. I'm letting y'all know what it is, man. I'm dropping y'all the game. I've been dropping y'all the game. You tell them drop a donation. That's what you do. Say, hey, I saw this at DonKilam. I checked DonKilam's videos out. He dropped it first. Did you drop him a donation? Where'd you get the information from? You must have bought the $1 million worth of game at MalikKalam.com. Because that's what woke a lot of you motherfuckers up. You dig what I'm saying? I hate to brag, but damn, I'm good. And that's just what it is. You follow me? Look, I'm breaking down codes. You got to understand the codes, cheat codes in life. Serious. Appreciate you. I love your name. I'm a Syrian starseed. You follow me? We even broke down nationals, man. I'm telling you, this trust is dope. Never seen nothing like it until I made it. You follow me? Until I put it together. So look at this trust, man. It's even got the will in it. I got the will. And that's what it is. Drop the donation. Go there. I'm dropping sauce, man. I got the constitution and bylaws for your church. Put it together, man. You're going to have to put your own religion and spirituality in there. But if you bring me to your city, we can go over that together. You drop that 1,500 membership, we can go over this together too. Follow me? Just quit hitting me up at 6 in the morning like the homeboy did, man. I cussed him out, but then we was cool afterwards. He was like, yo, I didn't even notice. But yeah, you just getting caught up in the information. You're in the ethers. It's all good. Get out the ethers. Come back to earth and understand 1,000 motherfuckers hit me up every day, begging me, asking me for free shit, asking me to give them donations. This shit's funny. Look, asking me to send them diapers. Sometimes I might, listen, if your story sounds sad enough, I'll look you up. And you got some kids and shit, I can tell it's legit, man, I might go send you some diapers, some Pampers, shoot you a free national ID or something. You dig what I'm saying? You follow me? He said, we got Royal Minister Kamara in the building. He's a Syrian starseeds in the building. Yes. Motherfuckers don't know about that, man. Church Constitution, man. I'm trying to tell you, get it together. I'm trying to look. I don't know if you know. Listen, you really shouldn't praise no man. You should praise yourself starting off. If you're going to praise any man or any fleshly being, praise yourself first. So look, but check this out. All praise is due to Noble Drew Ali. So they put it together, man. They put it together. I don't know what's going on now because I don't be in the temples. But when you think about how they put the Zodiac Constitution together, incorporated the charters, and had it together, man. He was a prime example of truly what you need to do and get out the rat race and get out the matrix. But yeah, so that's what it is, man. That's what I wanted to bring to y'all today. That's all I want to bring to y'all today. I want to drop y'all some game. I've been working hard. Alright, we good. So if you want that information, I just got a donation from I'll shout you out real quick. It didn't pop up on that phone. Hold on. Elvin, I appreciate you. Elsie the Light says, gotta tell you what happened at court. Let us know, homie. Let us know. But what you going to court for anyway? I don't go to court. Alright. Kiva Style, I appreciate the love. We got the trillionaire, I appreciate the love. Moonchild, I appreciate the love. Moonchild says, Redeemer. Chris G, appreciate the love. Brian Jefferson, appreciate the love as always. Life with Mark P. Peace and love. I like that name. He says Life with Mark P. The real Jeremy Shorter says, your hard work is paying off, bro. Keep being the light to freedom. I appreciate that, man. I do what I can. I'm a busy man. I do what I can, man. I want y'all to know, too. I want y'all to know. Well, I'm an asshole sometimes, too. Shaquille says he needs that idea ASAP. I'm gonna tell y'all why I'm an asshole. Yeah, I do remember. I'm gonna tell you why I'm an asshole, cause look, if love did the trick, then we all be there. We would all be there. You follow me? You know, there's a reason a lot of special forces come to me. I work with a lot of people that was in the special forces or retired special forces, retired military. They used to be and talked to a certain way, giving orders a certain way. A lot of us was baby. You follow me? Y'all was baby. Look, man, and just be honest with yourself. To us that got kids out there, do you want your kids to grow up like you? Are you being an example? And do you want your kids to grow up like your parents? Are they good examples? These are the things you need to think about. Follow me? You need to learn how to set the standards. Learn how to set standards and hold morals and values. And learn how to put that in the trust and hand that down. You follow me? See, one good thing before I go, I'm going to drop. These are my own personal opinions and beliefs, all right? It takes a man to raise a man, but it takes a woman to raise a nation because information starts at the time of conception. I believe it is the woman's duty to tell that child who it is, what it's going to grow up to be. And it shouldn't be nothing short of greatness. And don't have them growing up being scary, all right? Don't have them growing up thinking they came from slavery. They're here to solve problems for humanity. And that's what should be in your trust. It should hand this down. When a child becomes a man, it should know its directive. When a boy grows into a man, it should know what a man is. And there's men out here that I help on a daily basis that they don't know what a true man is. They only know what they've seen because nobody gave them that, nothing physical. Say, hey, now you're a man now. They think they're a man when they have a baby. Some people have baby at teenagers. They think they're a man when they leave the house. They think they're a man when they start getting coochie. You follow me? And the same thing with the women. They need to know their roles. You need to be definite with your roles. And you need to leave this with your family trust or family Bible. You follow me? You need to have this not on Facebook. We're putting all our pictures and memories on Facebook. These used to even be part of this trust. You follow me? Could nobody take this from you? This is getting handed down to your beneficiaries. We don't even know who we are. You don't even know no self of identity no more. You think you're this card. You think you're this ID. You think you're this birth certificate. You think you're this debt you owe. You have no self-awareness. And once you start learning how to operate in trust and learning how important it is to hand down a legacy, then maybe you'll start maneuvering differently. And this is what trust means to me. A true trust or a true bond in commerce is one that you have with your higher power, higher self, because you're doing your best to capture creativity and then get compensated correctly in the physical form through your creativity, through your gifts from the higher power. That's what this trust means to me. I don't know what else I can say to make it make sense. But I need you to know that you truly have a life purpose. I stress this to a lot of my students. You truly have a life purpose. You are here for a reason. Why do you keep taking up God's air space if you believe in something greater than yourself? So when you discover that you have a greater purpose, you discover that you have a true job in life, then nothing can stop you from living it and being it and doing it and having whatever you desire, because prosperity is your birthright. It learn how to hand down a legacy. Learn how to hand down something for generations to come. It starts with you. For a tree to grow strong, it has to have strong roots. So learn how to hand down that. Learn how to hand down your roots. And if you don't have roots, make some up on what you want to hand down to your kids. Because if you don't make up a story, then they're going to believe a story somebody else made up. Because that's what's been going on, and that's what's going on. So quit allowing someone who knows nothing about your culture to hand down your culture to your heritage. They're controlling your perception and what you see. So you got to learn how to take that back. And that's what a trust is. So we should still be making physical pictures, handing them down, even if it's paintings. Follow me? Handing that down. Having a clear objective in life on, hey, this is what I think your life should be, but we can't go against free will. This is the knowledge I think you should have. Learn how to put it in a trust and hand this down. Elsie the Light says he terrorized the court. He did pay a penny. TJ Nab says he's a he's a Palladian star seed. Peace and love. Before y'all start chipping out, just go ahead and do a simple YouTube search on some of this stuff. The Trillionaire says gratitude, love blesses the existence, love is the word. Praise Yahweh. Yes. Always give gratitude. Gratitude is a universal law, man. But just remember that if anything else, if you didn't get anything from tonight, just remember a true bond or a true trust in commerce is one with your higher power, higher self. Because if a trust is getting paid, that thought form came from somebody and they put it in a trust, and then that trust started getting paid. You follow me? Most banks are trust. But it started with a thought form. Everything started from man first and then expressed it into the trust form, in affidavit form, contract form. It starts back with the roots. Go all the way back in history, man. It started with the Vatican, all right? When these trusts started, the Cesti Trust. So start learning about that, man. Start learning who you are. And then figure out what it is you're here to bring to humanity, to uplift humanity. Because that's what I'm putting in my bylaws. We're not really here. We're here as a spiritual being, here to uplift humanity. I didn't put no type of true religion. My religion is to uplift humanity. We don't have a name. We're just spiritual beings. I'm here to uplift humanity. With that, I'm out. Much peace and love. Make sure you drop the donation. The TheDonKilam is the Cash App TheDonKilam. You can always go to donkilam.com/donate or Malik Kilam. Much peace and love. Remember, prosperity is your birthright. Peace.
It's your boy Malik Kilam, also known as TheDonKilam. We on the private jet tour right now, coming to a city near you. So be sure to check out the latest services and products that we have to offer. Much peace and love. Hey, peace and love, man. You're now rocking with your boy TheDonKilam. I'm telling you, man, ministry trust. Learn that your name is the business. Build that business credit, man. I've been rocking with my boy Caesar behind the camera all day. He watched me literally get 2 or 3 loans right on the phone. Like, they reached out to me once I started putting out the applications. They reached out to me, so it's just easy. don't want y'all to know it's easy. Y'all gotta put forth the effort and make sure y'all create y'all businesses and the business profile, the credit profile correctly, and keep it all the same. Create that 411 with listyourself.net. That's free. DMB number, that is free. Get your EIN number, that's free. The only thing that's gonna cost you is the Secretary of State. And you're establishing your papers with the Secretary of State, whether it's a corporation or a LLC, man. That's what I want the world to know. And I started teaching the world this, what goes around comes around. So all my haters out there, I'm doing this for y'all too. For real. Private jet, baby. You're on the way. You know, first, there's a ton of TV offers. That's why you don't like yourself and your brother. They listen to me because of my complexion. You know, our people are programmed to listen to the white man.
Pretty much.
So I put a suit on, look nice. They listen to me. I teach them the right shit.
Right. How old are you?
33.
It's cool, man. It's good stuff.
Your name's the business, man.
How many followers you got?
Right on YouTube, 10,000.
Okay. You're growing.
Yeah, I'm growing.
IG's
IG is about 50,000.
moving up.
Yeah, IG. But I got IG is different. You gotta watch what you say. You know, they limit what you say.
Yeah.
It's cool, man. I ain't got nothing bad to say about no judges. Was you a cop in Las Vegas?
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh no. Boy, you was tripping. Glad you here.
I've been retired 7 years ago.
No, man. This is dangerous out here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you already know the mob still runs stuff. So some people can't come in here tripping in these casinos. I seen them kick them out. I never knew that some of these hotels be having like their own little military, like whatever they have.
Yeah, they do.
I seen a guy in there tripping. I'm like, dang, they got their own police.
They did all that after the October 1st shooting.
Yeah, I know. I heard about it.
They ripped it all up. Were you out here doing that?
Nuh-uh.
2017.
So I called him early so he could just hear me. Just talk to lenders.
Uh-huh.
You know, I got approved for 5 lenders in the last 2 days. Yeah. So over $100,000 total. So like I had to really put it together.
So you say you teach this stuff. What's your niche?
Peace and love, boy. It's your boy Malik Kilam, also known as DonKilam.com. And as always, prosperity is your motherfucking love like beaches. Stay tuned for more, man. Private jet life on that private jet tour right now, man. Let's peace and love. Peace and love, it's your boy DonKilam. We out here live, private jet tour with your boy DonKilam, man. Click the link, man. You don't want to miss this, man. Get the courses now with your boy DonKilam. Peace and love. Peace and love, it's your boy DonKilam, and I just jumped off the porch with Dirty Glove Bastard.
Born and bred hustler in my veins to go get it. Surface marked the name, now the world is.
Some of the importance that comes with having good credit.
There's been times, like, I'm not gonna say it's easy, all right? I'm not gonna say, because that's still a job to maintain your credit, but there's been times where I didn't have any cash, and then I can rely on credit or business credit, or even just establish a business and go to a bank and get some startup funding. Like, people don't understand, like, when you become when you hear, like, Rick Ross, that name, that's a business. That's not no name. That's a business. That name's getting paid.
Yeah.
You follow me?
What's the biggest sacrifice you took that paid off?
I would say just not retaliating, believing in karma. I've had, like, people close to me take a large, substantial amount of money out of some accounts. So just not turning that in, not retaliating, just trusting the process, and then figuring out what you did that led you to that anyways. And it always pays off.
Oh, shit. Fuck a shooter, I'm my own shooter. First 48, that's how we do it.
My credit right. Look me up on DNB, Duns and Bradstreet, baby.
And where find you on Instagram?
Oh man, Don_Kilam. That's DON_KILAM.
About you or me, you can slave all your life, but the game's always free. Close your eyes for a second, I'ma teach you how to see. I'ma tap your mind's eye and make your crown shine gleam. Shut my labor every time you hear me speak. On the other side of fear is your heart, take a leap. Walk by faith, not by sight, and then it's time to eat. Money over bitches, never said I didn't cheat. Took a lot of L's, but I rose from defeat. My bitch rolling with me as class bucket seats. Praises to the ancestors, the Egyptian cotton sheets. They claim me need credit, so I built it in the streets. I can never settle down, make money when I sleep. They say money talks, make sense when I speak. Shine on sight, always reign king. Circle 7 generations, still feel my heartbeat. My word is my bond, I'm a dime. I'm a dime, I'm a dime. My word is my bond, I'm a dime. I'm a dime, I'm a dime. 1s, 5s, 10s, 20s, 50s, 100s, say shit to get money when I die in your life. I already said it, royalty checks, I built my own. I said a hip hop, I can lime on the seams. Tongue-tied knots, poking out the seams. The general and the chicken, yin cha ching, bling bling, wax on, wax off, making cream. Dropped up out of college, now the master's bout to me. Product my environment, so I guess it's Chinese. Used to be scared of heights, now it's first class seats. Distracting models, popping bottles, board of trustees. Fuck a paddy wagon, DonKilam and a freeze. When the trumpet sounds, means I caught them and they sleep. Soundtrack of my life, I create what I speak. Where attention goes, power flows, you are what you beat. These rappers assholes, pussies on the beat. 7 circles in my life, 9 days in a chic. 3 ring circus, 4 on the A3. The world's crisscross, so deaf they can't see. Born and bred hustler in my veins to go get it. Surface marked the name, now the world is my kitchen. Duffel bag boy, 2 chains, I'm so different. All I know is nothing, adding O's to the digits. All I know is hustling smartphones and them widgets. Slinging X-Lax, the way I keep shitting. I'm the one adding nothing to the digits. Google every lyric and you still don't get it. Nothing on the books when I came home from prison. Now it's quantum sleep, rest well when I've risen. Truth never changes, Anacasa in the living. Stand up, Gaba, Anacasa, how I'm sitting. Screaming eagle bottles, addicted to the sipping. Peach Ravina tiles in the bathroom while I'm pissing. It started with a dream that I knew to make living. If hustling was a sport, hashtag been winning. Born and bred hustler in my veins to go get it. Surface marked the name, now the world is my kitchen. Duffel bag boy, 2 chains, I'm so different. All I know is nothing, adding O's to the digits. Born and bred hustler in my veins to go get it. Surface marked the name, now the world is my kitchen. Duffel bag boy, 2 chains, I'm so different. All I know is nothing, adding O's to the digits.
Peace and love, world, peace and love. You're now rocking to the sounds and vibrations of your boy Malik Kilam, also known as DonKilam.com. And as always, prosperity is your birthright. You already know I'm not a licensed attorney or tax expert. I do this for educational and informational purposes only. I'm in the building. LA, peace and love.
Peace and love. You already know.
You want to give me your appellation?
Jadari Heyru Bay.
All right, you on the Instagram too?
Khalifa Territory. Yeah, you can follow me at Jadari_Heyru_Bay. Jadari, JAHDARI _Heyru_Bay. Islam.
So,
I just went and got something to eat because, you know, I'm always working and shit. But I seen him in the streets. I'm like, man, I gotta chop it up with the brother, man. He's rocking the full fez and everything. So look, man, I told him, you know, the charity starts at home. I need y'all to know that. So y'all need to quit. Listen, do Morris beg? Do you got kids?
Yes, I do have a daughter.
You teach them to be beggars?
Nah.
All right, man. So quit begging. Morris demonstrates. Check this out. Man asked me a couple questions. Look, I know he wants it, so I gotta give it to him. You dig what I'm saying? And listen, he's dropping me with knowledge. I'm like, man, this brother been studying
Islam.
Listen, now to gain clarity, you know, you just gotta get that alone time. That's what you, yourself. You know, to know yourself is to know God.
Islam.
Allah has no expression except through us.
Right.
But the court is all now. That ranks higher than any judge. You follow me? All right. So I reserve all my God-given rights.
Right.
I'm a happy holy day too. It is a holy day. Yes, Islam. Happy holy day. Much peace and love. So I reserve all my God-given rights given to me by Allah. Long as you harm none, you can do whatever you wish.
Right.
Long as you harm none, you can do whatever you wish.
Right. I got that.
Straight up. So I remove all planes and all boxes from this courtroom. Are you doing virtual court or you have to really go?
Really go.
All right, so before you cross the bar, let them know that you're not entering into any contract. Do I make myself clear?
Right.
I'm under the laws of the Republic.
Okay.
Never state Constitution, not yet. Not until you say Republic first. Then you can say Constitution. That makes sense?
Yeah. This is a republic.
Yeah, you're a friend of the United States. That's how Noble Drew Ali demonstrated it too. We're a friend of the United States.
I'm not crossing any.
If I cross the bar, this does not mean I'm in a contract with you. Do I make myself clear?
Right.
You know, just let them know you're not under a contract. You understand that the bar is a contract.
Yeah, I don't even want to go past there though.
Yeah, you make your appearance from the galley.
Yeah.
You know, hey, I'm here by special appearance.
Yeah.
I always say special appearance.
Right. But I heard not to cross over that.
But if you do cross it, just let them know, hey, I'm not under a contract with you. Just make it, hey, this is a court of record, right?
Right.
Well, prove that you're a lawful judge on the record. Can I see your oath of office and your delegation order from Congress?
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, I got his oath of office too printed out.
You do?
Yeah,
All right.
I got that from the county
now you need their delegation order from Congress because under 28 U.S.C. 3002, subsection 2, it's not a court unless they got permission from Congress.
Yeah.
And then it's
they don't have that though.
Then it's a tax issue.
They don't have it's a tax issue.
Then it's a tax issue. Even if you go to Article 3 of the Constitution, same shit. Supreme Court of Congress.
Yeah.
Or it's a contract. Follow me?
I follow you.
All right. So yeah, I remove all planes and all boxes from this courtroom. This will be a level playing field. You know, court's just a game, right? All right, this will be a level playing field. I appoint you as my honor bound.
And point at him.
Yeah, point at the judge. I appoint you as my honor bound, duty bound fiduciary.
Honor bound, duty bound, fiduciary.
Yes.
Fiduciary. Yep.
Yes. I'm here today for a square deal.
I'm here today for a square deal.
And I demand you to dissolve this case and produce all accounting information.
Solve this case and present
all accounting information.
All accounting information, okay.
Including the recipient of the funds of the 1099 OID that you was talking about.
Including
yes,
the recipient. I forgot how to spell recipient. Oh, I got it. Recipient of all.
recipient of the funds for the 1099 OID.
So that's all I say?
Yeah.
Okay.
And let them know on the record, you've already,
including the recipient of the funds?
Yeah. And we have facts that can be presented on the record to show that Mr. Prosecutor has been presented with the W-9. Right. You said you've already presented him with the W-9, correct?
No, I haven't. No,
but you going?
No,
okay.
I was sending a letter to the court executor. I'm about to send a letter with a blank W-9 so he can fill it out for me.
So they can't understand a lot of the stuff you say, right?
Yeah.
So this is why I say it's important. It costs $100 in Cali. Get your name as an LLC.
Yeah.
So you just say you're the authorized representative, right?
Yeah.
Of that name.
Yeah, but I already am the authorized representative because I put a lien on that name.
All right, but what I'm saying is it's a corporate court.
Yeah.
So they only understand corporation.
Oh,
they don't
okay.
understand you if you make your name a corporation.
Right.
Then you can enter your fee schedule and all of that. You follow me?
Okay. I'm already entering the fee schedule.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they ain't gonna understand it because they can't operate because you're under a private trust.
Yeah.
You follow me? When you operate as a business, because your name is already considered a sole proprietorship.
Yeah.
But when you make it like an LLC or a corporation, they're gonna stay away from you.
Man,
That's how you assess the tax.
Oh, start the LLC. That's what the website and do it.
Yeah, California. Like Michael Jordan, his name's a business, right?
Right.
Donald Trump's his name's a business. LeBron James' name. Your name, you have to make your name a business.
Yeah.
It's already a business. The social makes you a slave.
Yeah.
The EIN makes you a master. So you just get an EIN with the IRS website.
Yeah.
And then make
I know. I just got my A5 number.
Yeah. So
I gotta get the 9-8 now, right?
No, the A5 works.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll work. But just make sure you get the certificate with the state, so you can prove, so they can do business with you.
Certificate what?
A certificate of good standing. Your name as an LLC or a corporation.
Oh,
So
okay.
then they can do business with you.
Right.
You follow me?
Right.
Make sense?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. They can only do business with other corporations. You know, if you came in here with a trust, they ain't gonna fuck with me. I can't take a trust. I can't take a trust into the store and get stuff, right?
Right.
So I can't take silver and gold into the store and buy nothing, right? So that's how it is in the court. You gotta operate in the fiction.
Yeah.
You gotta learn how to operate in the fiction. You gotta learn how to jump in and out the matrix, that's all.
Yeah.
The trust is the private.
Right.
You feel me? And then the actual corporation is the public. That's the public play.
Yeah.
That's your puppet. Corpse is a dead body. Action means action, so you gotta bring the dead body to life.
Yeah.
Just like the courts. So you know the courts are a corporation.
Right.
So you can't never face your accuser. They're a corporation. Walmart's a corporation. You can't never see Walmart.
Right.
It's a figment of our imagination.
Right.
That's been brought to life in this realm.
Islam.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. So you gotta create your own puppet too. Like, hey, you talking about this name? That's an LLC, man. You looking at the CEO.
Right.
I don't own shit. It's because it's own nothing, control everything.
Yeah.
I don't own nothing, but I'm the CEO.
Yeah.
That's what they do.
Yeah.
The president don't own the United States, but he is the CEO. You follow me?
Yeah.
He's the president. But somebody's even calling shots because somebody else is, really owns the corporation.
Yeah.
You dig what I'm saying? Makes sense now.
Right.
All right, man. That's where I'm at, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, tell me what much peace and love. I'm about to add you on the add me on the Instagram right now, so I'll make sure you got.
Sure, great.
About to get back to work. Peace and love. How y'all feeling today, man?
What's your gram?
DON _ KILAM. The top one.
Right here?
Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, I'm live right now.
Follow me back.
Yeah, I will. Hey.
That's me right here.
Say something in the chat. Say something in the chat.
All right, man.
No, if you can chat.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So, because if y'all out here, man, help him build, man. He's there. You hear me? He's there. Y'all can help each other, man. Cause I got lots of followers, man. See, the live was at the top. See it?
Oh, you on?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, he typing right now, man, in the chat. I add you. If y'all see him, man, say your name again.
Jadari Hayrube, 720 degrees.
Blessings, man. If y'all good with this court shit, man, they said they love the feds. You hear me? There you go. He just typed in the chat. There you go. There you go. Got you. All right, King, man. I'll even start doing lives and shit with you on Instagram. Much peace and love, y'all.
Yeah.
Lord have mercy. The Lord is my shepherd. He know what I want.
There's no nobility in poverty. I have been a rich man and I have been a poor man, and I choose rich every fucking time. Because at least as a rich man, when I have to face my problems, I show up in the back of a limo wearing a $2,000 suit and a $40,000 gold fucking watch.
You didn't put in on this, man.
Better get a receipt, my brother.
Peace and love, peace and love. You're now rocking to the sounds and vibrations of your boy Don Kilam, also known as Malik Kilam. As always, prosperity is your divine birthright. We in here, we living our private life, man. I'm waiting on my food though. Y'all see the viewers? Listen, this bitch got like 3 beds in this bitch. Tell me y'all ever seen a bed come out the wall? Y'all ever seen a bed come off the wall? Y'all see this shit? This a whole bed. Look. This is how we do. This is how the fuck we do. Oh shit, here we go. Hold up, y'all. The fuck? Hello? All right, that's fine. Thank you. These people crazy about my food. This the king quarters right here. This where the king's gonna be sleeping tonight. You feel me? Peace and prosperity. See, we ain't smoking in here. You feel me? We smoking in here. We smoking in here. You see, anytime we go, you put the condom on the smoke detector. This that prosperous life, man. Y'all don't need to see everything, man. I can't show y'all all the rooms, man. Fuck all of that. This the king quarter, though. All right, we kid. So look, we having private meetings. I'm doing a couple of private meetings here shortly. You know, can't go wrong without this. Peace and love, peace and love. Let me know where you tuned in from. Let me know where you tuned in from. We got the Word is Bond, 1099 OID. This is the child support book. All these can be found on Amazon too. How to win child support. This to even help you win child support. This is an actual court case. Show my court case. We got Callie in the building. Fee schedule. It's gonna break down everything right here. Cease and desist. It's gonna break down how to show the. It shows you how to use the bonds, the actual bonds. Let's go to the bonds. Because that's what it's about. Release of the lien right here. The consent of the surety. It already smelled like weed in this one. Like he said, bless the room with the holy smoke. It already smelled like weed in here. It shows you how to fill these bitches out, okay? I'll show you game, man. Shows you what to do. But that's not what I'm working on, okay? Let's see if I can find what I'm working on. Oh. Yeah. Now, boom. Can't show y'all everything now. This is the next book. So I'm going to show y'all like actual, we're going to know the Form 990. I got actual tax forms. Let's see. There's so much to go over. I got to make sure I show y'all the right forms. All right, here goes some actual peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. Yeah, I got the book. Someone says I'm off for eviction. I got the book called Open House. Check it out on Amazon. It's only $100. Send me the $97 donation. Make sure you get it with the forms. I actually beat an eviction. They let me stay there to the end of the release. So I'm showing you, these are recent. This is things we've actually assist people with. I can't show y'all everything, but y'all can see the tax identification number. I'm talking about showing you how to move funds around, okay? This was in Denver, Colorado. And this is for an actual non-profit organization, the 68-page tax return. All right. Now, when you're doing this, if you don't want to, right here where it says briefly describe the organization's mission or more significant activities, right here, this is where we put operating as a 508c1a, and that would make us. Well, we don't even have to file this documentation. All right. Now, this documentation was actually used so you can receive credits, because you have to assess the tax in order to get the credits. Okay. Going over more exemptions. I'm gonna break some stuff down for you. I just want y'all to know I'm actually working on this. I'm in the middle of working on this right now. You can receive an exemption from Social Security, signing away the rights to receive Social Security benefits in the process. Certain religious organizations are granted exemptions from participation in Social Security in recognition of the fact that the communities care for the old and infirm. They can prove that their government or their religion sets up programs for the elderly. And they also consider programs, if your religion or your beliefs consider that Social Security be an insurance program which contradicts your beliefs against participating in commercial insurance. Okay? And even though you become generally exempted from Social Security, in some cases, in fact, if these forms are not filed correctly, you will still be required to pay Social Security taxes. This may happen when working for a business, and that's when it's going to happen when you're working for a business that's not private, that's operating in the public. And you're going to be required to pay taxes when you're employing your non-religious workers or non-religious youth that have not been baptized with your religion. You can make it where you're exempt from participating in workers' compensation insurance programs. These are private insurance programs, and you need to understand that. When you understand this private life, you'll know more that these are insurance programs or private contracts that go outside the scopes of the government. So the Social Security tax is a private contract. It's a private insurance program. That's why it goes outside the Constitution, because you have the right to contract. Okay? I hope that makes sense. This is why the government can't stop it. Now, there's some religious organizations, Jewish, Amish, their schooling ends in the 8th grade, but education continues, okay? And they're able to do this by not volunteering in their programs. So there's religious objections to high school. So you would make a religious objection to high school and then show that you have your own schoolhouse or your own education system. So there's no conflict over schooling. So we got Pennsylvania, Kansas. There's a lot of different states that work well with different religions that go through this. Because the Amish school their own people. Jewish school their own people. So as long as you do not consume a service or a product that taxes help pay for, and as long as you do not take advantage of government benefits or programs or aid, okay? You'll be exempt When you have a private business established correctly with the self-employment tax, you'll be exempt from the FUTA and the FICA. Now, the FICA stands for the Federal Insurance Contributions Act, which directly funds the Social Security and Medicare. Now, the FUTA is the Federal Unemployed Tax Act, which funds unemployment benefits. So these are two exemptions you got to make sure that you get out of. I'm going to say that again. So dealing with your private businesses and dealing with your social, if your social's in the system, you're going to want to get it out of the system, dealing with the Federal Insurance Contributions Act. That's the FICA, because this is what funds peace and love. Peace and love. We got DJ Monte in the building. FICA, the Federal Insurance Contribution Act. This is what funds the Social Security and Medicare. And then you got the FUTA, the FUTA, peace and love, peace and love. The FUTA, this is the Federal Unemployment Tax Act, and this funds the unemployment benefits. Anyone who has been an employee is used to seeing those line items on their paychecks. Employers withhold those amounts from employee wages and pay an employer portion to fund the employee's insured status. So you guys understand, you're insured. When you get a job, you apply for a job, you're automatically insured. That's a form of insurance. You need to understand this. The Social Security number is a form of insurance. Medicare is a form of insurance. People who are self-employed pay FICI or FICA taxes through their self-employment taxes found on Schedule SE with the Form 1040 to have insured status for Social Security and Medicare. So learn how to get the exemptions from these, all right? Exemptions are not automatic. There's an application process. You are not exempt from self-employment taxes merely by being a member of a particular religion or profession. There's an application process. The IRS requires you to file a form requesting their exemption, and that form includes a lengthy certification regarding your religious beliefs and the requirements that you do not accept various types of public insurance. You also must never have actually received any type of public insurance benefits such as Social Security or had anyone else receive those benefits based on your earnings record. After the application is submitted, the exemption must be approved by the Internal Revenue Service, who may determine you do not qualify and disapprove of your application. So you do want to get recognized, okay? Now, I'm going to keep going deep. A little bit. So you gotta understand, there's certain ways you have to rebuke these statements. Why don't you participate in the Social Security program? Well, we believe it's a insurance program. We don't want to partake in the Social Security. We don't want to partake in the Medicare. We provide for our elderly. Simple as that. I'm working on I'm working on a book, but I got a lot. Because this is stuff I work with a lot of bookkeepers and accountants, okay? Because CPAs don't know what to do, because they come through, because sometimes the Amish do pay property taxes. That's about it. You want to come through, you want to show them how to file the religious orders correctly, all right? Let me go through this so y'all can understand what I'm talking about. So I keep telling y'all, look into the Form 4029. This is showing you exactly how to break down the Form 29 and the special procedures, all right? And what to tell your CPA or your bookkeeper, okay? Your accountant. How to be exempt from the FICA taxes. Sometimes your CPA is going to ask, when you're trying to do with this, some CPAs don't know, you gotta go to special CPAs. The forms 94, 941, 943, and 944. They're gonna try to get you to fill these out. I'm gonna show you how to do it from a tribal aspect. Because we're mixing religion and tribal at the same goddamn time. And you gotta understand this. So you can be exempt from self-employment taxes on the 1040, because they're gonna try to say you're self-employed with your business, alright? And I stay away from the EITCs and additional child tax credit, but there is some Amish that try to dibble and dabble and get that. I just don't. You're going to get your exemptions, your health coverage exemptions through the 8965 when you prove that you're taking care of your elderly in your village or your community or your tribe. Then you're gonna they're gonna ask about, since you're religious, they're gonna need SS16 for your minister. You're gonna have to have at least one minister. Now, when I was dealing with these other ones, we had like 45 private members in their congregation. They just put them as private members or stockholders within the church. But the SS16, that's a certificate of election and coverage. Then we got the application for exemption from self-employment tax used by ministers. All right. Members of religious orders and Christian Science practitioners. This is going to be a Form 4361. A Form 4361. This is deep. I shouldn't even be giving y'all this. I'm going to try to save it. My Instagram been acting crazy. So a Form 4361. And we just getting started. This is why you gotta book a call with your boy DonKilam. But let me go ahead and pull this up so y'all can see. I'm gonna pull up this form so y'all know I'm not bullshit. Cause half of y'all don't even be writing. Y'all don't even be taking notes. Let me pull this form up for y'all. I got the whole rundown. I got the whole plays, man. Look, this is what this looks like. So these, listen, you got to make sure you got these on file, okay? And you see, they got the rabbi right here. You got to understand, you got the ordained minister. You can get ordained free online. Universal Life Church. Priest or rabbi. Jewish, okay? They're saying priest or ordained minister when dealing with the Amish, okay? A commissioned or licensed minister. Now, that falls under a different bracket, though. But this is for the private life right here. Then they got the Church of Science right here. Some of them do the member of religious order not under a vow of poverty. But this is where I usually deal right here. But look what this form is. Now, a lot of people are not familiar with this. They don't even talk about this in the Patriot community at all. But this is the aspect that I'm coming from when dealing with these, all right? When dealing with these so-called taxes. We're doing it from an ordained minister standpoint. You're doing it with the nonprofits, having your nonprofits established correctly with the 508c1a, with the ministry trust, and then the 509s, the private member associations. I'm bringing y'all $1 million worth of game right now. I'm just showing y'all the 4361. Because you got to be careful when dealing with this, because they're going to try to say, look, I've seen people getting hit with, they're saying they have alter egos. They keep claiming a name. That's my name. I work for the name. I work for the name. You're claiming the name. So if you're controlling it and benefiting from it, that's your alter ego, so you got to be careful. And that's why we come from the church aspect. So when you make your land tribal, okay, when you learn that your tribe, you make your land tribal, then any type of income, even if it's claimed as income, is going to be tax exempt at the state and local levels. It's going to be tax exempt at the state and local levels. I'm telling you, I'm working on this book. This book will be done by the end of September. We'll be going on this. We'll be going over this in class when I do the class. Talk more about the W-8 bin as well, because a lot of people are just utilizing these tax forms incorrectly, and that's why they're getting blue block plans. They need to know the law. They need to know their law in case people come up on it. Because if you're dealing with the FRNs, they're tracking these motherfuckers. You're dealing with the system. You're dealing with the banking system. Because how else are you moving money back and forth? You're utilizing you're utilizing their tools. Hello.
Don't open this so that will it fail.
All right.
Inside.
All right, I got you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Enjoy your day.
Gotta get this food, my bad. My apologies, y'all. Eating good in the neighborhood. So there's 573 recognized tribes, you gotta know. 573 recognized tribes. You gotta get with one of them. You see me. Y'all see me. Y'all see how I'm moving and grooving. This that motherfucking prosperity life right there. The life of prosperity. Let's go. Let me finish this up, now I'm gonna eat. So an individual must connect their name to the enrolled member of a federally recognized tribe. All right. There's ways to get enrolled. I deal with the Cherokees, Choctaws, Seminoles. There's a process. If you want to be federally recognized, okay? Now, if you're not part of the recognized tribes, you want your tribe to be recognized in their states, I could show you, tell me what state you in, man. Whoever you name your state, whoever names their state first, I'll tell you the federally recognized tribes in your state. Now, there's a way you can get your tribe recognized federally too, but there's a process, and it can take years. Hello. What? No. Thank you. All right, we got California, Maryland. I don't know why she keep calling. She getting on my motherfucking nerves. Maryland, California, Maryland, Georgia. All right, we're going to go with Maryland. I'll tell you California and Georgia, too. So, Maryland. Maryland recognized tribes. I don't see any. Maryland ain't got no tribes. Goddamn. That's the first. Georgia for sure got some. California for sure got some too. So I guess you could be the first one in Maryland. I don't know what's up with Maryland. In Colorado, when I was in Colorado, they want you to utilize their tribal, their tribes already in, and there's a shit ton in California. They got the Bear River Band, the Big Lagoon, Blue Lake, Bridgeport, California Valley, Milwaukee Tribe, the Campo Band, Cedarville, Rancheria, Chicken Ranch. The list goes on. There's hellas. I'll let y'all see it. This is California. You're Seminole in Florida. That's all California right here. These are all California. Florida right here. The Seminole tribe and then the Muskogee. Cali is deep, yeah. Cali's deep. And then we had Georgia. Let me go to Georgia. This is just a certain list, man. There was some in Georgia. I don't see it on this list. But they recognize my cards and I've utilized my cards in Georgia. Because they got KKK here. So they got to recognize tribes. It just might be more private. All right, here we go. I was looking at the federals. These are the state right here. Here goes Maryland right here, so my apologies. You got the Piscataway Indian Nation and the Piscataway Conway Tribe. Georgia, Cherokee or Georgia Tribal Council, and they got Cherokee County here. They got a whole county. Georgia Tribe of Eastern Cherokees and the Lower Muskogee Creek Tribe, and they all have their own counties and shit here in Georgia, right next to Atlanta. So some of them are just state recognized, and some of them are federally recognized. But I'm just telling you, bro, I'm about to eat, man. I'll holler at y'all. About to eat good. I got some fresh salmon on here, man. Eating good in the neighborhood. Much peace and love. Remember, prosperity is your birthright. Yeah, DC is a district, man. It's its own district. But they do recognize your federal, you have to just have a federal tribe in DC. They ask them about DC, get recognized by federally. Because DC is the District of Columbia, and that's all federal territory. But much peace and love. Click the description box below. Make sure you like, comment, share. Become a member today. Text membership to 480-573-4879. Tap in with your boy. Peace and love. Peace and love, peace and love. You're now rocking to the sounds and vibrations of your boy, DonKilam. Also known as Malik Kilam, as always. Prosperity is your divine birthright. We in here, we living that private life, man. I'm waiting on my food, though. Y'all see the viewers? Listen, this bitch got like 3 beds in this bitch. Tell me y'all ever seen a bed come out the wall? Y'all ever seen a bed come off the wall? Y'all see this shit? This a whole bed. Look. This is how we do. This is how the fuck we do. Oh shit, here we go. Hold up, y'all. The fuck? Hello? All right, that's fine. Thank you. These people crazy about my food. This is the king quarters right here. This is where the king's gonna be sleeping tonight. You feel me? Peace and prosperity. See, we ain't smoking in here. You feel me? We smoking in here. We smoking in here. You see, anytime we go, you put the condom on the smoke detector. This that prosperous life, man. Y'all don't need to see everything, man. I can't show y'all all the rooms, man. Fuck all of that. This the king quarter, though. All right, we kid. So look, we having private meetings. I'm doing a couple of private meetings here shortly. You know, can't go wrong without this. Peace and love, peace and love. Let me know where you tuned in from. Let me know where you tuned in from. We got the Word is Bond, 1099 OID. This is the child support book. All these can be found on Amazon too. How to win child support. This will even help you win child support. This is an actual court case. Show my court case. We got Callie in the building. Fee schedule. It's gonna break down everything right here. Cease and desist. It's gonna break down how to show the. It shows you how to use the bonds, the actual bonds. Let's go to the bonds, because that's what it's about. Release of the lien right here. The consent of the surety. It already smelled like weed in this one. Like he said, bless the room with the holy smoke. It already smelled like weed in here. It shows you how to fill these bitches out, okay? I'll show you game, man. Shows you what to do. But that's not what I'm working on, okay? Let's see if I can find what I'm working on. Oh. Yeah. Now, boom. Can't show y'all everything now. This is the next book. So I'm gonna show y'all like actual. We're going over the Form 990. I got actual tax forms. Let's see. There's so much to go over. I got to make sure I show y'all the right forms. All right, here goes some actual peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. Yeah, I got the book. Someone says they have I'm off for eviction. I got the book called Open House. Check it out on Amazon. It's only $100. Send me the $97 donation. Make sure you get it with the forms. I actually beat an eviction. They let me stay there to the end of the lease. So I'm showing you, these are recent. This is things we've actually assist people with. I can't show y'all everything, but y'all can see the tax identification number. I'm talking about showing you how to move funds around, okay? This was in Denver, Colorado. And this is for an actual non-profit organization, the 68-page tax return. All right. Now, when you're doing this, if you don't want to, right here where it says briefly describe the organization's mission or more significant activities, right here, this is where we put operating as a 508c1a, and that would make us. Well, we don't even have to file this documentation. All right. Now, this documentation was actually used so you can receive credits, because you have to assess the tax in order to get the credits. Okay. Going over more exemptions. I'm gonna break some stuff down for you. I just want y'all to know I'm actually working on this. I'm in the middle of working on this right now. You can receive an exemption from Social Security, signing away the rights to receive Social Security benefits in the process. Certain religious organizations are granted exemptions from participation in Social Security in recognition of the fact that the communities care for the old and infirm. They can prove that their government or their religion sets up programs for the elderly. And they also consider programs, if your religion or your beliefs consider that Social Security be an insurance program which contradicts your beliefs against participating in commercial insurance. Okay? And even though you become generally exempted from Social Security, in some cases, in fact, if these forms are not filed correctly, you will still be required to pay Social Security taxes. This may happen when working for a business, and that's when it's going to happen when you're working for a business that's not private, that's operating in the public. And you're going to be required to pay taxes when you're employing your non-religious workers or non-religious youth that have not been baptized with your religion. You can make it where you're exempt from participating in workers' compensation insurance programs. These are private insurance programs, and you need to understand that. When you understand this private life, you'll know more that these are insurance programs or private contracts that go outside the scopes of the government. So the Social Security tax is a private contract. It's a private insurance program. That's why it goes outside the Constitution, because you have the right to contract. Okay? I hope that makes sense. This is why the government can't stop it. Now, there's some religious organizations, Jewish, Amish, their schooling ends in the 8th grade, but education continues, okay? And they're able to do this by not volunteering in their programs. So there's religious objections to high school. So you would make a religious objection to high school and then show that you have your own schoolhouse or your own education system. So there's no conflict over schooling. So we got Pennsylvania, Kansas. There's a lot of different states that work well with different religions that go through this. Because the Amish school their own people. Jewish school their own people. So as long as you do not consume a service or a product that taxes help pay for, and as long as you do not take advantage of government benefits or programs or aid, okay? You'll be exempt when you have a private business established correctly with the self-employment tax. You'll be exempt from the FUTA and the FICA. Now, the FICA stands for the Federal Insurance Contributions Act, which directly funds the Social Security and Medicare. Now, the FUTA is the Federal Unemployed Tax Act, which funds unemployment benefits. So these are two exemptions you gotta make sure that you get out of. I'm gonna say that again. So dealing with your private businesses and dealing with your social, if your social's in the system, you're gonna want to get it out of the system. Dealing with the Federal Insurance Contributions Act, that's the FICA, because this is what funds peace and love. Peace and love. We got DJ Monte in the building. FICA, the Federal Insurance Contribution Act. This is what funds the Social Security and Medicare. And then you got the FUTA, the FUTA, peace and love, peace and love. The FUTA, this is the Federal Unemployment Tax Act, and this funds the unemployment benefits. Anyone who has been an employee is used to seeing those line items on their paychecks. Employers withhold those amounts from employee wages and pay an employer portion to fund the employee's insured status. So you guys understand, you're insured. When you get a job, you apply for a job, you're automatically insured. That's a form of insurance. You need to understand this. The Social Security number is a form of insurance. Medicare is a form of insurance. People who are self-employed pay FICI or FICA taxes through their self-employment taxes found on Schedule SE with the Form 1040 to have insured status for Social Security and Medicare. So learn how to get the exemptions from these, all right? Exemptions are not automatic. There's an application process. You are not exempt from self-employment taxes merely by being a member of a particular religion or profession. There's an application process. The IRS requires you to file a form requesting their exemption, and that form includes a lengthy certification regarding your religious beliefs and the requirements that you do not accept various types of public insurance. You also must never have actually received any type of public insurance benefits such as Social Security or had anyone else receive those benefits based on your earnings record. After the application is submitted, the exemption must be approved by the Internal Revenue Service, who may determine you do not qualify and disapprove of your application. So you do want to get recognized, okay? Now, I'm going to keep going deep. a little bit. So you gotta understand, there's certain ways you have to rebuke these statements. Why don't you participate in the Social Security program? Well, we believe it's a insurance program. We don't want to partake in the Social Security. We don't want to partake in the Medicare. We provide for our elderly. Simple as that. I'm working on a book, but I got a lot. Because this is stuff I work with a lot of bookkeepers and accountants, okay? Because CPAs don't know what to do, because they come through, because sometimes the Amish do pay property taxes. That's about it. You want to come through, you want to show them how to file the religious orders correctly, all right? Let me go through this so y'all can understand what I'm talking about. So I keep telling y'all, look into the Form 4029. This is showing you exactly how to break down the Form 29 and the special procedures, all right? And what to tell your CPA or your bookkeeper, okay? Your accountant. How to be exempt from the FICA taxes. Sometimes your CPA is going to ask, when you're trying to do with this, some CPAs don't know, you gotta go to special CPAs. The forms 94, 941, 943, and 944. We're gonna try to get you to fill these out. I'm gonna show you how to do it from a tribal aspect. Because we're mixing religion and tribal at the same goddamn time. You gotta understand this. So you can be exempt from self-employment taxes on the 1040 because they're gonna try to say you're self-employed with your business. All right. And I stay away from the EITCs and additional child tax credit, but there is some Amish that try to dibble and dabble and get that. I just don't. You're going to get your exemptions, your health coverage exemptions through the 8965 when you prove that you're taking care of your elderly in your village or your community or your tribe. Then you're going to, they're going to ask about, since you're religious, they're going to need SF16 for your minister. You're going to have at least one minister. Now, when I was dealing with these other ones, we had like 45 private members in their congregation. They just put them as private members or stockholders within the church. But the SS16, that's a certificate of election and coverage. Then we got the application for exemption from self-employment tax used by ministers. All right. Members of religious orders and Christian Science practitioners. This is going to be a Form 4361. A Form 4361. This is deep. I shouldn't even be giving y'all this. I'm going to try to save it. My Instagram been acting crazy. So a Form 4361. And we just getting started. This is why you gotta book a call with your boy DonKilam. But let me go ahead and pull this up so y'all can see. I'm gonna pull up this form so y'all know I'm not bullshit. Cause half of y'all don't even be writing. Y'all don't even be taking notes. Let me pull this form up for y'all. I got the whole rundown. I got the whole plays, man. Look, this is what this looks like. So these, listen, you got to make sure you got these on file, okay? And you see, they got the rabbi right here. You got to understand, you got the ordained minister. You can get ordained free online. Universal Life Church. Priest or rabbi, Jewish, okay? They're saying priest or ordained minister when dealing with the Amish, okay? Or commissioned or licensed minister. Now, that falls under a different bracket though, but this is for the private life right here. Then they got the Church of Science right here. Some of them do the member of religious order not under a vow of poverty. But this is where I usually deal right here. But look what this form is. Now, a lot of people are not familiar with this. They don't even talk about this in the Patriot community at all. But this is the aspect that I'm coming from when dealing with these, all right? When dealing with these so-called taxes. We're doing it from an ordained minister standpoint. You're doing it with the nonprofits, having your nonprofits established correctly with the 508c1a, with the ministry trust, and then the 509s, the private member associations. I'm bringing y'all $1 million worth of game right now. I'm just showing y'all the 4361. Because you got to be careful when dealing with this because they're going to try to say, look, I've seen people getting hit with, they're saying they have alter egos. They keep claiming that name. That's my name. I work for the name. I work for the name. You're claiming the name. So if you're controlling it and benefiting from it, that's your alter ego, so you gotta be careful. And that's why we come from the church aspect. So when you make your land tribal, okay, when you learn that your tribe, you make your land tribal, then any type of income, even if it's claimed as income, it's gonna be tax exempt at the state and local levels. It's gonna be tax exempt at the state and local levels. I'm telling you, I'm working on this book. This book will be done by the end of September. We'll be going on this. We'll be going over this in class when I do the class. Talk more about the W-8 bin as well, because a lot of people are just utilizing these tax forms incorrectly, and that's why they're getting blue block plans. They need to know the law. They need to know their law in case people come up on it. Because if you're dealing with the FRNs, They're tracking these motherfuckers. You're dealing with the system. You're dealing with the banking system. Because how else are you moving money back and forth? You're utilizing you're utilizing their tools. Hello.
Don't open the sword that was it fell.
All right.
Inside.
All right, I got you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Enjoy your day.
Gotta get this food, my bad. My apologies, y'all. Eating good in the neighborhood. So there's 573 recognized tribes, you gotta know. 573 recognized tribes. You gotta get with one of them. You see me. Y'all see me. Y'all see how I'm moving and grooving. This that motherfucking prosperity life right there. The life of prosperity. Let's go. Let me finish this up, now I'm gonna eat. So an individual must connect their name to the enrolled member of a federally recognized tribe. All right. There's ways to get enrolled. I deal with the Cherokees, Choctaws, Seminoles. There's a process. If you want to be federally recognized, okay? Now, if you're not part of the recognized tribes, you want your tribe to be recognized in their states, I could show you, tell me what state you in, man. Whoever you name your state, whoever names their state first, I'll tell you the federally recognized tribes in your state. Now, there's a way you can get your tribe recognized federally too, but there's a process, and it could take years. Hello. What? No. Thank you. All right, we got California, Maryland. I don't know why she keep calling. She getting on my motherfucking nerve. Maryland, California, Maryland, Georgia. All right, we're going to go with Maryland. I'll tell you California and Georgia, too. So, Maryland. Maryland recognized tribes. I don't see any. Maryland ain't got no tribes. Goddamn. That's the first. Georgia for sure got some. California for sure got some too. So I guess you could be the first one in Maryland. I don't know what's up with Maryland. In Colorado, when I was in Colorado, they want you to utilize their tribal their tribes already in, and there's a shit ton in California. They got the Bear River Band, the Big Lagoon, Blue Lake, Bridgeport, California Valley, Milwaukee Tribe, the Campo Band, Cedarville, Rancheria, Chicken Ranch. The list goes on. There's hellas. I'll let y'all see it. This is California. You're Seminole in Florida. That's all California right here. These are all California. Florida right here. The Seminole tribe, and then the Muskogee. Cali is deep, yeah. Cali's deep. And then we had Georgia. Let me go to Georgia. This is just a certain list, man. There was some in Georgia. I don't see it on this list. But But they recognize my cards and I've utilized my cards in Georgia because they got KKK here, so they gotta recognize tribes. It just might be more private. All right, here we go. I was looking at the federals. These are the state right here. Here goes Maryland right here, so my apologies. You got the Piscataway Indian Nation and the Piscataway Conway Tribe. Georgia, Cherokee of Georgia Tribal Council, and they got Cherokee County here. They got a whole county. Georgia Tribe of Eastern Cherokees and the Lower Muskogee Creek Tribe, and they all have their own counties and shit here in Georgia, right next to Atlanta. So some of them are just state recognized, and some of them are federally recognized. But I'm just saying, but I'm about to eat, man. I'll holler at y'all. About to eat good. I got some fresh salmon on here, man. Eating good in the neighborhood. Much peace and love. Remember, prosperity is your birthright. Yeah, DC is a district, man. It's its own district. But they do recognize your federal. You have to just have a federal tribe in DC. They ask them about DC. Get recognized by federally, because DC is the District of Columbia, and that's all federal territory. But much peace and love. Click the description box below. Make sure you like, comment, share. Become a member today. Text membership to 480-573-4879. Tap in with your boy. Peace and love. Peace and love, peace and love. You're now rocking to the sounds and vibrations of your boy, DonKilam. Also known as Malik Kilam, as always. Prosperity is your divine birthright. We in here, we living our private life, man. I'm waiting on my food, though. Y'all see the videos? Listen, this bitch got like 3 beds in this bitch. Tell me, y'all ever seen a bed come out the wall? You ever seen a bed come off the wall? I see this shit. This a whole bed. Look. This how we do. This how the fuck we do. Oh shit. Here we go. Hold up, y'all. The fuck? Hello? All right, that's fine. Thank you. These people crazy about my food. This the king quarters right here. This where the king's gonna be sleeping tonight. You feel me? Peace and prosperity. See, we ain't smoking in here. You feel me? We smoking in here. We smoking in here. See, anytime we go, you put the condom on the smoke detector. This that prosperous life, man. Y'all don't need to see everything, man. I can't show y'all all the rooms, man. Fuck all of that. This the king quarter, though. All right, we kid. So look, we having private meetings. I'm doing a couple of private meetings here shortly. You know, can't go wrong without this. Peace and love, peace and love. Let me know where you tuned in from. Let me know where you tuned in from. We got the Word is Bond, 1099 OID. This is the child support book. All these can be found on Amazon too. How to win child support. This to even help you win child support. This is an actual court case. Show my court case. We got Callie in the building. Fee schedule. It's gonna break down everything right here. Cease and desist. It's gonna break down how to show it shows you how to use the bonds, the actual bonds. Let's go to the bonds. Because that's what it's about. Release of the lien right here. The consent of the surety. It already smelled like weed in this one. He said, bless the room with the holy smoke. It already smelled like weed in this, It shows you how to fill these bitches out, okay? I'll show you game, man. Shows you what to do. But that's not what I'm working on, okay? Let's see if I can find what I'm working on. Oh. Yeah. Now, boom. Can't show y'all everything now. This is the next book. So I'm going to show y'all like actual, we're going over the Form 990. I got actual tax forms. Let's see. There's so much to go over. I got to make sure I show y'all the right forms. All right, here goes some actual peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. Yeah, I got the book. Someone says they have I'm off for eviction. I got the book called Open House. Check it out on Amazon. It's only $100. Send me the $97 donation. Make sure you get it with the forms. I actually beat an eviction. They let me stay there to the end of the lease. So I'm showing you, these are recent. This is things we've actually assist people with. I can't show y'all everything, but y'all can see the tax identification number. I'm talking about showing you how to move funds around, okay? This was in Denver, Colorado. And this is for an actual non-profit organization, the 68-page tax return. All right. Now, when you're doing this, if you don't want to, right here where it says briefly describe the organization's mission or more significant activities, right here, this is where we put operating as a 508c1a, and that would make us, well, we don't even have to file this documentation. All right. Now, this documentation was actually used so you can receive credits, because you have to assess the tax in order to get the credits, okay? Going over more exemptions. I'm gonna break some stuff down for you. I just want y'all to know I'm actually working on this. I'm in the middle of working on this right now. You can receive an exemption from Social Security, signing away the rights to receive Social Security benefits in the process. Certain religious organizations are granted exemptions from participation in Social Security in recognition of the fact that the communities care for the old and infirm. They can prove that their government or their religion sets up programs for the elderly. And they also consider programs, if your religion or your beliefs consider that Social Security to be an insurance program which contradicts your beliefs against participating in commercial insurance, okay? And even though you become generally exempted from Social Security, in some cases, in fact, if these forms are not filed correctly, you will still be required to pay Social Security taxes. This may happen when working for a business, and that's when it's going to happen when you're working for a business that's not private, that's operating in the public. And you're going to be required to pay taxes when you're employing your non-religious workers or non-religious youth that have not been baptized with your religion. You can make it where you're exempt from participating in workers' compensation insurance programs. These are private insurance programs, and you need to understand that. When you understand this private life, you'll know more that these are insurance programs or private contracts that go outside the scopes of the government. So the Social Security tax is a private contract. It's a private insurance program. That's why it goes outside the Constitution, because you have the right to contract, okay? I hope that makes sense. This is why the government can't stop it. Now, there's some religious organizations, Jewish, Amish, their schooling ends in the 8th grade, but education continues, okay? And they're able to do this by not volunteering in their programs. So there's religious objections to high school. So you would make a religious objection to high school and then show that you have your own schoolhouse or your own education system. so there's no conflict over schooling. So we got Pennsylvania, Kansas. There's a lot of different states that work well with different religions that go through this. Because the Amish school their own people. Jewish school their own people. So as long as you do not consume a service or a product that taxes help pay for, and as long as you do not take advantage of government benefits or programs or aid, okay? You'll be exempt when you have a private business established correctly with the self-employment tax. You'll be exempt from the FUTA and the FICA. Now the FICA stands for the Federal Insurance Contributions Act, which directly funds the Social Security and Medicare. Now the FUTA is the Federal Unemployed Tax Act, which funds unemployment benefits. So these are two exemptions you gotta make sure that you get out of. I'm gonna say that again. So dealing with your private businesses and dealing with your social, if your social's in the system, you're gonna want to get it out of the system. Dealing with the Federal Insurance Contributions Act, that's the FICA, because this is what funds peace and love. Peace and love. We got DJ Montana in the building. FICA, the Federal Insurance Contribution Act. This is what funds the Social Security and Medicare. And then you got the FUTA, the FUTA, peace and love, peace and love. The FUTA, this is the Federal Unemployment Tax Act, and this funds the unemployment benefits. Anyone who has been an employee is used to seeing those line items on their paychecks. Employers withhold those amounts from employee wages and pay an employer portion to fund the employee's insured status. So you guys understand, you're insured. When you get a job, you apply for a job, you're automatically insured. That's a form of insurance. You need to understand this. The Social Security number is a form of insurance. Medicare is a form of insurance. People who are self-employed pay FICI or FICA taxes through their self-employment taxes found on Schedule SE with their Form 1040 to have insured status for Social Security and Medicare. So learn how to get the exemptions from these, all right? Exemptions are not automatic. There's an application process. You are not exempt from self-employment taxes merely by being a member of a particular religion or profession. There's an application process. The IRS requires you to file a form requesting their exemption, and that form includes a lengthy certification regarding your religious beliefs and the requirements that you do not accept various types of public insurance. You also must never have actually received any type of public insurance benefits such as Social Security or had anyone else receive those benefits based on your earnings record. After the application is submitted, the exemption must be approved by the Internal Revenue Service, who may determine you do not qualify and disapprove of your application. So you do want to get recognized, okay? Now, I'm gonna keep going deep. A little bit. So you gotta understand, there's certain ways you have to rebuke these statements. Why don't you participate in the Social Security program? Well, we believe it's a insurance program. We don't want to partake in the Social Security. We don't want to partake in the Medicare. We provide for our elderly. Simple as that. I'm working on I'm working on a book, but I got a lot. Because this is stuff I work with a lot of bookkeepers and accountants, okay? Because CPAs don't know what to do, because they come through, because sometimes the Amish do pay property taxes. That's about it. You want to come through, you want to show them how to file the religious orders correctly, all right? Let me go through this so y'all can understand what I'm talking about. So I keep telling y'all, look into the Form 4029. This is showing you exactly how to break down the Form 29 and the special procedures, all right? And what to tell your CPA or your bookkeeper, okay? Your accountant. How to be exempt from the FICA taxes. Sometimes your CPA is gonna ask when you're trying to do with this. Some CPAs don't know, you gotta go to special CPAs. The forms 94, 941, 943, and 944. We're gonna try to get you to fill these out. I'm gonna show you how to do it from a tribal aspect. Because we're mixing religion and tribal at the same goddamn time. You gotta understand this. So you can be exempt from self-employment taxes on the 1040, because they're gonna try to say you're self-employed with your business, all right? And I stay away from the EITCs and additional child tax credit, but there is some Amish that try to dibble and dabble and get that. I just don't. You're going to get your exemptions, your health coverage exemptions through the 8965 when you prove that you're taking care of your elderly in your village or your community or your tribe. Then they're going to ask about, since you're religious, they're going to need SF16. For your minister. You're going to have at least one minister. Now, when I was dealing with these other ones, we had like 45 private members in their congregation. They just put them as private members or stockholders within the church. But the SS16, that's a certificate of election or coverage. Then we got the application for exemption from self-employment tax used by ministers. All right. Members of religious orders and Christian Science practitioners. This is going to be a Form 4361. A Form 4361. This is deep. I shouldn't even be giving y'all this. I'm going to try to save it. My Instagram been acting crazy. So a Form 4361. And we just getting started. This is why you gotta book a call with your boy DonKilam. But let me go ahead and pull this up so y'all can see. I'm gonna pull up this form so y'all know I'm not bullshit. Cause half of y'all don't even be writing. Y'all don't even be taking notes. Let me pull this form up for y'all. I got the whole rundown. I got the whole plays, man. Look, this is what this looks like. So these, listen, you got to make sure you got these on file, okay? And you see, they got the rabbi right here. You got to understand, you got the ordained minister. You can get ordained free online. Universal Life Church. Priest or rabbi, Jewish, okay? They're saying priest or ordained minister when dealing with the Amish, okay? Or commissioned or licensed minister. Now, that falls under a different bracket, though, but this is for the private life right here. Then they got the Church of Science right here. Some of them do the member of religious order not under a vow of poverty. But this is where I usually deal right here. But look what this form is. Now, a lot of people are not familiar with this. They don't even talk about this in the Patriot community at all. But this is the aspect that I'm coming from when dealing with these, all right? When dealing with these so-called taxes. We're doing it from an ordained minister standpoint. You're doing it with the nonprofits, having your nonprofits established correctly with the 508c1a, with the ministry trust, and then the 509s, the private member associations. I'm bringing y'all $1 million worth of game right now. I'm just showing y'all the 4361. Because you got to be careful when dealing with this, because they're going to try to say, look, I've seen people getting hit with, they're saying they have alter egos. They keep claiming that name. That's my name. I work for the name. I work for the name. You're claiming the name. So if you're controlling it and benefiting from it, that's your alter ego, so you got to be careful. And that's why we come from the church aspect. So when you make your land tribal, okay, when you learn that your tribe, you make your land tribal, then any type of income, even if it's claimed as income, is going to be tax exempt at the state and local levels. It's going to be tax exempt at the state and local levels. I'm telling you, I'm working on this book. This book will be done by the end of September. We'll be going on this. We'll be going over this in the class when I do the class. Talk more about the W-8 bin as well, because a lot of people are just utilizing these tax forms incorrectly, and that's why they're getting blue block plans. They need to know the law. They need to know their law in case people come up on it. Because if you're dealing with the FRNs, they're tracking these motherfuckers. You're dealing with the system. You're dealing with the banking system. Because how else are you moving money back and forth? You're utilizing you're utilizing their tools. Hello.
Don't open the saw that was it fell.
All right.
Inside.
All right, I got you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Enjoy your day.
Gotta get this food, my bad. My apologies, y'all. Eating good in the neighborhood. So there's 573 recognized tribes, you gotta know. 573 recognized tribes. You gotta get with one of them. You see me. Y'all see me. Y'all see how I'm moving and grooving. It's that motherfucking prosperity life right there. The life of prosperity. Let's go. Let me finish this up, now I'm gonna eat. So an individual must connect their name to the enrolled member of a federally recognized tribe. All right. There's ways to get enrolled. I deal with the Cherokees, Choctaws, Seminoles. There's a process. If you want to be federally recognized, okay? Now, if you're not part of the recognized tribes, you want your tribe to be recognized in their states, I can show you, tell me what state you in, man. Whoever you name your state, whoever names their state first, I'll tell you the federally recognized tribes in your state. Now, there's a way you can get your tribe recognized federally too, but there's a process, and it could take years. Hello. What? No. Thank you. All right, we got California, Maryland. I don't know why she keep calling. She getting on my motherfucking nerve. Maryland, California, Maryland, Georgia. All right, we're going to go with Maryland. I'll tell you California and Georgia, too. So, Maryland. Maryland recognized tribes. I don't see any. Maryland ain't got no tribes. Goddamn. That's the first. Georgia for sure got some. California for sure got some too. So I guess you could be the first one in Maryland. I don't know what's up with Maryland. In Colorado, when I was in Colorado, they want you to utilize their tribal their tribes already in, and there's a shit ton in California. They got the Bear River Band, the Big Lagoon, Blue Lake, Bridgeport, California Valley, Milwaukee Tribe, the Campo Band, Cedarville, Rancheria, Chicken Ranch. The list goes on. There's hellas. I'll let y'all see it. This is California. There's Seminole in Florida. That's all California right here. These are all California. Florida right here. The Seminole tribe and then the Muskogee. Cali is deep, yeah. Cali's deep. And then we had Georgia. Let me go to Georgia. This is just a certain list, man. There was some in Georgia. I don't see it on this list. But they recognize my cards and I've utilized my cards in Georgia. Because they got KKK here. So they got to recognize tribes. It just might be more private. All right, here we go. I was looking at the federals. These are the state right here. Here goes Maryland right here, so my apologies. You got the Piscataway Indian Nation and the Piscataway Conway Tribe. Georgia, Cherokee of Georgia Tribal Council, and they got Cherokee County here. They got a whole county. Georgia Tribe of Eastern Cherokees and the Lower Muskogee Creek Tribe, and they all have their own counties and shit here in Georgia, right next to Atlanta. So some of them are just state recognized, and some of them are federally recognized. But I'm just telling you, but I'm about to eat, man. I'll holler at y'all. About to eat good. I got some fresh salmon on here, man. Eating good in the neighborhood. Much peace and love. Remember, prosperity is your birthright. Yeah, DC is a district, man. It's its own district. But they do recognize your federal. You have to just have a federal tribe in DC. They ask them about DC. Get recognized federally, because DC is the District of Columbia, and that's all federal territory. But much peace and love. Click the description box below. Make sure you like, comment, share. Become a member today. Text membership to 480-573-4879. Tap in with your boy. Peace and love. And I'm not going to get too deep into this. Make sure y'all hitting like now and sharing. You find this information valuable. Peace and love, world. Peace and love. You're now rocking to the sounds and vibrations of your boy, DonKilam. Also known as Malik Kilam. As always, prosperity is your divine birthright. I'm just out here walking in these tribal
And we're going to be talking about today is the importance of a living trust for real estate investors and how you want to make sure that you're preserving your estate going forwards. I get a lot of questions on this, and people are always wondering, what type of a plan should I set up, Clint? I got these LLCs, I got these properties. What should I be doing? And so what I wanted to do is talk about the steps you should be focusing on and why you should be looking at our estate planning when it comes to being a real estate investor, the importance of it. And it really comes back to my own personal life. When I was growing up, both sides of my family were destroyed over poorly drafted estate plans. And it really cemented into me the importance of putting together a plan that ensures that the assets that you are creating now, that they're going to be passed on to your beneficiaries when you're no longer here, and you're not going to create chaos, which has happened so many times. You probably know some people where, when they passed away, the kids started fighting over the assets. That can be a problem, or one child exerts undue influence and takes more than what they're entitled to. So all of these things can come up. And the other questions, problems that you have when it comes to estate planning is that how do we preserve these assets that we've worked on building up so we know that they're going to pass on to multiple generations? And it's not like that scenario where my wife's uncle, when his wife's parents passed away, they inherited some money. What did they do with it? They went out, took that money, sold the house, and bought some fancy new cars. These are things that, they don't follow on what you've been doing. The reason why we're investing is, for many of us, is to create, of course, income, but also to create a legacy of wealth, that these assets can continue to produce income for multiple generations. And in order to ensure that they're going to be there for 2 or 3 generations down the line, you should look at creating a plan around that to make sure that they're going to be protected, that when you're no longer here, that your beneficiaries or your children's children, whoever that is, doesn't look back and say, you know what, I'm going to sell those because I really want to go on a trip to Europe. And they just took what you created in that income stream, that ATM, which that property can be, and blown it because they don't appreciate what it is that you've done. So that's why I think estate planning is so crucial when it comes to real estate investing. It goes hand in hand. And the thing about it is that so many individuals always want to talk about the LLCs, the corporations, and we tend to avoid the other side of it, the estate plan, passing it on, because we don't see that as so much of the protection side. It's like, oh, we can get to that later on. Well, you never know what's going to happen. There's an individual that I golf with, and I say golf lightly because I just started picking up this bad habit less than a year ago, and I'm horrible at it, but they humor me. About a month and a half ago, we were scheduled to go out on Wednesday, what we normally like to do, and he sent us a text to the group, and he said, I can't make it. One of my sons just found out he passed away unexpectedly, and his other son, on the exact same day, riding a motorcycle, was hit by a car and put in the emergency room, and they didn't think he was going to make it. So you can appreciate the stress that this individual now is under, but my point is that both of these kids, when I say kids, they're almost my age. One of them had passed away, and the other one was put in the hospital, and they didn't think he was going to make it. He did survive. But things like this can happen on an instant's notice, and you're out there building up these plans and buying this real estate, and then the next thing you know, you're out. Who's going to pick up the pieces? That's why planning is so important. You put so much effort into this, we got to create a plan to protect it. Okay, so what do we want to do then? Let me just go over here to my whiteboard that you always see me draw on. Well, when it comes to planning for real estate investors, I tell people that you can set up the entities. There's no reason why you can't set up LLCs first. So don't make that mistake, thinking that you have to do this in a specific order. There isn't a specific order about what I'm sharing with you. But what you should be looking at is taking everything that you've created and then putting that into a living trust. Okay, that should be your estate plan. Not a will. I mean, a lot of people think, well, if I just draft a will, I'm going to be fine. I prefer to use living trust because a living trust avoids probate. That's the best reason to do this, and that is to avoid probate. Now, maybe some of you have been through the probate process before, but if you have limited liability companies that you've set up, LLCs that you own right here, and maybe your personal residence is over here, and you have vehicles here, and you have your personal savings account and checking account there, and maybe you've set up another LLC over here to hold your investing cash. All of these assets that you own in your name, all right, because I hold all these in my name. I'm a member of my LLC. I'm an owner of my property. when I pass away, if I've created a will, I'm going to have to go through this probate process here, which is going to require an attorney to step in and handle the estate with whoever executor that I've appointed in my will to ensure that these assets get passed on to my beneficiaries. Or maybe you leave behind a spouse and it's going to go to your spouse. Well, how's she going to feel if there's chaos left in your wake and doesn't know where the assets are, doesn't know how to take control of the assets, and there's an attorney there, of course, charging to dispense this advice, to assist with the passing on of this. So when it comes to thinking about planning, I tell people you want to set up a living trust. You don't want to leave it to a will, because you're going to go through the probate process, which the court then is going to step in with the attorney, and they're going to typically, they could drag their feet. And if you're a real estate investor, just think about this. Who's going to start working with the tenants, right? You got the attorney there. Does he have any experience when it comes to dealing with real estate? Probably not, maybe a little. But these are problems that arise, and you could have a tenant stay in your property now for 6 months. They quit paying rent because you're no longer around. And so they figure they don't have to. Or someone shows up at their door and they say, hey, my dad passed away and I'm here to collect rent. I don't know you. I'm not paying you any money. So you can imagine some of the issues that would come, that might arise. So what we want to do is create this living trust. And what is the living trust? Think of it as a box. You create this big box here. We'll call it our living trust. And you're going to set it up while you're alive. And it's another entity. And if I set this up here, I would have myself and my wife. We're going to both be trustees of this trust. And we're going to be beneficiaries of the trust. Now, the trust doesn't offer any asset protection. So this is not an asset protection play while you're alive. I'll explain how it will after you've passed on. But I'm going to create this trust, and that trust is going to have a set of instructions inside of it. So the trusts that we create typically range anywhere from 80 to 120, 130 pages in length, depending on the complexity of the estate plan, as I will explain. And so the purpose of this trust is to take whatever is held inside of it and pass those assets on to your beneficiaries in a manner in which you would like them to receive the assets. So sometimes people refer to this as having control when you're no longer here. Okay, there's great ways to do this through a living trust. You can ensure that your wishes, your desires, your belief systems will continue on when you're no longer here, because your beneficiaries, in order to benefit, will have to abide by the terms of the trust. And so what I'm starting to seed here into this conversation is that we're not going to set it up many times so that when we're gone, the assets go right out to our kids. We're going to, or our beneficiaries, we're going to put some strings. We're going to attach strings to it to ensure that they're going to do the things that we expect of them when we're no longer here, to guide them. So the way the trust works is you create this document, you sign the document. It's not registered anywhere. It's a private document. And then you need to start funding it. Okay, so we need to start putting our assets into it. So many times people come to me and they have an LLC set up here with a rental property into it. They have their personal residence here. So what we'll do is we'll have to assign over, we'll transfer in these assets. So your house would be deeded into your living trust. Or if it's held in a land trust, like I use for asset protection purposes for a personal residence, then we would assign your beneficial interest into your living trust. So your living trust will actually become the member in your LLC. It will become the beneficiary of your land trust. So you're going to do this with all of your titleable assets. And so many times what you'll find is somebody will have a living trust that looks like this. They'll have a Wyoming LLC right here that has their living trust as a member, and then they're going to have their real estate LLCs up here, all held by that one Wyoming limited liability company. Maybe they have a corporation that they use for property management to manage their assets. That would be in their living trust. So the shareholder of their corp or their LLC taxed as a corporation would list their living trust. And then their land trust would also be inside of there that holds their personal residence. They would put their personal checking account inside of there. So all your titleable assets are going to go into your trust, and it's going to control it. Now, here's something that you have to be aware of, or you should be aware of. when you're placing assets into a living trust, I mean, so once you set this up, as you go along and you start to acquire more assets. Let's say that I have my living trust set up here. I had my personal residence inside of it. And maybe you don't have a blue box yet. You just have one LLC that holds a rental property here in Texas. And now you decide you're going to invest in Indiana. So you're going to create another limited liability company, and you want to set it up so that the living trust is the initial member. Because once your trust is in existence, you can list it as the member on your LLCs, which means it's going to be the owner. Of course, you could still be the manager of this entity, but your trust would be the member. Why do we want the trust on there? Because if the asset's not held inside of the trust isn't listed on the LLC as its member, then you're going to be back to this. You're going to go through the probate process. And I've seen plenty of situations where real estate investors have set up a living trust. And I just dealt with this with one of my own clients a year ago. When he passed away, we set up a living trust. His business interests were held inside of there. Well, he had set up another entity. Didn't even tell me about it. Didn't call me. I was a little upset about that. It set up this business entity, and it's hanging out here. It wasn't listed in his trust. That means the member of this LLC was my client, who is since deceased. So we had all of this stuff set up so we didn't have to go through the probate process. I just told the successor trustee, which was his son, here's what you got to do. You got your living trust set up. It specifies that you get this LLC. So we just need to transfer the LLC out of the trust to you individually. Your sister is going to get the house. So we're going to deed the property out of the trust to her individually. So he started doing all this without having to go to court. He did it all, just sign the documents, boom, and it happens. Now, the problem in this scenario was that this entity right here wasn't transferred into the trust. So I had to open up a probate in Pierce County to transfer the ownership interest of this limited liability company through his pour over will, because we always create a backup. Whenever we create a living trust, you always want to create a will as a backup, just in case you forget, like this individual did. So I had to go to court, obtain letters of testamentary, open up the probate process, transfer the LLC that was not held in the name of the trust to the living trust through the probate. Then we distributed it out to the sister because she was supposed to get that limited liability company. And then I went in, I had to close the probate. So it cost him a couple $1,000s for me to deal with this one asset that should have been held in the trust itself. So that's why I'm saying when you set up a living trust, you want to put your assets into it. You always want to keep it funded. So if you set up another limited liability company, it's going to go into your living trust. Now, here's something that, again, I'm circling back, what you need to know about this. So in this case, I said we had a Texas LLC in here. Now I want to create an Indiana limited liability company. And I just told you, you want your Indiana limited liability company in the name of your trust. Well, when you're setting up the Indiana LLC, the way you should do it is as follows. Set up the LLC here in Indiana to hold my rental property in your name as the member. Then assign your interest, your membership, to your living trust. So then you'll come back with another piece of paper and you just write on here, I, Clint Coons, hereby assign 100% of my membership interest in the red box to the Coons Family Trust dated March 1st, 2000. And then you put that with the document. So now we've transferred our LLC into our trust. But here's what I haven't done. I haven't altered my operating agreement. Now, this is important, and here's why. Because when you are dealing with third parties that with respect to this entity right here, let's say you're going to open a bank account or you're going to sell the property in the future. Most of the time, they're going to ask, that is, title would ask or the bank's going to ask for your operating agreement. I just dealt with this today. They ask for a copy of your operating agreement. If you send over the operating agreement and they see that the member of the LLC is a living trust, you know what they're going to ask for next? Your living trust. And so now you get into this where you have to keep giving them documents and they're going through them, their illegals looking at them. So my method is when I set up an LLC, I list myself, maybe my wife's on here together, we're both members. We set it up in our name, so I have the operating agreement that shows us as the initial member, or our Wyoming LLC. But then we transfer the ownership interest into the trust via an assignment. So when someone asks for a copy of my legal documents, they will never see the living trust listed as a member. All that's handled behind the scenes, because that just leads to additional questions. So this is part of the aspect about trust in estate planning for real estate investors you should be aware of, is that you need to set up this estate plan, and we're going to go through why that is here in a minute, what it can do for you. But when you go to fund it and start putting your assets into it, do not change any of your documents to list the living trust as the member. It should not appear on those LLCs. Do it all via an assignment. The only time the trust should appear on a public record is going to be if you deed your personal residence directly in. Then your living trust name could show up there. But other than that, it shouldn't be out there, because it just complicates your life going forwards when you're trying to deal with third parties. All right, so the idea here now is we want to get our trust fully funded. So as we continue to make investments, let's say you're doing this. Okay, I've got my trust here, and say your strategy, you've been following what I talk about. Set up a Wyoming LLC, and you're setting up separate LLCs in the states where you're owning your real estate, like this. And when you set up these LLCs, because you want anonymity, we're making the Wyoming LLC the member of these red boxes. All right, so now you're going to buy a third property. So now I'm ready to purchase my third property here in New Hampshire, and I'm going to create a new limited liability company. So when I create this new LLC, if I want anonymity, then I am going to make my Wyoming LLC the member. I'm not going to use this strategy here because I'm using the Wyoming LLC as its member. And as soon as I make the Wyoming LLC the member of my red box here in New Hampshire, guess what? This New Hampshire LLC is now held by default in my living trust. Why? Because the living trust owns the blue box. The blue box owns the red box. Now, a lot of people get confused on this. They say, well, Clint, I need to transfer my New Hampshire LLC into my living trust. No, you don't. Another way to think about it, if you want to look at it, is this. Here's my trust. Here's my Wyoming LLC. And then here are my red boxes. Okay, just like this. So you've seen, some of you, I'm talking about here, if you're older like I am, we were kids, they had these little wooden dolls. I thought they came from Russia or somewhere like that, from Europe. And there's a big doll, and you take the head off the big doll, and inside's another little doll, and you take the head off that one, there's another little doll inside of that one. They're all little wooden dolls that were hollow. This is what you have here. This living trust, that is that big doll, and inside of this is the next size doll. So wherever that big doll goes, so goes everything else it holds. And that's what we're doing with that living trust. When we put those red boxes into our Wyoming LLC, you're stacking all the assets into the blue box. So when you pass away, wherever you decide you want this blue box to be distributed, let's say I wanted the blue box to go to my son and daughter as equal members. Well, when they give them the blue box right here, they by default get all of the red boxes because it goes with the blue box. Now, that's basically how a trust works. And keep in mind, no probate here. All of this takes place in your, or whoever's controlling your estate, in their office, in their house. You don't need to bring in any type of legal representation. I mean, you could consult an attorney, but it's not necessary because you don't need anything other than a death certificate to handle these types of transactions. And I've dealt with hundreds of people that have set up living trusts. Even my wife's grandmother passed away. I created a living trust for her, and her eldest daughter was named the successor trustee, and she did it all on her own. Transferred real estate, bank accounts, because she was in control. She did not need my assistance. We didn't have to open up a probate. So then, when it comes to living trust, how does it function? Okay, so when you create a living trust, let's say you're married. There's two of you right here. The way it works is you put all your assets into here, and I'm assuming that you're holding them joint. If you have assets that you want to keep separate, that's more complicated than I'm going to get into today, but there's ways to separate out assets. If you say, hey, I brought assets in from a prior marriage, I want to keep them separate, we can do that inside of one trust, or maybe you set up separate trusts. But you put all your assets inside of here, like this. Boom, boom, boom. I got my house inside of here. Maybe my business is inside of there. So all that's inside of my living trust. Now, when the first spouse passes away, the survivor has full control over the trust. So while you're alive, both of you have control. When the first spouse passes, the survivor has control. So if that's what you desire, you want your spouse to have complete control, then typically that's the way we would set up a living trust. The spouse gets full control after I'm gone. Now, what's great about the living trust is you can also put provisions in there. Let's assume, in my instance, in my case, you've heard me talk about my real estate investments. Now, my wife, she knows about the real estate investments, but she's not an investor. She wouldn't know how to run those investments, how to, just deal with the property. So what we've ensured is that if something were to happen to me, we have a provision in there that she's in complete control. However, I have an advisor to assist in understanding what needs to be done to look over the real estate investments to make sure that no one's taking advantage of my wife and saying, oh, well, the rent this month, we had high CapEx. No, I want somebody that understands real estate looking that over. So we specified in the trust that this would be an advisor to assist with that if I'm no longer here. So I'm protecting her interests. I want to make sure that she feels comfortable that if something happens to me, that she's not going to be scrambling trying to figure out where everything is, which is why this is really important as well. And the mistake that I see sometimes that couples make is one spouse takes the attitude, well, I do it all, and then I'm going to keep all the information close to my chest, and then that person is unexpectedly killed. And then the question is, the survivor's looking around going, what do we have? I don't know where the money is. I don't know where to control things. So whenever if you're married, think strongly or think seriously on this. You should make sure that your spouse is on all your bank accounts for your entity. So even if that spouse does not participate in it, they have access to those funds. That the spouse knows what you have, your business interests, your LLCs, where they're set up, the bank accounts for those, who the property manager is, the real estate that's held inside of them. And this is one thing that we do with our estate plan is that every few months, 3 to 4 months, we will go in and we will update a list. So inside of our living trust, I have an Excel, well, I print it off of Excel, but it's just spreadsheets. And it just lists out all the business interests and the properties that are held, where they're located, the addresses, the bank accounts, all the financial information with every account that we own. And so that if something happens to one of us, boom, you know where to go. You should make sure that passwords to get into these accounts online, those are listed out somewhere else. Hide them somewhere, okay? But then make sure somebody knows where to go find them. Because these are all the things that come up that create problems when they're no longer here. Now, I see some of you are posting questions. Great. I'm going to get to those questions here. As soon as I get through with this, I'll just start running through the questions. Now, the way the trust is set up is that when first spouse passes away, survivor takes over. Now, if you're not married, then you're going to be in this next scenario that I'm about to refer to. So when the survivor passes away, then what you should have nominated are successor trustees. Okay. Now, the successor trustees are individuals that you've appointed to oversee the disposition, the distribution of your assets, or possibly control your assets. So think of it like an executor of an estate. That is their role. My wife's grandmother's eldest daughter was her successor trustee. Okay, so my client who passed away, his son was his successor trustee. So he handled the distribution of the estate. Now, where people, I feel, can create issues for themselves, it's right here. who do you choose to be your successor trustee? Let's say that you had 2 kids. This child, she's 13 and he's 9. Are you going to name your kids as your successor trustee? I mean, come on, if you did that, what are they going to do? You pass away, they're 16 and 20, and maybe they decide they're going to liquidate out the estate and they're going to go spend the time in Disneyland. You never know what kids would do. Not to mention you have to be at least 18 years old to be a trustee. So there's a maturity level there. You wouldn't want to necessarily name your children as successor trustees of your estate for that reason. They're not old enough. Now you can always put into a trust, hey, I'm going to have these individuals serve as successor trustees, but if my kids are at least 40 years of age when we pass, then they can be a successor trustee. So when you create a living trust, you can get really creative with the drafting to ensure that your desires are going to be carried out, so you don't have to go back and keep changing things. That's something I tell people about a well-drafted estate plan. It shouldn't have to be changed. If you do it right the first time, it will be forward-thinking, and it will look at possible changes that may come up in your life, and it will address those changes for you, so you don't have to worry about, my kids are 40 now, and I want them to be successor trustee because I chose my dad and he's 85 and I don't think he has the wherewithal to handle that any longer, so I need to go back to the attorney and pay the attorney to redraft this provision. No, that should have already been done. So there's always this natural inclination to want to make our children our successor trustees. But herein lies the problem. What happens if you don't want to leave your assets outright to your kids? Okay, and you might be wondering, well, why would you do that? Well, one of the benefits of having a living trust is that you can preserve these assets in trust for multiple generations. You don't have to distribute them out. So you could set up your living trust here. Okay, we set it up in 2022. You pass away in 2062, and then the trust states that it's going to be available for your 2 kids, but we're not going to distribute out the assets that are held inside of there. We have some LLCs that we've set up, like this. This is all the real estate that we have right here. Maybe you have a personal residence here, and you have your savings account over here, your personal checking account, and then your cars and things like that. You could specify in your trust the following. You could say, well, when we pass away, you can take the personal residence, you can take the cash minus X amount of dollars in reserves, and split those between the kids, and vehicles and personal effects, distribute that all. But all of our real estate, we want it to stay inside of this trust. And I want to make sure that the income that comes from our real estate investing is distributed to our kids on a quarterly basis, annual basis. You can just specify it like that. So now what you've done is you've ensured that any assets that remain inside of here will be protected from their creditors because they're not being distributed. When you pass away, your living trust, it's revocable, and then when you pass away, it becomes irrevocable. So creditors can't get after the assets. If you had a kid going through a divorce or they're being sued because of a failed business venture, creditors aren't going to be able to get those assets. They're going to be there protected for your children. So you can set it up so that they have these assets, they get the income off their real estate, and then let's say they pass away in long time. They pass away a little bit later, and they each left behind 2 children each. Well, now what'll happen is then the trust would start paying out to these 4 children the income. And again, the assets are preserved inside of the trust, so that income stream keeps going to them for multiple generations. That's why I mean this can create legacy wealth through a living trust. And you don't have the fear then that maybe this child decides, I want to sell half of these assets and go on a trip or buy a vacation property. No, I've been making these investments so that we can build a foundation of which you can continue to grow, and hopefully you'll continue with the trend of investing in real estate. And so that's why when I look at creating an estate plan, I question clients to say, what is your true motivation? Do you want this to last beyond multiple generations? And if the answer to that question is yes, then you don't want to leave the assets outright to your kids. Keep them in trust. Let them get the benefit of the income, distribute it to them, but don't let them have the control. Now, some people say, well, I trust them. That's fine. You can trust your son, but remember, there are influences in his life or your daughter's life where there's a spouse here, and that spouse could say, I don't like real estate. What I want you to do is sell. Okay, I would rather we have this, we want a boat. Okay, that's really important. And, your child gets worn down eventually, and they want to keep their spouse happy, so they sell it. So you can see that that could happen. And so if you have it in trust, it gives them plausible deniability. I can't do anything about it. It's in trust, it's locked up, I have no control. So you can tell me you like this all you want, but I cannot influence them. I'm sorry. So that's their escape. But the thing about doing all of this comes back to then, who do you choose as your successor trustees? Obviously, you wouldn't want to put your kids there. Okay, you're going to want to choose someone else. And this is, again, another mistake that I see happen when it comes to estate planning, that people will choose successor trustees. I'm talking about real estate investors. Their successor trustees have no idea how to run real estate or what real estate is about. And what they end up doing is selling, because they understand cash, and it's just easier for them to sell the cash. So what I like to, I recommend people do is that they choose someone that they know that has some real estate in their background, and of course younger than you, and ask them if they would be willing to serve as your successor trustee. And maybe you give them the power to appoint other people when they're no longer there with that same background, so they continue to keep a real estate investor involved in this trust. Now, you can have multiple trustees. So I just set up a trust not too long ago where we chose 2 trustees. One trustee to control the real estate, and this trustee over here to control distributions to the kids. So this trustee is controlling the real estate. The money comes down. That's getting a little messy. So what I have is a scenario like this. LLCs, all held into the trust. We have one trustee here controlling the properties and dealing with the property managers. And then I had another trustee over here who was dealing with the money. So this individual deals with the properties, the money comes down, the money gets dumped into the trust bank account. And then this person here who knows the beneficiaries, that is a family member, would then be responsible for making distributions to the kids per the terms of the trust document. So there we're working with 2 trustees involved. So you can have multiple trustees. Now, if you watch my Living Trust video that I have on my channel, you probably heard me talk about how we set up our estate plan. So in our estate plan, I took it one step further. In our estate plan, I wanted to ensure that our children, when I say I mean my wife and I, wanted to ensure that our kids are going to continue on the path that we'd set out for them when we raised them. I guess my daughter would say we're kind of strict, but we raised them a certain way, and we told them, hey, you don't get nothing free out of life. You get out of it life what you put into life. And if you don't want to put anything out of life, then it's not going to give you anything. And so the choice is yours. Our trust adopts that same philosophy, that if we were no longer here, something happened to us tomorrow, and let's say that our estate generates $800,000 a year in income, and we have 2 children, and they're 50-50, right? Are they going to get $400,000 each? No, it would depend on what they're doing in their lives. If our son decided, hey, 400 grand, that's a ton of money to me. Why would I continue to work? I'm going to go climb mountains and play video games and maybe raise bees. All right, great, do that. And if you make some money doing any of those activities, let's say you make $6,000 a year, then you're going to get some distributions. You're going to get $6,000 in distributions from the trust. All right, so I'm not going to reward you for sitting around and not being productive. I want you to take what we have done and grow it. If you don't have any interest and you just want to sit around, then we're not going to incentivize that type of behavior. That's what I meant by you can use a trust to foster your beliefs, what's important to you, to make sure that that's carried on through multiple generations. Now, you can also, what we baked into ours is that if you choose certain career paths that we think are valuable, say you go into the military or you want to be a teacher, You want to get involved in charitable work, or you want to be a stay-at-home parent, like our daughter wants to be a stay-at-home mom eventually, great, we value that. So then you'll receive distributions if you do these certain things, and here's how that distribution will be calculated. So that's the power of having a living trust. It allows you to get granular. And some people say, well, that's just, I've seen it before. Well, I can't believe you're going to do that when you're no longer here. Remember, these are your assets. No one has the right to tell you what you can do with your assets. I have plenty of people say, well, I'm just going to give them to, I trust their decision-making authority. Great, do that. Doesn't matter. Doesn't mean I won't change, Tracy and I won't change our minds later on. We could and make that decision, but right now that's where it is, especially the fact that the kids are younger. So when your children are younger, you want to have a lot of provisions in there to protect them from making the mistakes that we all made when we were young. You know, and so why risk the assets? I remember I was dating this girl in high school, and her brother was involved in a car accident, and he got hit by a drunk driver, and he received a settlement of $275,000, $300,000. And I was talking to her dad, and I think I was 17 at the time. I said, "You're going to give him that money?" He goes, "Well, yeah, he earned it. Well, it's his money." I said, "But you know what he's probably going to do with it, right?" "Well, he'll have to learn." Well, here's what happened. Within 6 months, because I dated her for about 6 months, he had moved out and he moved back in, and he blew everything. But here's what he had to show for it. A truck, a Toyota Tacoma or some type of Toyota truck with these big tires where you needed a ladder to get into it. He was bringing back in the big screen TVs and the speakers. I helped them bring it back in. His dad was the one that got the benefit of all this stuff because he blew it all. So why? Because the kid was 18 or 19 years old, and they allowed him to take all those funds and do what he wanted with it. He made a huge mistake. I bet he regrets that to this day. When you have a living trust, that won't happen because you'll have provisions built into it to ensure that kids can't make these mistakes that they're prone to make. And that's why I encourage real estate investors. I say, for your estate plan, here's my rule, is that if you have children, you need to have a living trust set up. If you're married, set up a living trust. If you have assets, real property, you need to have a living trust. If you're not there yet, if you're, you got an apartment, you don't have children, you don't have a rental property yet, then it's not necessary, all right? Then it would be overkill. And I would tell you, don't consider that yet. Get some investments going. But as you start to progress and you start to acquire things, then you need to seriously look at it. If you don't have children, then maybe you're going to hold your assets in trust for your cat. All right, you may think, what the heck's that about? I mean, I love my cats. And I've set up trust before where the assets are held in trust for cats. And here's something to consider too. If you leave trust to animals, make sure that if you want the assets to be held in trust for animals that you love, that the successor beneficiaries, that means, when this cat passes away, and then you say, well, then the trust is going to go to the kids. You better make sure you have a provision in there that states that if the cat dies from anything other than natural causes, they get nothing. Why? Well, it incentivizes your kids not to come over here and whack the cat one day in order to get access to the assets. First mistake I made when I started practicing law and I drafted a trust. That cat got whacked. So you can tie it down. And that's why I enjoy creating the living trust, because of the flexibility that is built into it. All right, so I'm going to start taking some of these questions here that have come up here and go through it. And some of them may not be on the living trust, and they have to do with other things. Mia, all right, so, ooh, that's a little small. You want to know, hey, Clint, I appreciate all your videos and advice. Still in the middle of a 1031 exchange. Will contact you when I'm done. All right, great, Mia. Yeah, good. That 1031's going forwards. I was corresponding with her on my channel about some things to do there. Okay, where are we at here? Wrong plan. Let me get down here. People ask Clint. All right, here we go. People ask, if I have already set up an LLC, why this isn't larger here. If I've already set up an LLC, can I open a holding LLC in Wyoming and have properties in a series LLC? All right, so the idea is, can you create a series limited liability company if you already have an LLC set up in Texas? All right, so really what it comes down to with this question, All right. Would you need to set up a series LLC? Let's say you have a Texas LLC right here, and now you want to create a Wyoming LLC, and you're thinking about setting it up as a series. Should you go ahead and do that, and then possibly, I guess, put your Texas LLCs into these separate cells associated with the Wyoming series? I wouldn't do that. And the reason I would not create a Wyoming series LLC is that each of these cells have to be registered with the state. So that's an additional cost. I know in Texas you have to register them as well. But I think the better strategy here that would make more sense if you continue to invest in Texas is take your existing Texas LLC, convert it to a series, a Texas series LLC. So now this becomes a series LLC in Texas. Same LLC, it's just change it. You amend your articles of organization. And so now you can create cells, and you take that real estate that you had in the name of the parent and you transfer it into a cell. And then each new cell or each new property you buy, you put it in a new cell, and have a Wyoming LLC down here own the parent series. And each of these cells are held right there. That's how you would do it. I think that would be a better structure. I think it's cleaner. Texas offers a series LLC. It's to set up the cells. You don't have to register them. You have to get a DBA. It takes 3 minutes to register the DBA with the state. It's, I don't know what it was, $15 or something like that, and you're done. So if you're using it, in answer to your question, this is, I think, would be the better way to go. Now, if you want to learn more about this, I'm teaching an event this Saturday. We've got it in the notes how to register for it. But if you want to join me, you just go to aba.link. Okay, just type that in, and then I think it's Clint Coons Live is what you would do there. Yeah, Clint Coons Live. Clint Coons Live. And you can register for the event. It's no cost, but we're going to cover that type of strategy in depth on the event this Saturday. So if you're wondering about a series LLC, I'll be showing you how to set that up. All right. The next question that came up here, I just started my process on a living trust with Anderson. I was already having a holding company in Delaware and many multi-family investments. What do we do with life insurance? All right, Tom, life insurance, great question. So when you set up your living trust here, you have a life insurance policy over here. What would you want to do with that? Well, if you're married, then your spouse would be the beneficiary, and then you make the living trust the contingent beneficiary of your life insurance policy. Now, depending on the value of the policy, you may even want to consider setting up what's called an irrevocable life insurance trust, a separate trust just for your life insurance policy. And the reason why you would do this is because depending on where the estate tax is going to be sitting when you pass away, if you want to ensure that those policy, the life insurance policy is not included in your estate for federal estate tax purposes or state death tax purposes, you can set up a trust that will do that will remove it from your estate. So if you're not ready for that process yet, then just make your living trust the contingent beneficiary. Your spouse will be the primary, your trust will be the contingent. When you pass away, then if your spouse isn't alive, it all goes into your living trust and it's distributed out from there. All right. So next question here. What is the difference between an irrevocable and a revocable trust? So a revocable trust can be amended and changed during your lifetime. So as I stated, if I create a living trust and right now my kids, they're not the trustees, but if we later decide, Tracy and I, well, they can be the trustees of our trust, we can come back in and amend this trust to appoint them as our successor trustees. That's the benefit of having a revocable trust. You can make changes to it. We could even cancel it out if we wanted to. When you set up an irrevocable trust, your hands are tied. It's locked in stone. Many of the provisions are locked there and you can't make any changes to it. So we use irrevocable trust when we're looking for asset protection or we're trying, as I just described, to avoid having to pay any estate tax on the life insurance proceeds when we pass away, because it's great for removing the assets from your estate. Next question here. Okay, how do trustees, here we go. Janelle, how do trustee beneficiaries settle an estate when it's out of state? I would like to think it's cumbersome to do that. What trusted beneficiaries do have in personal relationships that feel comfortable, post-grief especially, also an estate attorney having local resources and not to deal with a stranger from out of state? All right, Janelle, great question. So I think the way you would look at it, what we're talking about is a situation like this. You have a living trust set up, and if you're using LLCs to own your real estate, Janelle, then it's simple, right? Let's assume that I have 2 rental properties, and I'm not using Wyoming right now. You already set it up in your own name. You live in Florida. This property right here is in New Mexico, and this one is in Nevada, right? And you have one beneficiary down here, your daughter, okay? And you pass away, and she lives in Florida as well. So how does she transfer these assets to herself? Well, all she has to do is change the ownership on the LLC to her name as the member, update the Secretary of State, take your name off, put her name on. Now she's in control. You don't even have to go to those states to do anything. You can do all this online. Now, if you didn't have it set up this way, let's assume that the properties were never set up in LLCs. Now this is why I like using LLCs, because it makes it so easy. Now in this instance, if these properties were not in limited liability companies, but they're in the name of your living trust, and your daughter is a successor trustee, all she would need is a copy of your death certificate showing that you passed away. So she would get this death certificate here. Okay, so she would have that. She would then contact either an attorney or a title company in the state where the property is located if she wants to transfer it to her name, and she would have a deed prepared, transferring it from the trust into her individual name. So she would prepare the deed. She would sign the deed as the trustee of your trust, transferring it from the trust to her individually. That's it. It's very simple. And to your point, when it's held in trust, it gives you more protection and prevents further or fraud that can take place, which is what really destroyed one side of my family. My maternal side is when an aunt started stealing assets. She got in there with power of attorney and started doing things she should have never done. So it's really simple to handle assets out of state as long as they're in the trust. If they're not in the trust, then it becomes really cumbersome. So if you lived in Florida and you create your living trust, some people think, well, if I set it up in Florida, what happens if I move later on to Louisiana or another state, New Hampshire? Do I have to change my trust? No, you do not. Can your Florida trust own property in California, Washington, Utah? Absolutely. It does not matter. When you create your trust, it's going to operate in all 50 states for you. All right, great question. Bob would like to know what property can go into a living trust. Bob, anything can go into a living trust. That's a titleable asset that your name appears on. So, think about it this way. How about your IRA? Could you put your IRA into your trust? No, because your IRA is a trust. All right, you can't change the ownership on the IRA. It just can only be an individual. But what you can do is if you set your living trust up with the right provisions, you can make your living trust the beneficiary of your IRA. So similar to what I talked about earlier with the life insurance policy, here's my IRA. The way my IRA is set up, it first goes to Tracy. If Tracy isn't here, then it goes to the trust, and the trust controls the distribution to the kids. So I have special provisions in the trust to accommodate an IRA to keep the tax-deferred nature as long as possible by creating a sub-trust for that IRA. So it's built into your living trust. What else do we have here? Okay, so what is the best age range for kids to receive a real estate portfolio? It's a difficult question because I don't know your kids. It really comes down to their maturity level, their interest in real estate. I can tell you that right now, our daughter, she has a few rental properties, and she has a passion for real estate. So I'd feel comfortable bringing her in and giving her properties because I've seen the way that she manages those properties. I mean, she doesn't let the PM slip by with a nickel, and she's on them, and she's always looking at the CapEx and if that comes in and questioning it. So she could handle it. So you'll get a sense for that. Your kids, whether or not you'd want to appoint them and when they should have it. If you don't feel like it, then just keep it in trust, as I talked about, for a longer period of time. Maybe they never receive it outright. It stays in trust, so then it's held for their children. All right, so another question Janelle wants, specifically setting up estates often involves, let me just make this a little bigger here. Often involves financial, insurance, retirement, advisors, local real estate professionals. I'm seeing this happen now. It's a huge problem for them. Do you have experts or referrals for each state? We do not have referrals for each state when it comes to dealing with a professional there, unfortunately. I mean, we have offices in a few different states, Utah, Nevada, Washington, Wyoming, but outside of that, we don't have a network that we've built out. All right. Do Wyoming holding companies need to file as a foreign LLC if its subsidiary LLC is in another state that flips property in that state? Joseph, if you have a Wyoming LLC set up here and you create an LLC over here in Illinois to flip real estate, and that Illinois LLC is owned by your Wyoming LLC, your question is, do I need to foreign file this entity in Illinois? The answer to that is no, you do not, because your blue box is not conducting business in Illinois. Now, you bring up a good point here. When it comes to foreign filing, I just dealt with this 2 weeks ago. There's a company, an internet entity, Mill, and I was talking to someone that had gone in and interviewed them about, he was explaining to me their process. What they do is they set everyone up with a Nevada LLC for their investment. So if you're going to buy a piece of property in Illinois, they'll set you up with a Nevada LLC. Sometimes they register in Illinois, sometimes they don't. And he said, well, what's the problem with this strategy? I said, well, if you don't register your Nevada LLC in Illinois to hold the rental property that it's owning, then if you need to evict the tenant, you're not going to be able to do it because you need to be registered. This entity here in Nevada, because it owns rental property, needs to be registered in Illinois. So now the issue is you set up an entity in Nevada, you have to pay fees here to Nevada, plus you have to pay fees over here to Illinois. And any benefit that you thought you may have by creating it in Nevada, once you register it in Illinois, you get zero of those benefits because now you fall under Illinois law. So you're falling into this trap where a company is forcing you to set it up in Nevada only to collect fees from you on an annual basis. Those fees should never have been created, or any should never have been set up that way to put you into that position. So when you have rental real estate, you want to set up the entity in the state where the property is going to be held in that entity. It has to be registered there. In this case here, the question you posed, the red box that owns the property is in Illinois, but the blue box, it doesn't own any Illinois real estate in my example, therefore it doesn't need to register there. Now, as you've heard me say many times, this isn't a one-size-fits-all. Depending on what you're doing, this will change. My advice will change. For example, if you said, Clint, I'm going to flip property in multiple states. Can I use a Wyoming LLC to flip property in multiple states without having to register? The answer to that is yes. So I'll show you a structure that I use on occasion for people. We'll set up a Wyoming LLC taxed as a corp. And then we will, or it could be in their state, doesn't matter, LLC. Then we'll create a Wyoming LLC up here couple Wyoming LLCs to take down their deal. So if they find a property that they're going to flip in Florida, we'll just take it down in the Wyoming LLC, and we'll flip it in the Wyoming LLC. If they find a deal in Texas, we'll do it directly, and we won't register that LLC in Florida or Texas unless we're required to do so, because title won't close any other way. Now, why am I able to do this in this instance, but not over here when it's rentals? Because in this instance, I'm what they call doing business in the state. I have regular and continuous business activity in that state. So that means I have to register there. Here, this is an isolated transaction, one and done. So I don't have to register in that situation because it's isolated. Now, if you're going to keep flipping property in Florida, then I would say, listen, you just need to start registering there and set them up in Florida. But if you're just going to do an isolated transaction, you could do it through a Wyoming company. So oftentimes I do this for clients this way because they get a deal and it's a 14-day close, right? Cash, waive all contingencies, or right of inspection. You're competing with other individuals. You can't get an LLC set up in the state where you, say it was Florida. We couldn't get an LLC set up in time in Florida in 14 days because there are delays. So we have to set it up in Wyoming. I did a deal like that earlier this year, and I got on the phone with Title, and Title tried to tell my client they needed to register in Florida. And I put them right to the test. I said, give me the law that states we have to register in Florida to take title to property. They couldn't. I said, exactly. Do your job. Your job is only to transfer title. It's not to advise my client on legal. And that just shut them right up because it's not. So this is, you can do it. They will accept it. And I've had a lot of clients that utilize this strategy. All right. What about the Florida Ladybird laws? Well, what that means is that you don't need a living trust. You can set it up so that when you own the property, when you pass away, this house will go to your beneficiaries free of probate. Yeah, that's one way to do it. But remember, a living trust provides protection. If you put this in a living trust when you pass away and you say, I want it to go to my beneficiaries when I'm no longer here, there's provisions in the living trust before it makes the distribution to your kids. It'll say, hey, what's going on with these kids? Are any of them involved in lawsuits? They're going through a divorce? Because if they've got some duress in their life, we're not going to give them the asset right now. We want them to get all that taken care of. We don't want that to go to a creditor or to an ex. Whereas if you use a ladybird deed, you've lost all control. As soon as you're gone, they become the owners. Creditors coming in, they take half the house, just like that. So it works, but you know, tools like that or solutions like that that are built on simplicity tend to lead to outcomes that are unanticipated. And so I don't like using them for that reason, Leah. All right. Do you recommend property purchased at an auction be immediately placed into a land trust? And what's the lien protection for land trust? Okay, so if you buy property at an auction, Joseph, yeah, land trusts are a great way to do it. So what I'll often do is my clients will go down to auction with a couple of land trusts. We create a simplified trust. It's 3 pages long. It's just real easy land trust. And if they get a property at auction, they will sign their trust right then and there, and then go ahead and take title in the name of this land trust. Then what we'll do is they'll call us back up and we'll take this 3-page simple trust that doesn't have all the protections we want inside of it, and we'll create the big boy trust for that asset. And then when we do that, of course, you know, we make sure that their beneficial interest here is assigned over to a limited liability company like that, because oftentimes they're going to start renting that property out. Now, once you close in this here, this stuff that takes place over here, no one knows about that because it's a private document, private transaction. What's the lien protection? Well, there is no super lien protection with a land trust. If somebody has a right of action or a lien against that property, and you bought it at auction, if it doesn't distinguish or extinguish, the lien, then the lien goes with the property. But once the properties, if you buy at auction, the property's in the trust, and a creditor had a judgment against you, because that property never hit your name, a personal judgment would not attach. And so in this client right here that I'm showing you, this one's in Florida, we have a Wyoming LLC set up as his trustee of his land trust. So no one is aware that my client is involved with these transactions, because as soon as he closes, we change the trust. It's called a restatement. We restate his land trust and we make his LLC the beneficiary. Actually, it's Florida. We use a Delaware series to these land trusts in Florida. Just throwing that out there just to let you know, it's not a one size fits all. Depends on what you're doing. All right. Steve, if I have a nonprofit, can I get an LLC so I could open up a gold jewelry business? Steve, you can create an LLC to open up a gold jewelry business, but you're not doing it through your nonprofit. Because if you did, you're going to get taxed on that, okay? Because now you're involved in UBIT, okay? That means you're engaging in a business activity. And I see, that's why, I mean, you put business on there. You could have a nonprofit here. This is my nonprofit, and I can create another business over here, an LLC. That's fine, but this can't be tied into that. That would not work. Okay. Oh, I see. You said under the nonprofit. How would I handle corporations? For instance, would you recommend having your trust own your S corporation? Yes, I would have my trust own my S corporation. But here's what's important: when you set up your trust, you want to make sure that it has subchapter S trust provisions inside of it. Because when you pass away, if you do not have these specific provisions inside of your living trust, your S corporation could be converted to a C corporation, and that could create problems for you from a tax standpoint. So yes, we do it all the time, but you have to have a certain clause in there to ensure that the trust can hold the S corporation shares and doesn't blow it up. Does someone need a will if they establish a living trust? Yes, you always need a will if you set up a living trust. So when we create an estate plan for someone, we will draft a living trust. We will draft a pour over will. And the reason we call it a pour over will is, again, it picks up anything that was left outside of the trust that you forgot to put inside of there. I gave you the example of my client. The dad left out a business. We had to do a probate on it. So you have a pour over will. We'll also put together a financial POA, power of attorney. So the financial power of attorney, what is its purpose? Well, again, if you have your living trust set up and you forgot to transfer this bank account into your living trust and you're incapacitated, which is what happened to my wife's grandmother. She was in a coma, and her daughter, successor trustee, discovered that there was a bank account. When the statement came in, it had her name listed on there, the grandmother's name. She called up the bank and said, hey, my mom's in a coma. I need to transfer this account out of her name and into the trust so we don't have to go through probate. I'm the successor trustee. And they said, well, we can't help you because you only have control over assets that are held inside of the trust, and this asset's outside of the trust. So she called me up and she said, what do I do? I said, just tell me you're the financial power of attorney. Because we did set it up where she was the financial power of attorney. So she went to the bank and said, hey, here's my power of attorney. Here's my mom, the medical doctor's certification that she's in a coma and is incompetent at this time. So I want to change the ownership on this account from her name to her living trust. Bank took a copy of it and then changed it so we avoided probate. We want to get a medical POA, power of attorney. That comes with any estate plan that should be set up for you. And this ensures that someone can make medical decisions on your behalf if you're no longer able to make those. So they can give you, you say, I don't want any fluids, I don't want any food, all I want are pain medications. And I want to make sure that my daughter or my son is carrying this out, or my spouse. And so this gives them the power to deal with the hospital. That's an important document. A living will is another one. It works hand in hand. It just reiterates your desires of what you want. So if your medical power of attorney is struggling with the hospital, then you just pull out the living will and say, here you go. You can't get any clearer than this. These are his wishes. If he's ever in an irreversible vegetative state, this is how you're to handle him. Important documents. You probably remember, some of you, the Terry Schiavo case out of Florida. Really interesting case there where she was on life support for years because she brought home the living will, or I forget what it was. They had the documents, and she had them for a few days, and she didn't sign them before she was involved in it. It was an accident, and then she's brain dead, and the hospital would not take her off life support. They had, well, the parents didn't want to, I think it was the parents didn't want to take them off either. And so they were just draining all the assets. And so having these documents is critical. You also want to have what's called a schedule of gifts. And this is where you list out all your personal effects that you want to go to certain people. So if maybe you've got a watch, you want to go to your son, jewelry to go to your daughter-in-law, you list that out there. And then those gifts would be made out of your estate. And it's really good because you should have that conversation with the kids so that you get an idea for what they have strong sentimental attachment or emotional attachment to of yours, and that they can receive that. And then you address the issues ahead of time. If you have two children, 3 kids, and they all want the same item, well, you got to figure that out. It's easier to figure it out now and come to a consensus than allow them to squabble about it after you're no longer here. And then you want, on top of that, final instructions, letting people know how you'd like to be remembered. You should write all that out. And so these are the main documents. If you have kids, you want a declaration of guardian for minor children, and oftentimes that works in with the living trust as well. I've created provisions before where people have stated, well, I want my kids to go to this family over here. And I'll ask them, well, how many kids do they have? Well, they have 3. And so you want your 2 children to go live with them. You want them to be the guardian. Yes, they agreed to be my guardian, our guardian. Okay, great. How big is their house? Oh, it's not very big. It's 1,800 square feet. It's a 3-bedroom. Okay, great. So they're going to take on your kids, and how are we going to remodel the room so we can get 3 children or 4 children within one room? Oh, I didn't think about that. Exactly. That's why we're working together. So I've thought about it for you. Why don't we take some funds, specify in your living trust that we will give the guardians of your children X amount of money so they can get a larger property, something like that. Or in one case, what we did is we said that they would move into their house because the people that I was setting up the living trust for, they had a 4,500, 6,000 square foot home, lots of bedrooms. So they could come and live there, sell their house, live in this house until the kids, their children reached 27 years of age, and then it would pass over to the kids. So you can do things like that inside of a living trust. All right. Do I have to pay a state's real estate withholding tax for out-of-state sales? I'm not sure about the out-of-state sales and paying the state taxes on that. When you sell, I mean, if you sold real estate and there's the taxes associated with it, you're responsible to pay those taxes. But I don't know about running a business. Sorry, Victor, I don't know the answer to that. Judy, I have a California LLC for out-of-state rentals. I'm realizing now that's not the best. Would you recommend I move them to a Wyoming limited liability company? And what's the best way to do so? Judy, I'd recommend that you set up a strategy session with us, because to break this down, it's going to depend on where your rentals are located. I wouldn't set up a Wyoming LLC for them directly unless they're located in Wyoming. Because you live in California, we would be looking at using a statutory trust in Wyoming to hold LLCs in the state where your property is located. So we would set something up like this. I'd set you up with a Wyoming statutory trust, and then I would have that statutory trust hold the LLCs in the state where the property is located. Why? Because California is going to nick you $800 for every LLC that you own. So to avoid that, we use this statutory trust here to own the interest in the out-of-state LLCs. You own the statutory trust. Nothing's registered in California, and you're not subject to the $800 franchise fee. So it gets a little, it's not that it's complicated, we're just using different entities to produce the same result in a way that's more efficient for you in setting this overall structure up. If I have my primary residence designated as an LLC for 3 Airbnbs, is that a problem with capital gains? Airbnb primary residence stopped in April. Do I still need to wait 2 years? All right, so what you're saying is that you're using your house is inside of a limited liability company and you're using it as an Airbnb throughout the year, and so when you go to sell under Section 121, is this going to be an issue for you? Yeah, it's going to be an issue for you if you're treating it as a rental property. It could be mixed use there, so a portion of it could be under 121, but yeah, you may want, wait after 2 years. Wait for 2 years if you stop doing Airbnb, if you want to get the full 121 gain exclusion. Or what you could do is just, keep it as an Airbnb, move out, borrow some money out, go buy another residence, and that way you don't have to sell it. Or you could do a 1031 exchange. Okay, so another way to do this is do a 1031 exchange on this investment property and do a new property over here, because it would qualify if you treat it as an investment property. Now you've got a 1031 exchange, property's held in an LLC, move into that property now, make that your personal residence, live in it for 5 years, and then you can turn around and sell it and capture the 121. So you can get there, just, we're gonna have to do a few little dance steps to make it work out. You got a follow up here. If I have 2 rental properties in Florida under 1 limited liability company, should I have 2 LLCs? Should I set it up under a Wyoming LLC? I mean, if you got 2 rental properties in Florida under 1 limited liability company, if you want anonymity, I would do that. If you want additional asset protection, I would separate them out. You could do this. You could keep the 1 LLC here. If they have debt on the properties, we're going to use a land trust, so you don't have any dock stamps. We could dump one of those properties over here into a land trust, do that, and then you could set it up this way. There's a couple different ways we could go with your structure once we knew more of the details, the debt on the property, how that's set up. But also keep in mind, I mean, you do have asset protection if the way it's set up. If something were to happen with that LLC, with one of those properties, you risk losing the properties, but you're protected. It's not the ideal situation because you don't want to lose 2 properties in 1 lawsuit. So I would look at separating those out and try and figure out the best way to do that. The Wyoming LLCs are great from an anonymity standpoint. If you don't want your tenants to know, if you're not self-managing, or if you do self-manage your future tenants, you don't have to let them know you're the owner. You can just say you manage these properties for the owner, and that's not lying. People say, well, you're misleading people. The hell I am. They're owned by LLCs. They're not owned by me. So if I tell you I don't own them, I am being 100% accurate. I could say that under oath, and you couldn't ding me for it in court because I don't own the properties, right? I don't have to tell you that I own the LLCs that own the property. All right. If I sell a California property and receive $300,000 in taxable gains, and a few weeks later I find a property located in an OZ, would I be able to utilize the tax incentives of the OZ? Yes, you can. If you find an OZ property, you can roll the $300,000 in. Now, I was just talking to a client today, one of our platinum clients, longtime client. She's a physician. We had the same discussion about buying property in Dallas. Thing was, she sold the asset. She received $360,000. Now, she wants to buy an asset valued at, say, $1.2 million. Well, during our conversation, I found out only $60,000 of that is gain. So if you're going to go into an OZ fund, you only roll the gain in, not the 300 basis. Now, why is that an issue? Because if you're going to buy a $1.2 million property, you're going to need to have at least $400,000 maybe down in order to qualify, between $300,000 to $400,000. She's only got 60. So if she rolled all 360 in, she's not going to get the benefit in 10 years, because when you put after-tax money into an OZ, you then limit how much of your gain in the future will be tax-free to you. So you got to run the numbers to make sure that you're going to. Now, if you're rolling 300 in and you need an extra 150, I would structure it as debt, do a personal loan to the LLC to make up that difference, and then go out and get the primary financing, maybe using a QM, non-QM lender, probably non-QM if you're going to close if it's if it's residential. Close on that deal, but have it all structured on your tax return as debt plus the gain that you rolled in. Never want to roll in principal into there. My attorney said I don't need a trust because in Florida they have ladybird deeds. Yeah, we talked about that, Leah. You're right, you do, but I brought up some of the problems that can occur there. What do you typically use as a registered agent for your property-specific LLCs that are subsidiaries? We serve as registered agents in all 50 states. And so we don't want to have our clients' information on there. We want to keep it protected at all times. If I sell a property and receive $300K in capital gains, and a few weeks later I use those proceeds to purchase a property in an OZ zone. Oh, we talked about that. Yeah, that one came up again. Glad you appreciate it, Joseph. Does the Declaration of Guardian work in Canada? I'm not sure, Leela, if it does. What do you think about Nevis Island Company for holding an LLC? You know, we don't set up offshore. I refer them out to a guy named Brian Bradley that works on, he does the strategy onshore, offshore, but Anderson, we do not set those up. And you know, I've talked to him, and I've got a video that'll be coming out that discusses this on my channel, and I think there's a place for it for certain individuals. It can provide an additional layer of asset protection. Can you do cost seg on a mobile home? I don't know. I don't think you can do cost seg on a mobile home, but I'm only 90% positive on that one. Does a living trust protect your assets from nursing home? Wow, Kathy, that's another call I had today. Today I had a ton of phone calls, and this person called me up. Her husband is got a lot of problems, medical problems. He's gonna need Medicaid, he's gonna apply for that, and they'd already talked to someone about the spend down that they would have to go through in order to qualify, spend up all their assets. And the wife was telling me, she said, I'm not gonna have anything left basically to live on. And I said, I know, that's unfortunate. Living trust, she wanted to set up a living trust, and I said, it's not gonna help you. I know, I appreciate you wanna use my services, but it's not gonna benefit you, so I'm the wrong guy. What do you do? Unfortunately, in that situation, you gotta get a divorce and do a division of the assets if you wanna protect your surviving spouse. And that's a tough one for people to bite off, especially been married for 50 years, 60 years. But it's out of love that you do it more than anything else, is what I've always told people. Do you have any more information for DLPs for people in California? I love this topic. So disregarded, I know you keep asking, I saw the question on my YouTube channel today. Mike, the thing about the disregarded limited partnerships, I don't have any more information. I don't think I've done a video on that. Maybe look at that California state. There's one, I think I did a video on California strategies. Check that on my channel, search California. You may find that video there. The disregarded limited partnership, you can do it, set it up the way we set them up in California. And the reason why people do this in California is so they don't have to pay the franchise, $800 franchise tax on it. You set up your LP. If you want anonymity, you have a Wyoming LLC down here, which is the beneficiary, and then up top, you would set up a California LLC that is disregarded, that is owned 100% by this. So this is a general partner, this is a limited partner down here, and because it's all disregarded through here down to you, then this entity is a disregarded entity as well, because it's the same taxpayer on both sides. That's how you would set up a disregarded LP. The disregarded LP is based upon the federal tax election you make, and because it's all disregarded down to one, it would qualify. So that's what we do there. Yeah, Florida has a 5-year look back. Why is it called Anderson Advisors and not Coons Advisors? I spoke to a gentleman about this last week. He used to work with Arthur Anderson, and he told me that. And I said, you know, when we created the firm, we set it up, we chose the name Anderson Advisors because at that time there were phone books, right? And we were going to advertise in the phone book, biggest waste of money. And we wanted to be an A, so we did that. So that's one reason. The second reason was that everyone knew of Arthur Anderson. They were a very popular, well-respected CPA and accounting firm. We figured, hey, if we got a name Anderson, you know, Anderson's run for a judge, they always get elected, right? So he said, let's go with Anderson and make it a trade name. And so that's what why it became Anderson. Now, a little backstory here you might find funny. So during this time, we actually had another partner named Anderson that worked with us, and he was a partner in the firm. So it was myself, Toby Mathis, and Bob Anderson. We started this firm. He thought it was named after him, and it had nothing to do with him when we named this firm. We trademarked it. We specified it in the operating agreement. This is why operating agreements are so important. So when we finally kicked him out because he wasn't working and we were doing all the work, he tried to get us to remove the name. He went to court and he said, oh, you can't use the name Anderson any longer because you named it after me. It's like, all right, you did nothing while you were with us, and now you just want to sit there and lie to the court. And so this was a potential problem for us, because if they made us stop, they told us we could no longer use the name Anderson because it was named after a person who left the firm, then that would cause a lot of financial hardship for us because we'd spent so much money in marketing and building up the firm with that name. So under the RPCs of the state of Washington, it stated that you got to have a named partner. If you named it after one of the partner and that partner leaves, if there isn't another Anderson in the firm, then you got to drop the name. So to thwart this guy, I went down and actually changed my last name, hyphenated it to Clinton Anderson -Coons. And then went back into court. We had a hearing that day about the name, and he said, oh, there's no Andersons. I said, the hell? I'm an Anderson. No, he's not. His last name is Coons. And I said, yeah, it was until 2 days ago, and now it's Anderson. So in a way, it is named after me. All right. Mike, so your holding company LLC be taxed as a C corporation? No, the holding company is all going to be disregarded. Everything's disregarded there. Any advice for people who want to start investing? We have no properties, just cash for a down payment. Peter, what I would tell you, do the numbers, man. Numbers do not lie. Do not make it emotional. This is something that happens a lot with people. They want to buy real estate, and they just, to buy real estate, to say I'm a real estate investor and own property. And I get it. That can creep into it when you're first starting out. Check your numbers. Always check your numbers to make sure that that deal's going to pencil. And if it's not, there's plenty other deals out there. You will get one. So many people make that first deal and they make that mistake because they buy on emotion, and it only comes back, they regret it later on. I've seen it, 20 some years of practice. I've seen it far too often. If I use a disregarded Wyoming LLC managed by my California Corp to flip houses, my C Corp is owned by my Wyoming Holding LLC. How would I set up my structure for long-term rental properties in California? So in your case, if you had this set up like this, so this is California, and you've got an LLC up here, and you're flipping, and here's your Wyoming LLC down here, and now you want to start, let me get rid of this, now you want to start buying rentals in California. I would set up a WST if you don't want to pay the franchise fees. If you don't care about that, then I would use a California LLC, all owned by this one, just like this. That's how and so your rental stuff's over here, separate from your flipping activities. All right, guys, I got time here for a few more, and then I'm gonna have to run. Great, you have an appointment with Corey tomorrow, excellent. And Kenny, how does a land trust get a full liability protection from an LLC owned by a Wyoming LLC? Should deed into LLC instead. Kenny, here's how it works. If you have a land trust over here, okay, and it's owned by a limited liability company right here. So you've got this structure in place. Land trust to, say this was Texas LLC, and the Texas LLC for anonymity purposes held by Wyoming LLC. If the lawsuit originates here with the property, goes against the trust, and then it comes down here to the beneficiary of the trust, which is your Texas LLC. So the most you have at risk is this, which is the same as if you just did this, right? If you just put the property into the LLC directly, you just lose it right here. The land trust is just an additional step that we use for other reasons. Maybe it's a due on sale clause, a concern for you, or you bought it at auction, you're moving it in. So anyways, Guys, it's been great. I know I went 30 minutes over, and I do have dinner plans. My wife will hang me out to dry if I'm not home in time. So I want to thank you for joining me. We're going to be back here in a few weeks, and we got another topic lined up for you. I appreciate all the comments and the views on the channel. When you go there, tell your friends about it as well if they're real estate investors. And be sure to join us on our tax and asset protection event that's coming up. We'll be here this coming Saturday. The links have been popping up there in the chat. And hey, I got a new book that's going to be released next week. It's called Next Level Real Estate Asset Protection. You can find it on Amazon. It's a follow-up to my first book, Asset Protection for Real Estate Investors, where I take my experiences that I've learned in my own investing and showing you how you can take your investing to another level and how entities can actually help you do more if they're set up the right way, using that three-legged stool approach that I tend to talk about: asset protection, tax planning, and business planning. Be sure to check it out. It's trending right now. I think in one of the categories, it's already #1. It hasn't even been released yet. So that's awesome to hear. And other than that, keep watching, keep yourself protected, get on my event. I wish you the very best with what you're doing with your investing. Take care, guys. See you soon.
Hi, my name is Clint Coons. I'm an attorney with Anderson Business Advisors and Law Group. Our law firm specializes in asset protection. I want to commend you for taking the time to watch this DVD series on the importance of asset protection, because I can tell you that the strategies that we're going to be sharing with you today will prove vital to you in your business planning. I want to tell you a little bit about my firm. I started in 1999 with the sole focus of working with individuals to protect their assets. I felt very strongly about this when I created the firm because I was so concerned about what a lawsuit can do to people in their everyday lives, how it can destroy them emotionally and financially. And I know this firsthand because when I was a child growing up, my family was involved in a lawsuit. In fact, this lawsuit came at the most inopportune time because my father just lost his job. And so he's faced with a lawsuit and no job. And my dad did not know what he was going to do for at least a good 2 to 3 months. I remember him talking to my mother and to his family and explaining to them how difficult financial times were going to be for us going forwards unless he could figure out how he was able to get through this lawsuit and get another job. Well, I can tell you what my father did, is that he turned to real estate. He looked at himself and he said, I can do this. As many of you who are watching this are probably investing in real estate, you can do it as well. And that's what my father did. This is how he built financial security for his family. Now, he built up a real estate portfolio that produces a consistent stream of income for him. And I noticed the effects of it when I came back from college. That from where my father had started to where he was when I came back from college, it was 180 degrees. And this is something that you're going to be looking to do if you have acquired this DVD series and you're watching this right now. Most likely you want to protect your real estate investments or your business, not necessarily real estate, but the principles are the same. That is, how can I go out there and do something to ensure that I don't risk it all? Now, when it comes to investing in real estate and asset protection, I can tell you this is a very dangerous field if you do not protect yourself appropriately. For example, I'm using my father. When he bought real estate, he understood immediately how important asset protection was based upon something that happened with a tenant. I remember as a child I often joke about the fact that I was an indentured servant to my father for 14 years, as was my brother, because he looked at us as an opportunity to build up his real estate portfolio on our backs. I'm joking about that. He did help me with my college education, but the fact is that we were involved as well as children in working in real estate. And one of the things that happened one time is that a tenant was concerned about heating their apartment. What do I mean by concerned about heating their apartment? Simple. Like any business owner, be it real estate, be it any type of business that you're running, you're going to look at ways to reduce your costs. And one way which my father wanted to reduce his cost in one of his buildings was to ensure that the tenants could not sit around in their t-shirt and their underwear and turn the thermostat up to 95 degrees and open a window and enjoy the cool breeze but a warm apartment at the same time. This is just going to kill your profit. So he turned down the boilers in this particular building to 68 degrees. So no matter what you turn the thermostat up to, your apartment would never get beyond 68 degrees. He saw this as an option that was available to him to keep his costs in line with his revenue. Now, the problem with that is that tenants, as you're going to discover if you haven't already, they're ingenious. They find ways to get beyond what you're trying to do, the way you try to place any restrictions upon them. And what some tenants would do in this particular building is they found another way to heat their apartment. Now, you might be thinking they went out and bought a space heater. Well, you're wrong if you thought that was the case, because tenants are ingenious. They don't have to go out and spend their own money to buy a space heater, because when you rent a house or you own a house, you have your own space heater right there in your kitchen. You know what I'm talking about. It's your oven. And that's what a tenants would do. They would use their oven to heat their apartment to get that nice 85-degree weather temperature that they were looking for, and still sit there with their windows open. Now, how do I know this? Well, disaster fortunately was averted one day when we were walking down on the first floor of this apartment building, and we smelled something. And I was with my father, and he said, "That's an odd smell to be down here. It doesn't smell right. Let's go explore and figure out where this is coming from." Well, we went up to a door, we knocked on it. We found that the room was particularly warm. This was odd given the fact that the building couldn't get beyond 68 degrees. Knocked a few times, and finally we went in, and when we opened that door, this smell wafted over us. It was a putrid smell. It actually made you want to throw up. What did we find inside of that apartment? Well, we found an oven that was on 450 degrees that was open, and there was an individual tenant sitting in front of that oven about 4 feet away. Now, what unfortunately happened for him is that he was sitting there in front of this oven, and he died of a heart attack, and he'd been dead for a week before we found him. He'd actually started to melt in front of this oven. That's the great thing about having kids. My dad looked at myself and my brother and said, "This is why I had you guys, to clean up this mess." And so he sent us in there to do that, of course, after the coroner came in and cleaned it up. But the fact of the matter is that disaster there was averted because we were able to find this before anything could happen. I mean, where could liability lie in this situation? Simply, it could have possibly burned down the apartment if that stove was left on for too long. The smells, people could have, in adjoining apartments could have started smelling it, and then they could raise a claim that they thought that somehow it had impacted them by smelling that. So there are things there that you need to be aware of when it comes to investing in real estate, and I'm going to show you how to protect it. But with anything, it all begins with planning in general. Now, some of the steps we're going to be going through on this DVD is how to plan for your investing for your small business. Because I can tell you firsthand, because I myself am a real estate investor and small business owner, even though I have a law firm, I run everything the same way. I look at basics and I build from there. I create a foundation, and that's something that you should be doing today, started right now, building your foundation for your financial future to ensure that everything is not put at risk. Many of you who are watching this DVD will be attending one of our asset protection workshops in the upcoming weeks or months. And I can tell you is that the strategies and the information I'll be giving you right now will lead into that and make you better prepared, so when you come to one of our workshops, you'll be able to sit down with one of us and you'll know the type of plan that you will need. Many of you, after watching this, will be able to jump in and create your own plan right away. But the fact of that matter is that you need to put together a plan. And with any good planning, it basically starts with 3 concepts. You want to reduce your taxes. Okay, everybody feels that they're taxed too much. You look at what the problems we're having right now with Congress and the country and the states. There's budget shortfalls throughout well, not all the states, but a vast majority of them. Congress doesn't know how to pay their bills. They want to increase the debt limit. So eventually it's going to come to a breaking point. And that breaking point, they're going to have to put that burden on your back. Now, I don't mind paying my fair share in taxes, but when you have 50% of the population that pays no taxes, I think my fair share is not what Congress is going to tell me my fair share is going to be in the future. I think everybody should participate. But right now, that's not the case. So I'm going to take every legal step available to me to ensure that I pay the least amount of tax that is legally allowable under the tax code. And so in order to do this, you have to understand how taxes work and what type of business structures are appropriate for your individual situation and what you intend to do. Because many people, when they start off down this road, they do everything in their own name. And by the time they come to our firm and they come to ask us for assistance in asset protection planning and tax reduction, because we do have a tax department with our firm where we prepare taxes and we show people how to save $5,000, $10,000, $15,000 a year on their taxes. Many times when they get to us, they find out that that horse has left the barn and there's nothing we can do for you because you've done everything in your own name. So stop, wait, before you go forwards with this next business venture, before you start investing in real estate. Maybe some of you are watching this or invest in the stock market, or you're just considering creating a business in general to go out and sell goods to the public over the internet. think about ways in which you can reduce your taxes, because there are if you set up the appropriate business structure. The last thing you want to do is do it in your own name. Now, part of this DVD series is going to be about taxes. My business partner, Toby Mathis, will be teaching you about tax reduction strategies with this DVD series, and he'll explain to you how to reduce your taxes and things that you should be looking out for. So tax planning is important. Another aspect about sound business planning is how to attain business credit. How can you take your business and now gain access to other people's money? You know how tight it is right now with banks, with lending. I mean, it's all over the news. After what happened with the real estate market, now it's difficult to get loans. Well, for individuals, that's the case, but for businesses, not necessarily. If you have bad credit, you can build your own credit profile through your business, and now you can have access to other lines of credit that may not be available to you as an individual. This is an opportunity that comes from starting at the ground, building your foundation, creating your business, and creating its own separate profile. Because when you create a business, you're creating it separate and apart from you. That's all part about sound business planning, making sure that we're separate and apart from our business ventures. So we reduce liability and we reduce taxes. Now, I brought up the word liability. That's the next step in sound business planning. That is creating a structure around your affairs and separating out your assets from you so that your assets are protected from whatever you do as an individual, and your business, or you're protected from your business. So if anything happens with the tenant, anything happens in your business, that you yourself will not be sued on a personal basis. Because I can tell you, some of you may know this already who are watching this, the worst thing that you'll ever want to experience in your life is answering the door and somebody standing there with a piece of paper and tells you that you've been served. Your life will change at that point, I can guarantee it. I've worked with people before in this situation, and the thing they tell me time and time again, it's not the money, although it is very expensive to be involved in a lawsuit. It's the emotional factor. And I don't want to see you go through this because everything you have is exposed. Attorneys know this, that when they decide to bring a claim against you, they know that it's a huge emotional roller coaster for you. And if they can push enough buttons, you're going to be willing to pay them whatever they're asking. Or you'll pay them a lot because you're afraid that you're going to lose everything you own. I was just working with a client the other day who received a demand letter from a law firm all the way on the other side of the country, and it was just a shakedown. But you read the letter, it made you think that you were going to lose a lot more if you didn't agree to their initial demands. And so this individual I'm working with right now is willing to pay up some rather than risk all. The fact of the matter is, this individual had nothing to risk. But when you read the letter, it made you believe that you did, and you could lose a lot of money if you didn't pay the firm right up front. So these are the type of tactics attorneys use to cajole you, to scare you into settling and paying money. But what I'm going to do is give you the tools to fight back. I'm going to show you how you can protect yourself. So if that lawsuit ever comes down your way and you're served, you can look the guy straight in the eye and say, give it your best shot. Because what you have to remember, attorney, it's not how much you win, it's how much you collect. And the type of structures I create for my clients, we make sure that they don't collect. And that's something that you can do. And it doesn't take a lot of creative planning. It's not extremely expensive to do this. It just takes understanding what type of assets you have, how they should be protected, and how all the stuff works together to ensure that you have a sound financial, sound asset protection tax reduction plan. So with that, what I'd like to do is take you down the road of threats, just to let you know what's out there and where you're at risk, so you can start to appreciate those areas that may need some fine-tuning to ensure that you're not at risk. So let's now go into the various threats that face you. And understand, these are just a small portion of the various threats out there. All you need is somebody with a creative mind to come up with a new legal theory, and you can find yourself in court. So with that, let's talk about some of the threats. All right, if you're going to start investing in real estate, one of the main threats you're going to face as a real estate investor is environmental concerns. Environmental concerns right now are some of the greatest expense or threats for any real estate investor because there's no statute of limitations on an environmental claim. You could own property that's been contaminated for 15 years and you may not have done it, but you're going to find out that you're the person who is responsible for the cleanup because, hey, you're the owner. From an owner standpoint of owning real estate, The thing you need to be worried about is something that has taken the place of asbestos litigation, and that is mold. Mold right now is the #1 concern for all investors. What's the problem with mold is that you can't detect it. You can walk into a place and you may not see any mold, and you can actually bring in your own expert, a mold remediation expert, and tell him to go through there, and he may not find any mold spores. But if that tenant decides that they want to bring a claim against you, I guarantee you they can find an attorney who will find an expert who will determine that there are mold spores in your property. I know this firsthand because I've had a few clients who have dealt with this particular issue. Now, the thing about mold, which is extremely disconcerting for many people, is the fact that you may have insurance and think you're protected, but you'll find out that your insurance will not cover you. They will not deal with environmental claims. You're on your own for this. One of my clients just recently was involved in a case where she was sued for over $1 million for mold contamination. Now, why did this case come up? Because the tenant has lost their job, and my client had evicted that person. Rather than leave the premises, what the client or the tenant decided to do was bring a case against my particular client for mold. The thing about mold is that attorneys out there have found a way in which they can go and shake you down because the damages are so catastrophic that you're willing to pay. I actually attended a CLE not too long ago. That is where attorneys will attend these classes and they're taught how to bring claims for certain types of actions, and this one happened to be on mold. And I went into this class with an open mind. I wanted to learn how to protect my clients against this particular claim. And I got in there, and it was really interesting. This attorney walked up, and first thing he wrote on the board, he said, "Mold equals gold." And I can tell you, a lot of the attorneys in that room started clapping. They thought that was the best thing out there. Now, as I proceeded to listen to his presentation, he got to the part where he started talking about experts. And he said, hey, if you're involved in mold litigation, you're thinking about bringing a case actually for mold, then what you should do as a plaintiff's attorney is call one of these 10 experts right here. I vetted them. I can tell you they will go into the property and they will find mold spores. Now, I know what you're thinking. If you're listening to this right now, you're thinking to yourself, how can that be? It is already predestined to find mold spores. Absolutely. That's why those experts work for plaintiff's attorneys. Now, he didn't want to let me feel left out because I am not a plaintiff's attorney. We do not engage in litigation in our firm. Our firm is strictly about asset protection. I mean, there's a reason why I have 17,000 clients throughout the country. It's because we're great at what we do, and that is preserving your assets. Now, he looked to the one side of the room that he wasn't getting a lot of applause from when he would throw up these statements such as mold equals gold. And he said, I understand that you guys are here today as well to learn about this type of litigation, how to protect your clients. Well, I have something for you, so you don't walk away feeling you didn't get anything out of the seminar. Here's a list of 8 experts. Contact any one of these 8 experts, and they will tell you there's no mold in that property. So what does that make you think? Yeah, that the system is gamed. That it's set up by attorneys for attorneys to create litigation to take money out of your pocket just to fund them. You know how the story goes or the joke goes that there's one attorney in town, he won't make any money, but you bring another attorney into town, they're both going to get rich. That's what happens when it comes to environmental right now, is that a lot of cases are being thrown around because of mold. I've had a few clients involved with it. You need to make sure that your assets are adequately protected so you personally do not bear any risk of loss. Another concern we face right now, if you're going to get involved in real estate, of course, is your tenants. I mean, tenants do things that are not necessarily in their best interest and not in yours for sure. And at the end of the day, because you're the property owner, somehow, some way, they're going to find that you're liable. And so you need to protect yourself from your tenant's actions. I gave you an example of my father where the tenant had actually died in the premises with the oven turned on to 450 degrees. Well, I could go through cases like that all day long. I'll give you a recent one. I was in Hawaii not too long ago, about 3 weeks ago, and I met with one of my clients while I was there. Now, what was extremely frustrating for this client is that she has $1 million rental in Hawaii. I mean, that's the average price for some of these homes over there. And her tenant decided to burn it down. Yeah, the tenant wasn't too happy with the fact that he was evicted, so he thought he would get a little retribution against my client as the landlord by burning her house down. Now, it wouldn't be so bad, well, I mean, it's always bad when you have your house burned down, but it wouldn't be so bad if it was just her house that was damaged, because she had insurance to cover the damage that had occurred on her property. But if you've ever been around a house fire before, you know that if your house is next to another house, that house is going to experience some damage as well, because when your house is burning, it gets really hot and there's smoke that comes from a fire. Well, the property next door, another multi-million-dollar home, was damaged to the tune of several $100,000. She doesn't have enough money in her insurance policy to cover the damage that was done to the adjoining property owner. Now, you may look at the tenant and say, you're responsible. Well, there's a reason why the tenant couldn't pay the rent, because he has no money, so that makes you the responsible party for the actions of your tenant. And in this particular case, she is looking at several $100,000 out of pocket to repair her neighbor's property as a result of her tenant's actions. Tenants are a huge threat to you. You have to appreciate the threat. With any business venture that you go into, you have to understand where the landmines exist, and tenants are one of those. And so there's ways that we can protect you so that if something like that does occur, you don't risk all of your assets. Because if everything is in your own name, as I'm going to be showing you, then everything is at risk. So you want to put entities in place now so that when you acquire these assets in the future, you've done it the right way and you've minimized your overall risk exposure. Now, here's something else that you may not be aware of, and that is you can be sued for something that happened a long time ago, something that happened what I call yesterday. I have a client right now who's involved in a case. This actually happens to be another environmental case. This environmental case stems from something that occurred over 35 years ago. I have an 82-year-old client who is being sued for something that occurred 35 years ago when her husband owned a piece of property. He owned a boat yard, and at that point in time, it was acceptable to bring boats in, scrape the bottoms, paint them, and wash everything down into the harbor. Well, now that's no longer acceptable. In fact, it's against the law to do that. So the person who owns the property right now has systematically gone through all the previous owners of this piece of property and has sued them for several $100,000s to millions of dollars to help him cover the cost of the cleanup. Because now that he owns the property, he is being pressured by the state to clean up the area in front of it, that is in the harbor. He has to clean all that up, and that's a very expensive proposition for him. So he wants to collect as much money as he can, because again, insurance is not going to cover you here. So now he's suing my client, who is 82 years old, and he's suing her for $2 million. Now, she probably forgot about this situation, the fact they'd owned this boatyard for a short period of time, but now she remembers it vividly because she has been served with a $2 million complaint. Now, I can tell you that we've protected her, that she is not going to risk $2 million, and they will not even recover any of those funds because of the planning that took place a few years ago to ensure that if anything like this ever occurred, everything she owns is not at risk. But the fact of the matter is that this is something that she never in her wildest dreams she could ever believe would ever happen to her, but it did. And that's something people need to understand, you who is watching this, about lawsuits in general, is that you cannot plan a lawsuit. That is, you do not know when something's going to occur. That tragedy can strike at any time. And the question is, are you prepared for that tragedy? Because once the tragedy occurs, planning cannot take place. Anything we do from that point on is considered a fraudulent transfer, and it's done as a result of the lawsuit, and the courts can undo it. I mean, great example is that I was contacted by a doctor not too long ago. This individual had heard about us through some other people who we'd structured some clients, and he'd referred over to me, and he had a particular concern, and that is, how do I protect all my assets? Now, when somebody calls me up and they say, Clint, I need to protect all my assets immediately, and I need it done yesterday, I know we got a problem there that already exists, and I can't help them. With this individual, what had happened is that he'd gone out to one of his rental properties and he was working on it with a backhoe, and he was swinging the backhoe around, and he didn't notice his brother-in-law was up on a ladder doing some work on the house, and he knocked the ladder out from underneath him. And unfortunately, he was up 2 stories, and when he fell, he broke his neck and he died right there on the premises. Now, this particular person is being sued right now by the widow. And what's unfortunate is that he thought his insurance would be there to protect him. Well, his insurance company, that is both his contractor's policy and his liability policy, have filed declaratory judgments not to cover him. Yeah, you thought your insurance company is there to protect you? Bring a sizable claim and see what happens. If they can, they're going to run for the hills and leave you left holding the bag. Because if you have to fight your insurance company, that's money that comes out of your pocket to fight them, to get them to pay a claim that they're obligated to pay because you've been paying them premiums on a monthly basis. But if they can get out of it, they will. And I can go on all day long. You come to the event, I'll give you some more examples of insurance companies getting out of claims that you would think that they're legally obligated to pay, but the courts let them out. So it's an unfortunate situation. It's something that he would never forecast whatever happened. It's not foreseeable. It did happen. It was an accident. But he told me, he said, Clint, I've worked hard all my life. I'm 55 years old. I was looking to retire, and now I don't see retirement in sight because I know that I'm going to be hit with this lawsuit and I'm going to be responsible for this claim. My insurance company's not going to be there. It's wiping me out. I don't want to have that conversation with you. I don't want you to have to call an attorney and have that conversation. So take steps, and we're going to show you what you can do to ensure that that will not happen. You wouldn't be wiped out in that particular situation. So that's an example of where liability might lie. You can never predict it. Other areas, kids, children. If you have children, they're a liability to you. They can do things. If you have a boat, there was a recent case I read not too long ago where some kids were out playing around in a boat and they took a sharp turn and one of the kids was thrown out of the boat. He sued and he received $600,000 against the parents because they said that he had anxiety now of riding on boats, this child, and he had neck issues as a result of being thrown out of the boat. I mean, these are bogus claims many times that are brought, but it doesn't matter. You get a jury to buy off on it, then you're going to be the responsible party. Now, what was particularly disconcerting for this case is that the people who were sued only had $250,000 in coverage, so they had to come up with the difference. Now, if you don't have the difference, simple. What the plaintiff's attorney will do is they'll file a judgment against you. And so whenever you go to sell property, that's when they'll get paid. So we want to protect ourselves because threats come from any angle. You can never predict them. I'll give you another example of that. There was an individual who built a deck, added a deck onto the house, something that you might do. You might hire a contractor to come out and build you a deck. That's what this guy did. Now, when the contractor finished up, the individual homeowner went out there and was looking around. He found a few boards that were left on the project and a few bolts. What would you do in that situation? Would you think to call your contractor and say, well, if you left 2 or 3 boards here and a few bolts, that tells me that you didn't install this deck properly? Or would you think, this is what I would think, that, hey, this is leftover material that he didn't have to use, therefore he just left it for me to either clean up, which contractors will do that, or he's figured maybe I could use it for some other project. Well, it turns out that this homeowner was so excited about his new deck, he decided to throw a party. And he invited all these people over, and everybody was out on his deck partying, and the deck collapsed. It separated from the house, and somebody was killed, plus several people were injured as a result of this deck collapsing. Now, who's liable? Well, they sued the contractor. The contractor went bankrupt, of course, so he didn't have any money that he could pay. And so it came back to the homeowner. And they found that the homeowner was liable for the deck collapsing because when he found these boards and these bolts that were left behind by the contractor, the court said, you had a duty to contact the contractor and ask them if he did not adequately secure the deck to your house, because that was the cause of this accident. It hadn't been adequately secured with all those bolts. The contractor missed putting in 6 bolts that would have kept this deck supposedly from collapsing. Therefore, the homeowner is liable for that action. That's unfortunate, but this happens all the time. You just cannot predict when a lawsuit's going to hit you. Fact of the matter is, there's just too many darn attorneys out there that need to make a living, so they're out looking for clients. When economic times get tough, where am I going to go to find money? I'm going to go after you because you have money, obviously. You're out there, you have a job, so why not take from you to enrich myself? Other areas, contracts. You enter into a contract with somebody. You're looking at going out to buy a house. You enter into a contract, you back out of it. You think everything's fine. 5 years later, you're sued for something that happened 5 years ago. I mean, this is one of the areas that I'm often astounded when people go to seek assistance from attorneys. They tell them, go out, start your business, make some money, then come back and let's get you structured. Well, everything you've done up until that point of getting structured, you're going to be liable for. Contracts that you've entered into, 6 years typically, you can be sued over that contract. So you can be out there in a very successful business and all of a sudden you're slapped with a lawsuit for something that happened 5 years ago. And now you're personally liable. You don't want to be in that situation. So that's an area. Investing in real estate, loan defaults, okay, dealing with banks. You've seen a lot of this in the past several years where people had bought property, they'd paid too much for it, the property value dropped out, they couldn't pay the mortgage on it, now the banks have come after them. The banks are taking their properties back and then they're hitting them with a deficiency judgment. And then anything that person owns in their own name is at risk. I was talking to one individual who was dealing with the bank, and this bank was extremely aggressive with them in pursuing a deficiency judgment. And the reason being is that the bank had hired a private investigator to go out to take a look at this individual to see what they had in their name. This individual investor had bought a few properties in Florida. Those properties, unfortunately, were underwater. He had several other properties in different states that were not underwater, that were producing cash flow. The bank found out about those properties and they were unwilling to negotiate a short sale with this particular individual because he knew he had assets. And they told him if he doesn't pay, they would file liens in every county, file that judgment, that is, in every county, which amounts to a lien against all of his other property. So eventually the bank would be paid. Well, if you have these things structured properly in proper entities, that would not occur in your personal situation. And you can do that if you understand how to take title to property the appropriate way to ensure that it's not all put at risk. So don't wait for the other shoe to drop. These are some threats that face you. You need to be aware of them. You can do things now to ensure that a lawsuit in the future will not wipe you out. And what we're going to be doing here shortly is I'm going to be walking you through various entities, how they would work for you in your particular situation, and discuss the things that you need to be aware of so you can be better informed when it comes to investing. And again, if you're coming to one of our asset protection workshops, we're going to go through this in detail for you. And so you'll understand just exactly where these landmines lie and how you can walk through these without having one explode in your face. All right, let's talk now about your assets and discuss how to break them up so you know what's at risk, what creates liability for you, and what doesn't, and how it should be protected. All right, with any planning, what we want to do now is look at your assets and then break them down so we determine what is a danger to you and what is a safe asset that is not a danger to you, that you're a danger to it. And the way we do that is with a matrix. So what I'm going to draw for you now is a standard matrix of how we go about structuring somebody. Now you should be thinking about this prior to contacting our firm for asset protection assistance or going to one of our events, because when you come to our workshops, what we're going to do is sit down with you on a one-on-one basis and go through your own personal matrix with you. And I can tell you, if you've already filled that out prior to coming to the workshop, it's going to speed along that conference so we can get to the heart of the matter to show you immediately how we're going to protect your assets and reduce your taxes. So let's start off at showing you how a matrix works and what you need to be concerned about. So what you see up here is a standard matrix. It's got 4 boxes in there. And what we're going to do is break these boxes up into different categories for you. We have on one side is what we call personal. Okay, this is your personal side. I'm just right here. We have safe over here for safe assets. We have danger over here. And then we have business down here. Now these are 4 different quadrants where we're going to put your assets and put you. So what I want you to understand is that there's a difference. When you look at your assets, some people are inclined to think, hey, I'm just going to take everything I own and I'm going to put it in an entity and then I'm protected. So I'm going to take my house, I'm going to take my cars, I'm going to take my kids, and I'm going to put them in an entity. So if they do anything wrong, they can't sue me individually and I'm protected. Well, it doesn't work that way. The thing about asset protection is that there's certain things that can be protected and there's certain things that should not be protected. Because what type of perception do we want somebody to think about when they're looking at us if we're involved in a lawsuit and we walk into court and you say, hey, I myself am an entity, Your Honor. You can bring any claim you want against me, but at the end of the day, I'm protected. So I'm not even going to respond to this case. Go ahead, give it your best shot. You're not going to collect anything. Well, that's a surefire way to have somebody take a look at your structures and undo everything because you did not understand the difference between what is business and what is personal. And you never want to mix those. You always want to keep them separate. And the way we go about doing that is determining what is business, what is personal, and then putting an asset protection structure around those assets where it is appropriate and where it is not. Now in the personal quadrant, the one here in the upper left, those are assets that typically we're not going to protect. They're going to stay in your own name. You will acquire insurance for them. And I know I told you that insurance typically is not going to cover you in some major cases or claims. But I'll tell you what, it's better than putting personal assets in a business entity or in an asset protection structure. And then we have that structure called into question. That is, there's no distinction between you and it, and you run the risk the judge just dissolves everything in front of your face. So from the personal side, what would we put inside of here? Typically what I'm going to do is put your personal residence would go in the personal side. Any personal bank account you have would go on your personal side because these are things we use in our everyday life. What else might you have that you use in your everyday life? How about a vehicle? So if you have a car that you use to get around to work, we'll put that in your personal side. I know some of you right now might be laughing at my drawings. Believe me, I'm not an artist, I'm an attorney. So your vehicle would go inside of there, maybe a boat. Okay, now I can know some of you are thinking, well, hey, Clint, you just told me a story about a family or some kids that were out on a boat and a child was injured. Why would I want to put a boat in my own name? Couldn't I be sued for that? Absolutely you could be. Even if we put it in an entity, you would still be involved in a lawsuit because your child was operating the boat wherein the harm occurred. So you can't escape your own personal liability for your actions. Some people falsely believe that if they protect everything, like their car, for instance, if they put their car in an entity and they're driving down the road and they hit a pedestrian, which is a case that I read about not too long ago. That is, a pedestrian ran out into traffic and was hit and killed by a motorist. This motorist had the green light, was driving down the road, pedestrians hit and killed. Pedestrian's family sued and collected $1.6 million from this individual. Far exceeded their liability coverage under their policy. They had to come out of pocket well over $1 million to cover this claim. Now, it's ridiculous. I understand that. They should have never compensated this individual because he was an idiot. He ran out in front of traffic. But I tell you, this is our society right now. Everybody's a victim. You got money, you're the one who's going to pay. Thing is, if you had that car in an entity, it wouldn't protect you because they're going to sue the driver. So it's personal assets stay in the personal quadrant, they stay in your own name. Now, I know there are some assets when it comes to vehicles that are going to be used for business. We have a solution for those types of vehicles where we can protect them. But your personal stuff we put up here in the personal quadrant. So what you would do with your structures, you're looking at it, you're going to decide what is personal, put all that into there in that upper quadrant. Now, I may change that if I meet with you or one of the other attorneys in our firm sit down with you and we notice some things in your personal quadrant because you've taken the time to fill this out ahead of time, then they may adjust that for you. But we want to get a thinking for where your assets lie and what you're thinking about your assets, because that helps us in putting together an overall plan for you. Now, let's talk about the safe assets. What is the definition of a safe asset? Well, it's an asset that doesn't create liability for you. I mean, think of it this way, stocks and bonds. I mean, what's the greatest risk you have there? That they go down, that your broker doesn't make the right decisions for you and you end up losing money in your portfolio. But in and of themselves, you're not going to be sued over that. I mean, how would you be sued for owning stock in a company? What, that you walk around with the stock certificates one day and you decide that you're going to see if you can create paper cuts and you start slicing people with them? I mean, that's ridiculous, of course. It sounds absurd, but that's the only liability you have with this particular asset. So in the safe quadrant, what I'm looking at are those assets that do not create liability for you. That is, you create liability for your assets because you're the one out there doing something. So if you're involved in an accident, then anything that you hold in your own name would be put at risk. So we want to ensure that these assets are removed beyond the reach of your creditors or the claims for your children. If your children are involved in a lawsuit, that if they sue them, of course, you're going to be held liable for them. They cannot take your life savings because you have taken the steps now to protect it. So in the safe quadrant, we'll typically put in here cash. That's one thing, cash and savings. We'll put in stocks. You know, a big thing right now, people like to invest in metal, so gold would go inside of there. Anything of a financial standpoint would be in this quadrant here because these assets do not create liability for us. And the reason why I want to put them in that quadrant is because when it comes to protection planning, we have nothing to fear for them. We can group all of those into one entity. Now, the danger quadrant, what goes inside of there? Well, it's just the opposite. Those are the assets that create liability for you. If you're investing in real estate, you know what we're talking about now because we've already given you some stories. I've told you about different claims that have been brought. You own real estate, you're at risk. So we want to put all of our rental real estate down there in the danger quadrant. So I'll put those types of assets down there. Real estate, that's a danger. That is, we own it, we don't even touch it, we don't do anything. A tenant's injured, you end up being sued because you own the property. Or they find environmental contamination, as I talked about in those other two situations. You're liable for that. So we put real estate down here in the danger quadrant. Now, in the business side, what I want to do is I want to put whatever it is that you plan to do with your investing. If you want to go out and buy and sell real estate, you want to rent real estate, manage real estate, that's a business. So over there, we put the actual business activity. So over here, the best way to describe that is I'm going to put a box in this side because when I refer to asset protection entities, corporations, and LLCs, I like to use boxes. And so over here, we would put your real estate business right here. Now understand, the reason I'm putting this quadrant together for you and showing you how it works is that when you're looking at your assets and your business, you want to ensure that safe assets are always separate from dangerous assets. And we want to ensure that your dangerous assets are separate from you. So you don't have personal liability for whatever occurs with those particular assets. Now it gets a little more complicated than that as well. We want to make sure that with our dangerous assets, they're separated from each other. So if you look at this bottom quadrant down here, I'm actually going to be drawing a few lines in it because we don't want them all grouped together. If something happens with property number 1 and all 5 properties are together in the same box, same entity, then all 5 of them are at risk. So when we look at the danger quadrant, we'll start breaking that up into smaller subsections to ensure that this house right here can't take down these 2 houses as well if a claim is brought against it. So you want to isolate to protect these assets from each other. Now with your business, we want to ensure that your assets are protected from your business. Because when you go into business, you're going to be doing something, and that brings liability. Whenever you go out there and you start working and start dealing with people and contracting with them, you have potentially liability for your business. So we want to isolate that. So if something were to happen with your business, it is your business that is the responsible party and not you individually. Now, given the fact that a business has liability, we don't want to have a lot of assets inside of there. And so when I talked about equipment earlier today, or earlier in this presentation about protecting it, this is an area where if you, in your particular business, you're going to acquire some vehicles for your corporation. Maybe you decide that you're going to get involved in construction as well on your real estate. You buy a backhoe or possibly a dump truck. I mean, who knows where this business is going to take you in 2 to 3 years from now. Well, you would never want to have those assets owned by your company, because if something happens with your company, then all of your assets, your tools that you use to create your income, are now at risk. Here's a perfect example of that. My brother, he has an asphalt company that he's built up over the past 20 years. He's very successful at what he does. Well, one of the things I had to do for him was show him how to protect himself. I remember my father, he called me up one day, he told me, Clint, I've sent you through law school. You're on permanent retainer for life for me and the family. So you need to go structure your brother for free. Better not bill him for it. I want to make sure that if anything happens to him, he's protected. I went over there and I looked at his business, looked at his assets, and I told my brother, I said, all right, for your business, you need a corporation. Now he assumed then that he would want to take all of his equipment and put it in his corporation. I said, no, that's not what we want to do, because if we did that, then if something happens to you, all of those assets are at risk. What we want to do is protect them. And the way we're going to do that is we're going to separate your equipment from your business, because literally your equipment is a safe asset. You may not think that. You may think a car is a dangerous asset. And I get this a lot, and when I teach these workshops and I talk to people, I'll throw out there and say, hey, is a car a dangerous asset? 85% of the people will say, it is a dangerous asset. Well, I'll tell you what, I've never seen a car walk into a bar, order up a few gin and tonics, and then go out and drive itself home by itself. There's always somebody behind the wheel. So it's the vehicle itself is not the dangerous asset, because if you did nothing with it, it's just going to sit there. It's the driver that's the danger. So vehicles are pretty much safe, in my opinion. So what I do is I take all of the equipment and I put it into one entity. And then I lease the equipment back to the company. So if something happens with the company, you do not lose all of your assets. And this, for my brother, came home to roost 2 years ago when he asked my father to come over and assist him in a particular job that he was working on. See, my father's retired, so he has nothing else to do besides go over and help my brother, I guess. So my father went over there, and they were backing up I think it was an excavator is what it was, on a trailer. And they parked the trailer, and they took the excavator off, and they went and did their work, and the next day they had to go back and pick up the trailer. So they went over to pick up this trailer, and as my father was backing up the dump truck to hook up to the hitch on the trailer, he hit the hitch, and what did that trailer start doing? Well, it turns out that the trailer was on an incline, and my brother forgot to chuck the wheels, and so the trailer started rolling down this hill. Now here's my brother trying to stop the trailer. He's pulling on the trailer as the trailer's starting to pick up speed as it's going down the hill. And the reason my brother wants to stop this trailer is because there's an intersection at the bottom of this hill. And he's concerned that this several-ton trailer, if it rolls through there and there's somebody driving through it, it could possibly kill somebody. I mean, that's going through his mind. And as they told it to me, my father was yelling at my brother to get away from the trailer. He may kill himself trying to stop it. But my brother's trying to stop this trailer from rolling down the hill. Now, thankfully, the trailer went through the intersection and was stopped by a tree, and nobody was injured. That is an example of where disaster was averted. But the fact of the matter is, if it had hit somebody, who would be at risk? Well, my brother's business, All Aces Paving, would be at risk because it is All Aces Paving that was utilizing that trailer when the wheels were not properly chucked. The LLC that owned the trailer had no control over it at the time, so it would be protected. So that trailer, which is owned by the LLC, is not an asset of the business. So if somebody was injured and they sued the business, the only thing they could get would be the assets that are inside of the business itself. They could not take the trailer, they could not take the dump truck, they could not take all the other tools that he uses in his asphalt business, because they're owned by a company that leases them back to the corporation. I've kind of jumped ahead of myself now in telling you this story, but what I wanted to reinforce is that the purpose of the quadrant is to show you that you need to break up your assets, however they're held right now, into these distinct units. So when it comes to putting together your plan, you know what should go where into what particular entity. It's just like creating a business plan for your corporation, for your real estate business, if you're getting involved in real estate, or for your trade in the stock market, or for whatever else you're going into. Toby, my business partner, will be talking to you later about the importance of business plans and how they can help you from a tax standpoint as well. Well, this is part of your asset protection business planning right here, breaking these things up into these distinct units. Now, from here, once we have this down, then we're going to go and we're going to talk about the various entities that we utilize in protecting what we've put down on this piece of paper right here. Because what we want to do for you now is show you how you can protect yourself. But what you have to appreciate is that this is not a one-size-fits-all approach. When it comes to asset protection planning, I tell people it's an individualized situation. That is, we look at you, we look at your assets, and we make a determination what is best for you based upon your tax motivations, based upon your asset protection needs. You don't want to just throw in entities out there if they do not provide any benefit for you. And too many times I run into people and I ask them, hey, why'd you create that particular entity? I don't know, CPA said it was a thing to do. Or else I went on LegalZoom, and I set up that particular entity because my neighbor has one, and he said he's real happy with that type of entity. That's not the way you want to put your plan together. You need to understand why you're utilizing a particular entity, how it fits into your planning, and how it's going to benefit you at the end of the day. Because the last thing you want to find out is when you walk into court, the particular entity you created isn't there to protect you because it was the wrong entity for your situation. So let's talk now about the various entities and how they work. All right, well, let's start off with the entity that's probably used by, or most of you are familiar with, and that is the corporation. Any of you own any stock in the stock market, you've invested in a corporation. Now, everybody has a preconceived idea of a corporation and how it's going to be used. A lot of people, their preconceived notion is that the corporation isn't appropriate for them because they've heard from maybe their neighbor, their attorney, or their CPA that they have to be making several $100,000s a year before a corporation makes sense. I can tell you as a small business owner and an attorney who specializes in this area, that is bad advice. And if you follow that, you're guaranteed to pay more than your fair share in taxes. In fact, the corporation is probably the most important entity that you'll be implementing when you're first starting your business, because it is where your expenses will be run through. Now, Toby will be covering some of the various expenses you can be taking through your corporation. That is, if you get it set up now before you start incurring these expenses. So a lot of things about what we've been talking about, if you've noticed, is about timing, when you create it. Because if you don't have it, you're not going to receive the benefit from it. Now, what does a corporation do for you? Well, first off, it provides great tax savings. And I'm not going to cover those. I'm going to let Toby handle that. But also, in addition to tax savings, it provides great liability protection. That is, when you go out to conduct your business and you're signing contracts with people, you sign on behalf of your corporation. One of the things we go through for a couple hours in the workshop that we teach is we talk to their clients and the individual attendees about how they need to operate their business as a corporate officer or a director in their company to ensure that they do not have personal liability. When I was talking about a contract, if you sign a contract with an individual for the purchase of a home, you sign it as an officer of your corporation. You later back out of that agreement. Then the homeowner who is looking to sell you that property, if they wanted to pursue the claim, the only person they can go after is the corporation because they dealt with the corporation and not with you individually. So this is what we refer to as liability protection. Now, when it comes to corporations, there's two types. You've probably heard of this before, that's C versus S. A C corporation, quite simple. It's taxed at its own tax rate. An S corporation, it flows down to you. Now, most people are convinced when they talk to their CPA that they need an S corporation versus a C corporation. And there's several reasons for that. Now, I don't necessarily agree with that. You can always convert later, and this is something that we get into during our 3-day course. It's not something I have time to go into now because I don't want to confuse you. It's a very in-depth topic, which is important, that is based upon your particular business venture. But I can tell you, I like to start people off in C corporations because there's more deductions there. And when you get your business started off the ground, you want to be able to write off multiple things. So a C corporation just makes sense for people. Later, you can always convert back to an S if it's appropriate for your situation. But the other benefit of the C corporation over the S corporation that I particularly like is the fact that with a C corporation, it's taxed in its own tax bracket. That means nothing flows down onto your 1040. If I want taxable income, I take it out of my corporation. If I don't want taxable income, I don't pull it out. Not to mention, if it's not flown down onto my return, then it's something when I go to obtain a loan for real estate that I'm acquiring, it isn't anything that pops up on my loan application. It isn't anything that an underwriter is going to come back to me and say, Mr. Coons, I see that you have a S corporation. Now, in order to give you this loan to buy this particular piece of property, we're going to want to take a look at your corporation's tax returns. We're going to want to see your corporation's balance sheet and your profit and loss. I can tell you that will come up when you're operating your business through an S Corp. It will not come up through a C Corp because they don't know about it. A lot of what we do with asset protection planning is on what I refer to as a need to know rather than a need to show basis. That is, if I think you need the information, I will disclose it, rather than disclosing everything and you determining what's important to you. So corporations provide you privacy. This is why I like utilizing a corporation, is to keep your affairs private or my affairs private if I'm running my business. Now, something else about corporations if you're involved in real estate. This is the entity that is going to ensure that you avoid dealer status. Now, this is something new I'm throwing at you right now, and this is something Toby will be talking about when he covers taxes. But if you're investing in real estate, you want to have a corporation set up for all of your short-term deals because it is the corporation that would be taxed as a dealer. And I can tell you as an individual, you do not want dealer status because it will push you up into a higher tax bracket and remove several of the deductions that are going to be available to you as an investor. So when you're thinking of corporations, think of it this way. Corporations provide you privacy, they reduce your taxes, and they're appropriate for short-term business activities from a real estate standpoint. That is, if you're going to be flipping properties, rehabbing for sale, you want to run those through your corporation. This is the appropriate entity for that. So corporation, again, it's formed under state law. It's a great entity for your business. Now, another entity that people often refer to when it comes to asset protection planning is a limited liability company and a limited partnership. Now, both of these entities are unique in their ability to protect you. Unlike the corporation, which provides liability protection, that is, if the company is sued, you're not personally liable, the limited liability company and a limited partnership will many times provide asset protection. Now, this is different than liability protection. With liability protection, you're protected from your business, but your business is not protected from you. That is, if you were sued individually, your corporate shares are potentially at risk. That's why I told you earlier, with my brother in that example with the equipment, you do not want to have a lot of assets inside of your corporation because if you're sued personally, then your corporation could be taken from you. And I'll show you some strategies on how to do that in the workshop. I'll go in detail on how you can structure yourself to always make sure that your corporation's protected. And also in this DVD, I'll give you one or two as well that you can take with you on your protection strategies. So the LLC, the limited partnership, those will protect you. They provide asset protection. That is, your assets that are held inside of them are protected from you, and the assets that are inside of them, you're protected from them. Oftentimes we refer to this as a charging order protected entity. That is, if something were to happen, an individual, a creditor of yours, cannot take your entity from you because the charging order protections under state law prevent that from occurring. Now, if this is a new concept for you and you've not heard of it before, let me explain how this works. Think of an LLC or a limited partnership as a box. And so let me draw that for you here. This is your box, and into your box, you're going to put some assets. Now, we're dealing with real estate. You're going to put your rental real estate into this box. You're not going to put all of it. We'll have multiple boxes for that. When we talk about strategies here in a bit, I'll go through that for you. Let's just throw one house into there for the moment. So we place one house inside of this box. I'm going to put you underneath the box because you're the owner of the box. So you're down here as the owner, what we refer to as the member in a limited liability company or the limited partner in a limited partnership. So you own this box. Now, if something were to happen inside of the box, that is your property right here, if it burns down and there's somebody that's injured as a result of that, who do they sue? Well, they sue the owner of the property. If the property is owned by the box, then the box is liable. So whatever the box owns is subject to attachment by the creditor. But you as an individual, owner of the box, you're not liable. It's your box that is liable. Now this goes back to that quadrant again. When I'm told you, you do not want to put all of your assets into one box because then everything is at risk. So the box is liable, it takes the fall, but you do not. So if you own several different boxes, as I'm showing you right now on the screen, then what you stand to lose is just this one big box. Let me just erase it because it just now disappeared in your structure, but not all of the other boxes. You see where I'm going with that? So we want to protect you from your assets. That's one way the limited liability company, the limited partnership protects you. The second way is what we call the charging order protected entity. This is where the individual, that is the owner of the box, will not lose their box if they're sued individually. How does that work? Well, in this particular case, let's go back to our box again. We have that up here. You have your property inside of it. You're the owner down here. Now you're being sued. How would that come up? Let's say you're the one that's driving down the street one day. I'll use the example of my wife. She was driving to make a deposit at the bank for the business and to go to a grocery store one day. And I got a call from her. A call in the middle of the day and she said, "Honey, I'm involved in a car accident." She'd actually rear-ended somebody. She was making a turn into the parking area where the bank and the grocery store existed. Now, my first response was what? Okay, if you're a guy watching this, you're probably right here with me. Is the car okay? Now that, I can tell you, that was the wrong comment and I had to pay dearly for saying that. She basically said to me, "What, you don't care about me?" Now I tried to use logic on her. I said, "Honey, of course you're okay, because if you weren't, then you would not be calling me right now if you were injured. It would be a paramedic or a police officer. So I assumed you were fine." That didn't carry the day. But the point of the matter is that immediately I asked my wife, I said, "Well, what were you doing?" She told me that she was going to make a deposit for the business and go to grocery shopping. I said, "Well, hopefully you were going grocery shopping first rather than driving to make a deposit for the business. Because if you told the officer when he takes your statement that you're going to make a deposit for the business, you can see where I'm going with this, that the business is now going to be held liable. As will you, honey, because you were driving the car, you rear-ended this person." Now, it wasn't an accident by any stretch of the imagination where you might think somebody was injured, but who knows nowadays? People can be hit from behind, you could be driving 3 miles an hour, you touch their bumper, and all of a sudden they'll bring a claim against you for traumatic head injuries and neck injuries and back injuries. Well, with my wife, I told her this. I said, so if you were working for, if not working, if you were going to the grocery store, then it had nothing to do with the business. Now, which one was it? I expected her to say grocery store. Instead, my wife was still angry at me and she said, "You'll find out later when you read the report." And she hung up on me. So guys, always ask, is your wife okay first? The point of the matter is, if it was for the grocery store, then she would be held personally liable. The business is not liable because she was not conducting business when the accident occurred. So let's assume that somebody sued them. They brought a claim against my wife for running into the back of them, not paying attention when she was driving, and a claim is brought against my wife for $1 million for these traumatic injuries that occurred when she ran into the rear end of somebody else's car. So they sue my wife for $1 million and they get a judgment against her. Now the question is, what can they collect? Well, if they find out that all my wife owns is this limited liability company that has a $1 million property in there, ideally, they would like to be able to have my wife sell that property and distribute the proceeds from them. Or just take the LLC themselves, take the box, sell the assets and pull the cash out. The thing is, with a charging order protected entity, they can do neither. They can't force you to sell the assets. They cannot take the entity from you and then sell it themselves. They can't even be involved with that entity. The only thing they get is a judgment against you, which they can then convert to a lien on your company. What does that mean to you? Well, it means this, is that they will put a lock on my wife's LLC. That is her interest. So if she decides to distribute any of the rental income to herself, it will go to her creditor over here to pay off that judgment. Now, if you know somebody has a judgment against your interest in your LLC, or they put this charging order on it, are you going to be making distributions to them? Probably not. Now, this is why the operating agreement that you create for your limited liability company is so important, because the operating agreement will specify what a creditor is entitled to. That is, if you're sued individually, what they can force you to do. If you have the appropriate language inside of your LLC, then they cannot get after your assets. They have to wait until you make distributions in order to get paid. Well, I can tell you, if it was my LLC, I'm not making any distributions. I'm keeping that money inside of here. Or when you come to the event, we'll show you some strategies how you can pull it out through management fees and loans. So you'll still have access to the money. The person who doesn't get paid is your creditor. Now, what's the best part about this is that now you have negotiating power. You can walk up to them and you can say, listen, you haven't been paid. You're not going to get paid. This was a bogus case, but I'm not above compensating you for your injuries. I understand that you were inconvenienced as a result of my running into you when I was traveling 3 miles an hour. I'm willing to pay for any damage that was caused to your car and give you some money for your inconvenience. But you're not going to get $1 million. Just because your attorney convinced a jury of it doesn't mean you're entitled to it. Now, the lawsuit lottery comes to a stop right here, and the individual realizes that do they want something rather than nothing? Most of the time, after a year of receiving nothing, they're going to say, give me something. But I can tell you, with a charging order protected entity, if they don't want to take something, we can make life extremely uncomfortable for them, and this is why we create these entities. Because with a charging order protected entity, if you put that charging order on somebody's interest, we're going to tell you that you're liable for our tax liability. Now, it's not all our tax liability, but it's the taxes that is associated with this particular LLC. Think of it another way. If this rental property generated $20,000 a year in annual income, we don't distribute any of it, you still have to pay taxes on that money because it's yours. Instead, it's going to be our creditor who's going to be paying taxes on the $20,000 because they were so kind enough to put the charging order on our limited liability company. We're going to send them the tax bill, just not any money to help them pay their taxes. How long do you think that's going to go on until the creditor finally decides they no longer want to be involved with this charging order on your LLC? Now, I'll tell you what. When you create the LLC, you should have specific language in there that addresses this issue. That is, your creditor is going to be responsible for the tax liability associated with your LLC if they utilize that charging order. That is something that is going to drive people away and will protect you. I'll give you an example of how this actually played out recently in that case with the client who's 82 years old. So here's this big firm. They're out of Seattle, and they come walking in with their expensive suits and their fancy cars to an arbitration, and they're going to force my client or intimidate my client into coughing up $2 million. Well, this particular client happens to have a limited liability company with a lot of cash inside of it. And we set that limited liability company up in a state that offers charging order protections. Now, I'm going to come back to that here in just a minute when I said that certain states do not provide this. So, we explained to them that she has very little assets in her own name, but she has a limited liability company that's set up. They then looked at us and they got together, they talked, they came back, they said, well, rather than pay us $2 million, will you pay us $200,000? I mean, that's the power of the limited liability company, because they knew at that point in time, here are these fancy lawyers, they thought they had a big fat payday by pressuring an 80-year-old woman into paying over this money. They found out that it was ripped out from underneath them because they didn't know she had an LLC the way we set it up. There's ways you can set up these entities, limited liability companies, limited partnerships, and even corporations where your name won't appear on them. So if somebody runs an asset search, they won't find out about you. That's something we go through in the class as well, where we show you how to be anonymous with respect to your entities. So once they found that information, they knew the uphill battle they had, that even if they win, they lose and they won't get paid. So they're willing to come off their high horse, come off this unreasonable expectation that she's going to pay $2 million. They were willing to settle now for $200,000. Now, there's more to the story. But we're not going to get into that with these DVDs. Come to the class, maybe I'll tell you what happened. So with the LLC, you're protected. They cannot take it from you. You're still in control. Sometimes people look at this and they say, well, Clint, what good is that? If I can't pull out a distribution, isn't it like losing the asset? Not at all, because you still have the asset. If you didn't have this, you wouldn't have the assets. So now you're in a position of control. So charging order protected entities are perfect for protecting your safe assets and your dangerous assets if they're utilized the right way. Now, with these entities, you have to keep in mind some are appropriate for certain situations, some are not. Limited partnerships and LLCs, which ones do we use? Typically with safe assets, I will use a limited partnership. It's designed perfect for utilizing safe assets because of the tax attributes of the limited partnership. The LLC is more appropriate for real estate because of the tax attributes, that is the flow-through depreciation that comes onto your 1040. So when you're thinking about what type of entities you may need in your particular situation, think of it this way. If you're investing long-term in real estate, you will be utilizing limited liability companies. If you're investing in stocks and bonds and you want to protect liquid types of investments, you'll probably be using a limited partnership or some combination thereof. LLCs also work for joint ventures. If you want to joint venture with somebody, then you should be considering utilizing a limited liability company to protect yourself from the joint venture and from your other partners. So that's another area where this entity is often used. So think of it again. With a limited liability company, we're going to utilize it for long-term holds. Rental real estate will go inside of the LLC. If you want to go into a joint venture with somebody to invest in real estate, you should be utilizing a limited liability company, not a corporation. If you want to invest or protect your liquid investments, then you should be utilizing a limited partnership. And last but not least, you want to create these entities in a state that provides charging order protections. That makes it a charging order protected entity. There are certain states out there that do not protect you. Most notably is Florida. Florida last year handed down a decision. It's often referred to as the Olmstead decision because that is one of the the defendants in that case. And what happened in that case, he had an LLC set up in Florida, several $1 million inside of it, and the FTC was able to take this person's LLC interest from him and distribute all the money to themselves. That's what the government was able to do to him. And the court in Florida found that the LLC there did not provide charging order protections. In fact, when you read the opinion, they stated that if the language of the Florida statute had the following, and they referred to Nevada, and that's where we like to set up a lot of entities, is in Nevada. If they had similar language that they do in Nevada, then they would have reached a different conclusion, and that is the FTC would not have been able to take this man's interest in his limited liability company, and his money would have been protected. But because of the state statute, the way the legislatures drafted it, the court felt that it could give away his interest in his LLC, and it did not violate state law. That's extremely important when you're creating your entity, that you ensure that you have the type of protections we're referring to here, that is charging order protections, so that if you're involved in a personal lawsuit, you're not going to lose your limited liability company. That comes from structuring. That is how to put these entities together. Most of the times in my experience, local attorneys, they just don't understand this stuff. And it's unfortunate when I come to go out to teach these events, people often come to me with an LLC they created online or from their local attorney. And then they're dismayed to find out that the attorney didn't understand charging order protections and that the entity that they have set up for themselves would not protect them in the situation that I just laid out for you. So you have to be acutely aware of the differences between the state laws in determining where your entities should be protected, or where it should be set up, that is, for your investments. So LLCs, LPs, great for asset protection. They should be there for your real estate investments and your safe assets. Now, another entity I want to talk about, you may not be familiar with, is what's called a land trust. If you're going to be investing in real estate, this is an entity you will definitely be using for your investment. The land trust is essentially a title holding vehicle. It doesn't provide asset protection, but what it does for you is it gives you a way to take title to property that can keep your ownership private, that if somebody's snooping around, they won't know that you own it. That's one benefit of a land trust. Another benefit of the land trust, which is often used by real estate investors, and this is why it's so important, is that if you have a mortgage on your property, there could be problems with your lender if you took that property and put it directly into the limited liability company. So we utilize a land trust to solve that particular issue by first placing the property into the land trust and then moving the land trust into an LLC. And I'll draw this out for you here in a bit. But what is a land trust? Okay. A land trust is quite simply a revocable trust. The That's all it is. That's why it does not provide asset protection for you. It's a document that you create where you're listed as a beneficiary. You'll typically name yourself or somebody else as a trustee to begin with of this trust, and then you'll take title to your property, you'll deed it into the name of this trust. Now, as the beneficiary of the trust, and think of it as a box, you have this box that holds this piece of property, you can take that box and transfer it to another entity or to another person. But nobody finds out about these transfers because what they see, that is if somebody was looking on title, what they see is a transfer from your name into the box. What they'll never discover is a transfer of the box into a different box, or that box to a different person, because that document does not get recorded. That is a private document. A lot of an important concept of asset protection planning is privacy, maintaining privacy of your business affairs. Remember, need to show versus need to know. Keep it on a need to know basis. And this is where the land trust will provide that need to know, because you are in control of the document. So only you know where this box that holds your property ultimately resides. And it won't see the light of day unless you're ever involved in a lawsuit. That's when you would bring this document out and say, hey, I don't own it. Because with the land trust, when I said it doesn't provide asset protection, if the property comes under assault and it's sued, then the trust is liable, as are you, the beneficiary. So we tell people when you set up a land trust, we do it initially for your residential real estate, and then we put that land trust into an LLC. That's all done by the attorneys. It's something that we've been doing for years, 15 years, been utilizing this strategy to move properties around. Things that keep in mind is that when you set up a land trust, it should always be created whenever you have debt on residential real estate. You do not want to risk the chance of putting your property directly in the LLC for asset protection without utilizing this particular trust. Because if a lender discovers it, they could call your note due and make you refinance the property. And you don't want to be in a situation where you have to refinance your property because you may not be able to get financing for it and you could lose it. It used to be about 5, 6, 7 years ago, I would tell people, put your property in the LLC. It's not that big a concern, because banks at that time were more in the business of loaning money and not owning property. But things have changed. Now banks want to own property, it seems like, and they're unwilling to work with individuals on their mortgages. So what you want to do is remove any impediment between you and your bank maintaining that relationship you have with them. And if you put your property directly in the LLC in this market and it's encumbered, you got problems. So what we utilize is a land trust. It's the primary tool utilized by real estate investors to transfer title to real estate without alerting banks or other people to the fact there's been a property transfer. Now, why don't the banks balk with the land trust? Because it's a revocable trust. And just as with a living trust, when it comes to estate planning, moving property into a revocable trust is covered under the Garn-St. Germain Act. This act is a federal act, Federal Depository Act, which prevents lenders from accelerating the note when there's a transfer into a revocable trust. So that's why we use it. With my personal investing, I own property in 6 different states. In my residential real estate that is encumbered, I use a land trust every single time for that initial step of my protection planning. That is, I first transfer it into the land trust, and then I move my land trust into the LLC. That's how it's done. That's how all the successful real estate investors do it across this country. That's what you're going to be doing when it comes to your planning. Now, I can tell you this, if you go to a local guy, and local attorney, and you bring up the word land trust, they'll probably look at you and say, what are you talking about? Doesn't work in this state. That comes from the fact of ignorance. They do not understand this particular type of tool when it comes to investing, because not all states have adopted statutes for the land trust. There are certain states out there that have, Hawaii, Florida, Illinois. Those are a few of the 13 states that have it. The rest have not. So we fall under the common law. So just always refer to it as a revocable trust. People will know what you're talking about then. Don't use the word land trust, and you'll get along just fine with utilizing this tool in your planning. Now, the last entity I wanted to discuss with you that I think is really important when it comes to planning for your strategy, for your asset protection, is the living trust. We often talk about, protecting our assets, how important that is. If something were to happen, we're involved in a lawsuit, we could lose everything, which is possible. And that's why you're going to put together these LLCs. But whether or not that will happen, we don't know. But I can guarantee you one thing that will happen is that you're eventually going to pass away. And this is an area where most people fail to plan. They focus on taxes, they focus on their business, they focus on asset protection, but they don't focus on their estate planning. And then when they pass away, unfortunately, some situations unexpectedly, then there's chaos left in their wake. Just this year alone, my wife had 2 friends who passed away in their early 40s. Both of them passed away from aneurysms. They were there 1 minute and they were laying on the floor the next. Now, what's extremely unfortunate is that one of these individuals was a mother with 2 young children she left behind, and they had not put together an estate plan. That is, there was not a guardian appointed for these children, and so it was left to the court to filter all this out. And believe me, you don't want to leave it to the court to decide what is in the best interest of your children should something happen to you. You want to be specifying that in your estate plan, who should be taking care of your kids. Now, if your kids are growing, then you want your estate plan in place to ensure that these assets, the tools that we're creating now to protect your assets, they get distributed to your individuals without the court's intervention or attorney's intervention. And that's what a living trust is designed to do. It's a revocable trust. It's another box, if you want to talk about boxes again. I like to utilize that. It's this big box that holds everything that you own. You put everything inside of it, your LLCs, your land trusts, your corporations, your limited partnerships, all go into this box, your personal residence. It doesn't provide asset protection to you, but it does provide a seamless way in which to transfer those assets to your children should something happen to you, if you're married, to you and your spouse. And so the living trust, I cannot impress upon you enough how important this entity is in your planning. I myself have been through situations where both sides of my family were destroyed over wills because that's how they thought they should plan for their estate. That is, people will not talk to other people in my family to this day because I had an uncle who was handling my grandmother's estate. She had 2 pieces of property, 5 bank accounts. In order to distribute that out to 3 children, that is the 3, my uncle being one of the kids, it took him 4.5 years, and he charged $75,000 in fees for him to handle this estate. Now, it's a travesty and there's nothing you can do about it, but as a result, it drove a wedge between him and his 2 brothers as a result of his actions. With a living trust, that will not occur because you set it up ahead of time where you do not have to go to probate. If everything's inside of your trust, it avoids it completely. In fact, when my wife's grandmother passed away, I'd created a living trust for her. She had similar assets to my grandmother. And when the trustee, that is my wife's aunt, handled her estate, it took her 3 months to distribute out the 2 pieces of property and the few accounts that her grandmother had to the beneficiaries. Why the difference? Because it's in the document and in the planning. The living trust is by far the most important entity you will ever create, but unfortunately for many people, they look at this as the last entity they should be putting together. I mean, you can make it all, but if you just die unexpectedly and you don't have your proper estate plan in place, you've just wasted an opportunity here. You're going to increase your estate taxes. You're going to make everything now public. I mean, a lot of things that we've been talking about is privacy and how important that is in your planning. You pass away, you don't have a living trust, it's all going to probate. It's now all a matter of public record. So this document, we're going to be covering the trust in detail at the asset protection event. You can call us as well. We can talk to you about the importance of it if you understand the need for it right now. But it's something that should not be overlooked and something that you should start with before we even get into corporations and tax savings. So those are the entities we typically deal with when we're talking to people and looking at building their base foundation. For your asset protection structures, you'll be considering utilizing a corporation, a limited partnership, a limited liability company, a land trust, and a living trust. Those are 5 core entities that people utilize to reduce taxes, reduce estate taxes, keep their affairs private, and last but not least, ensure that their assets are protected should any harm occur. All right, now let's talk about some strategies, because I know you've been looking forward to this, and show you how we can be putting all these things together to make sure that you're protected. Okay, let's talk about how these entities work and how you can incorporate them into your plan to create an overall asset protection structure that is going to, again, reduce your taxes, protect your assets, and make sure it gets passed on to your loved ones if something happens to you. The first entity we want to create for you is a corporation. And I told you earlier that you want to create a C corporation for tax planning purposes. If you've obtained this DVD and you've gone through a class, or you've signed up for a workshop and some other educational workshops you're going to be attending on how to invest in real estate or how to do some other types of businesses, then you want to be able to write off that expense. Well, as Toby's going to be telling you, if you want to get that expense on your tax return as a deductible expense, you better get your C corporation set up before you start taking these classes. Otherwise, you're going to tie your hands and limit your ability to do this. So that's why when I'm working with individuals, the first entity we look to establish for them is that C corporation. And so we're going to put that at the top of the screen as your overriding company that everything's going to fall underneath. And so I'll draw a big box up here, and this is going to be your corp. Now, as a corporation, of course, you're going to be the officer now of your corporation and director. So we put you inside of it to show that you have this liability protection. When you go out there to buy a house, if you're going to flip that house, you'll be running that through the corporation. So I'm going to put flips up here on the side just to tell you that this type of activity is appropriate for this C corporation. How would that work? Well, if I see a house, I go to buy it. If you're buying it for cash, you buy it directly in the name of the corporation. Now let's assume that you're not buying it for cash, but you intend to rehab it and then sell it, so you have to get some financing. Well, in that case, buy it, of course, in your own name and then transfer it into the corporation. Now you might be just thinking there and saying, well, wait a minute, Clint. You just talked about a land trust not too long ago and the importance of creating that, because if banks find out the fact you've transferred property and it's encumbered, they may accelerate your note. Remember, this particular property here is something you plan to sell anyways. So when the bank discovers it, if they do, it's not going to happen necessarily, but if they did, you're probably well on your way to selling the property anyway, so it won't be a concern. So I wouldn't concern yourself with the land trust if you're going to flip property. If you bought it in your own name, let's say you bought it out here, then you would deed it into your corporation. You would perform the rehab work on the property under the name of your corporation, and then when you sell the property, of course, all the proceeds would flow right back into your corporation. Once you have that money in the corporation, what are you going to do with it? Well, you're going to reimburse yourself, pay yourself back for those expenses that you've incurred to date. That becomes a deduction to the corporation. It's a reimbursement to you, so it's non-taxable. So that's where the benefits from a tax standpoint come in with this company. As an individual, you would not be able to do this unless, of course, you're already a real estate agent or broker. You're not going to be able to pick up these types of deductions and generate this type of reimbursable tax-free income to yourself. So the corporation is that primary entity. That is the first entity we're typically going to create for somebody. That's why I put it at top. It'll also be used for management. If you're going to be holding real estate long term, you want to manage those properties. You should not do it in your own name. You should do it as an officer of the company. Make your corporation the manager. I remember when my father would go out of town on a business trip, sometimes my mom would be petrified because tenants would call up our house. We didn't have an unlisted number. They knew who the manager was. It was my father. They knew he was also the owner. So they would call up at night and threaten my mother, and it would scare her because they tried to intimidate her. They knew my father was out of town and they were upset with him for something he's doing. Maybe he's evicting them. You don't want to be in that situation. You want to keep your affairs private. You don't want your tenants to know necessarily who the owner of the property is. You want to portray yourself as just a manager that works for the owner. You do so as an employee of this corporation. So corporations in a real estate context are often used for management of your real estate. I'll just put MGR, so you're going to manage your real estate. If you want to subdivide raw land, if that's an area you're looking to invest in, you better have that corporation set up because it'll be uniquely situated for subdividing property to avoid dealer status on your property. So that's another reason why we want the corporation. So I can tell you this, you're going to come to the event, we're going to get you set up with the corporation. If you want to, you can call us now, we'll get that corporation set up for you. So now going forwards, every expense that you incur will be a deductible expense for you, provided it's attributed to your business. We'll show you how to do that at the event. Now, under the corporation, we're going to create limited liability companies. And so what we'll do down here is we create LLCs to hold your rental real estate. And you'll have LLCs set up to break up these properties. You should have one property per LLC. The reason I suggest that is because if anything happens on any particular property, it is only that one limited liability company that is at risk and your other investments are safe. Here's what I've done in my structure. I like to buy, of course, property if I can, pay for it for cash, or if I have to finance it. However I do it, I have LLCs set up in anticipation. I walk into a particular area where I decide I'm going to invest. For example, right now I'm investing in the Las Vegas market. I have created for myself 3 LLCs that are sitting on the shelf. I always have 3 at the ready. So when I find a piece of property that I want to buy and turn into a rental, I can take title in that LLC. It's already set up, ready to go. If you're investing in real estate, you should have 1 or 2 LLCs ready, set up to take title to property as soon as you see it. Because you never know. When these deals come up, maybe it's going to be a quick closing. If you're going to buy for cash, quick closing, you got to have that money ready to fly. Have that LLC set up, close right in the name of the LLC. It's already there for you. If you're going to deal with a lender, maybe your lender will allow you to take title in the name of the LLC. Well, they won't do it if you don't have the LLC set up, so you have to have it set up. So I like to keep a few of them ready to go at any particular moment. Now, the LLCs, as I stated, they're going to hold your rental real estate. These LLCs that hold the property, you should put 1 property per LLC. However, you may want to group them. In some situations, when we sit down with you, we might tell you you could group 2 or 3 properties together based upon equity values. That is, if you had 3 properties with $20,000 equity apiece, maybe we could put all 3 together. You understand the risks that if one of them is attacked, all the properties are at risk for that particular lawsuit. But at the end of the day, what we're protecting is that $60,000 in equity. So I have some clients where we've grouped multiple properties together in one limited liability company. And sometimes it's a cost standpoint. It depends on where you live. If these LLCs were set up, for instance, in California, California charges $800 a year per limited liability company. If you have 20 properties, you can already see that the costs are going to start to add up. And so there comes a point where you might think, well, it doesn't make sense to have that many, so let's reduce it down, minimize my overall risk to the best abilities possible with keeping in mind the overall cost factor. And so that's what we can look at, and that's why when we sit down with our clients, we explain to them, you know, in some states it's very inexpensive to create an LLCs. It might be best to create 1 per. Other states, well, we're going to group some of your properties together. That's all about the planning process. So your rentals will go into the limited liability companies in a manner which works for you, but we want to get them out of your name. Now, I said they go into the LLC, but we need to rewind a bit here. If these properties are encumbered, we talked about the land trust as being an essential tool here. Now, the way that works is that we take the land trust, we set it up first, so I'll just put LT there, and then we deed your property into the trust. So we file a deed from your name into this land trust. And you're down here and you own this land trust. It's in your name, you own the beneficial interest, you're listed as the beneficiary on the trust document. Okay, at that point, if you remember, you have no asset protection. If something were to happen to the property right here and a lawsuit developed, you would be personally liable for that lawsuit. So what we want to do is get that land trust out of your name and put it into an entity that provides asset protection. For real estate, that's a limited liability company. So we will create a LLC for you right here, and then we will transfer this land trust into the LLC. And so you're no longer a beneficiary of the land trust. You're going to disappear here. You become a member in this limited liability company that owns the land trust. So nobody is aware of the fact that you moved the property or you moved the land trust out of your name into the LLC because that trust document is a private document. The only thing that anybody will see is on title the name of the trust, and that is all. They do not actually see the trust document, which specifies that you're the beneficiary and eventually it becomes the LLC. So this is how we protect your real estate from the banks, or in some cases from prying eyes, because if you set it up, and we're going to show you some techniques on how to set this up, your name will not even appear on the trust on title to the property, because we can use what's called a nominee trustee, which gives you this anonymity. There's a lot of techniques that come into play here, but what we're trying to do for you, or what we will do for you, is create a structure that if anything happens, if any leg comes under attack, it's just that one leg and we can jettison it off, and all the other ones still remain healthy and protected from that one diseased leg that is attacked by a creditor. Now, where do we create these entities? That's an important factor. Well, as we stated earlier, you want to create them in a state that offers charging order protections. Now, what we'll typically do with individuals when we sit down with them is explain, if you have multiple LLCs, we want to ensure that we minimize your tax and reporting requirements. We can do that. That is, I can create limited liability companies for you where you don't have to file any tax returns for them. They have to be set up a certain way as a single member disregarded company. That's in the operating agreement and how we file to obtain your EIN number, your employer identification number with the IRS. It's possible if it's done the right way. Now, we then take those LLCs. For example, if we created an LLC for you here, this one was in, say, in Tennessee. There's a Tennessee LLC and a Florida LLC. Well, Florida does not have great asset protection. I've already told you about that when we talked about the Olmstead decision. That is, you do not want to own a Florida limited liability company, because if somebody sues you, they can take your LLC from you. So this is where the magic comes in asset protection, and why most local attorneys do not understand how to protect their clients in the event of a lawsuit. That by creating the LLC may not provide the protection you're looking for. So what I want to do for you is put you in a state that provides that protection, provides unparalleled protection, where there is no question as a result of what's going to occur. And that state is oftentimes, every time, Nevada. For you, for your protection. So what we'll do here is we will take all of your LLCs and wrap them in this big box, if you can see that, in a Nevada LLC, and I'll put you down here as the owner of the Nevada LLC. Now think of it this way. What you see up here is a lot of scribble, but what it implies is that you can have, and I have several clients in this situation, they have 8, 9, 12 limited liability companies. All of those limited liability companies are owned by one Nevada LLC. Now, why did we set them up with the Nevada LLC? Make that one Nevada LLC the owner of all those multiple companies? Well, quite frankly, number one, if you're ever involved in a lawsuit and somebody asks you, how many LLCs do you own? Well, you can see from the box, if I have you down here, you only own a Nevada LLC. Your Nevada LLC owns a bunch of other LLCs, but you personally only own one LLC. So right there, there's asset protection, because if you told somebody you own one LLC, it's a lot different than telling them you own 14 LLCs, because what's conveyed to somebody, they think, oh, this guy's rich, he's got 14 LLCs. My situation, they don't know what you're worth because you only have one. So that's one benefit. The second benefit of utilizing the Nevada entity is that charging order protected entity. Nevada has the best asset protection right now. They just recently changed their law in response to Olmstead. That is, they already had a great law, but they took it now and kicked it out of the atmosphere when it comes to asset protection. It's not enough from Nevada's standpoint to have some of the best law in the country that states that the only remedy available to a creditor is that charging order. They went so far as to put in their statute that a judge could not fashion any type of equitable remedy, that the sole remedy available to them is just the charging order. Now you might think, hey, this is extra language they didn't need to put in there. But the problem you face as a legislature is you don't know how a judge is going to interpret a statute, how they're going to find ways to work around it. So your best bet, if you want to provide the best asset protection, is to draft it in such a way that there is no question, where you tell the judge there's only one way and one way only in this particular statute. And in Nevada right now, when it comes to the charging order, that's it, and there's nothing else. So I can tell you that if you were sued, you have a Nevada LLC, you're protected, that they could not take it from you. So I have this LLC holding all of these other multiple limited liability companies. Now, since I don't own that local LLC in Tennessee and in Florida and possibly California, there's nothing that they could take from me if those states don't offer charging order protections, because I don't own them. So now we've just worked around the deficiencies in your local state law through a Nevada limited liability company. Now, something else this would provide for you. When setting it up in this manner that you see on this screen, we can hide the fact that you're even associated with these LLCs. Because now that Nevada LLC gets listed with the Secretary of State, so your name no longer appears as being associated with these state-specific LLCs, because you're not the member, it's a Nevada LLC. So with this, if somebody's sniffing around and trying to determine whether or not you're a potential candidate, remember the individual I talked about with the banks, where the banks went out there, hired a private investigator to find out what this person owned? If that person had been set up with this particular structure right here, those banks would have accepted the short sale and never come after him for a deficiency judgment or even threatened it, because a private investigator would not have been able to figure out what this individual owns, because nothing is in his name that is discoverable. Because when we create your Nevada LLC, we use a nominee. And you're going to be meeting him here shortly when he talks about taxes. He's on approximately 16,000 different entities that have been created in Nevada. He's listed as the nominee manager of the LLC, or he's a nominee officer and director of the corporation. And then he resigns, and then our clients become the controlling parties in that particular case. But the fact of the matter is that anybody sniffing around, our clients' names are not associated with these entities because their names are not listed with the Secretary of State. It's the attorney Toby Mathis, who you'll be meeting here shortly, who's listed on all these entities. This is why Nevada is considered one of the top jurisdictions when it comes to asset protection planning, because you can set up entities and maintain your privacy. Again, need to know versus need to show, and that's why we go with Nevada. We can protect that anonymity. So it just follows from Nevada. It would then go down to your state. If somebody looked at the LLC again, it points them back to the Nevada LLC. They look at the Nevada LLC, they see this guy named A.T. Mathis, and that's where the buck stops. They don't know that that's actually your company, you're in control of it, and it owns all of your assets. This type of asset protection planning is what you should have if you're serious about protecting your assets and you want to get involved in real estate. So, the Nevada LLC owns the very state LLCs, which then hold your rental real estate. Now, if you're involved in tax liens, okay, you should have a separate LLC set up for your tax liens. This is an area that a lot of times people don't see the liability with tax liens and deeds. Well, if you take title to the property, say in a tax deed, and that property has contamination on it, you just bought yourself a cleanup. You don't want to be in that situation. If you're buying tax liens and deeds, you want to be buying them in a limited liability company, so it's isolated and protected from yourself and your other assets. So that's another area. Maybe we create a separate LLC in this Nevada LLC just for our tax liens and deeds. So I'll just put tax inside of there. This screen's getting filled up, but if you have investment assets you want to protect, maybe you keep a limited partnership over here for your investment assets, would go inside of this LP. Again, it's all working towards one goal, to ensure that Clint individually or you yourself are protected from any harm that should occur. So if I can clean this up here, I'm going to erase the screen and redraw everything. You'd have a corporation set up here. We'll make your corporation the manager of your various LLCs, so it manages your property that holds these rentals. Your corporation, when you attend classes, when you go to another educational class, you're going as an officer of your corporation, so it's a deductible expense for you. I just got back from Hawaii. I was there for a week teaching a class with several small business owners. All of them that attended this class came as an employee of their corporation, and they wrote off the cost of the entire trip. This is something that is available to you if you have your business set up. And that's why we want that corporation on top. It's your driving force, your engine, so to speak, for your tax deductions. Now, possibly you have a Nevada LLC set up here to own these LLCs. Then we create a living trust to own all of this. This is your living trust down here, and it holds everything. Inside of your living trust, you will put your personal residence. You will place your vehicles inside of your living trust. Your personal bank account will go inside of your living trust. It's this big box that you've created, again, for the reasons I discussed earlier, so that if something were to happen to you, everything goes to your surviving spouse. Your estate taxes are reduced, and then when your surviving spouse passes away or she's incapacitated, then your children take over. But they take over in the manner in which you've just prescribed in your living trust. I mean, I'm not going to give my kids everything. If I were to die, my wife were to die when our kids are 20 years of age, they have to wait until they're 35 years of age before they will take title to all of the assets in our estate. I'm sure many of you think along the same lines, that you want your children to have opportunity to mature before they gain title to these assets. That's what the living trust will do for you. That's why everyone should have this particular document in their overall plan. Now, some other strategies you want to look at. If you're investing, you're going to be making money. So where does that money reside? Do you let it sit with the property? No, you do not allow your cash to sit with your property. Because your tenants start paying you rent, this LLC a year from now may have $15,000 cash in it. We've just mixed a dangerous asset with a safe asset now. What we want to do is pull those safe assets out. At the workshop, we teach you how to do this and where to park it. I'll tell you a little bit right now the way we do it is we create a separate entity out here on the side managed by your corporation. We call it your personal bank. That's where all your cash resides. We want to get that out of these LLCs, out of your corporation, over into your personal bank that is charging order protected entity that is designed to Isolate those safe assets from your personal liabilities and those of your business. Now, as your cash starts to increase over here in this special entity that we've created specifically for this type of purpose, when you want to go out and buy something in the future, this is where you go to borrow money. So you actually start loaning money to yourself, and you then secure your own assets. So should something happen on a property, you're the lien holder on it, not the bank. It's your entity that you set up that holds the lien. So if somebody came after that particular property, you get paid back first. That's what we can do with proper entity planning when you put all this stuff together. So these are just some of the strategies that we're going to be teaching you in depth on how to protect your real estate, how to protect your investments. We're going to show you how to take a corporation and how to go out and start rehabbing properties and isolate all of those properties from each other. That is a liability, because you could have this corporation, you could have 2 or 3 rehabs going on, but you don't want to run them through the corporation. If you're building up name recognition for that company, in case you're out there marketing your corporation, if something were to hit it, involved in a lawsuit, you lose all of that marketing that you've been working on. So what you can do is you can create special purpose entities for your rehab work. So if something were to happen with one of those rehabs, it's just this one entity you cast off, and your corporation still remains strong and protected, and your name is not jeopardized in that particular instance. We're going to show you how to subdivide raw land, that if you own raw land, how we can keep it taxed at long-term capital gains rate at 15% by utilizing your corporation. We're going to show you how you can take a corporation. I don't know how many of you are interested in this. I mean, maybe you have IRAs right now. You've been considering investing in real estate with your self-directed IRA, or turning your IRA into a self-directed IRA. Let me tell you something about that. If you haven't done it yet, don't. Okay, stop. Wait, come